In a world on the brink of annihilation, the powerful mage, our MC Setsuna Cromwell, leads humanity's last stand against the evil god Vindrake. Setsuna and his team fought bravely. Together they cast a massive spell that wiped out the monsters and cleared a path straight to Vindrake. Setsuna combined all 6 of their magic powers into one powerful attack, but even their most devastating spells proved useless, and Vindrake attacked back, and the mages were overwhelmed. Setsuna was badly hurt. With no energy left, he still managed to land a small magic punch, and it actually hurt Vindrake. That gave Setsuna hope. But he couldn't keep fighting. Facing death, a magical necklace, the Necklace of Rebirth, gifted by his old headmaster, activates, sending him 10 years into the past. Setsuna finally opens his eyes to a friend of his, Leo, smacking him from behind, while telling him to stop spacing out. Setsuna is shocked to see Leo since he is supposed to have gone missing before the arrival of the evil god. Setsuna also looks around to see that he is in the Magic Academy building. With this, he confirms that he has gone back 10 years to when he could change the mistake that he made. Setsuna makes a silent vow that he is going to defeat the evil god the next time he fights him. Leo then taps Setsuna on the shoulder, telling him that it is his turn to go to the stage since they are currently participating in the ceremony of blessings. Setsuna finally pulls himself together, and he walks to the stage where one of the professors is waiting for him. Everyone's eyes are on Setsuna because he is considered to be the greatest genius in the history of the academy. Apparently, he is so talented that he has an affinity for every magic path available. It turns out that there are different paths in magic, and a special technique is needed to activate the magic. This is basically the reason why mages are required to choose a magic path, making it hard for mages to learn 2 magic paths at the same time, just like how hard it is to believe in 2 deities at the same time. The professor then asks Setsuna to pick the magic path that he wants. The professor is confident that he is going to choose the long-range magic path. Basically, this is the best choice for everyone who aims to be a mage. Since long-range attacks help to reduce the risk of getting hurt, it is the most sought-after magic path. In his past life, Setsuna became the strongest with the help of long-range magic, but in the end, it was useless against the evil god. Now that he has a chance to choose his path again, Setsuna takes his time before finally choosing a magic path that shocks the professor and everyone in the room. Leo remembers Setsuna saying he would pick the long-range magic, but he ended up picking close combat magic. Everyone is more shocked since close combat magic is considered to be the worst of all magic paths. The professor screams at Setsuna, reminding him that the close combat magic path is mainly focused on body enhancement, which means he can only attack when the enemy is close to him, as the name obviously implies. The professor reminds Setsuna that the magic path is basically an abandoned one because of how trashy it is. The professor fears that Setsuna is about to throw away his bright future, and Setsuna himself knows what everyone thinks about the close combat magic path. However, it was the only magic that actually worked against the evil dude, and Setsuna believes this is the only way he can take down Vindrake. Since he is convinced about this, Setsuna goes right ahead to pick the close combat magic path, and he binds with it. With this magic path, he is confident that he is going to be able to beat the living daylight out of the evil god. After he is done binding with the magic path, Setsuna smiles, while the rest of the room is left in a horrific state. The professor closes his book in frustration, while telling Setsuna how he planned to give him all the knowledge that he knows if he had chosen the long-range magic path. It turns out that the professor is the head of the long-range magic department, Cyrus Arclight. Cyrus angrily screams at Setsuna for not picking the long-range magic path when it would have obviously made him the strongest mage, and also given lots of credit to Cyrus as his mentor. Setsuna is no longer moved by all of these since he knows that everything will become totally meaningless in 10 years. Setsuna has until 10 years before humanity is defeated, and he has 5 years before Vindrake appears in the sky. Setsuna has some knowledge about the close combat magic path, but he rarely has any practical experience with it. Setsuna is left with how he wants to master the magic before the arrival of the evil dude, but while he is busy thinking about the future, Cyrus is just staring at him like a drum he wants to beat to death. Later on, the students are told to proceed to their respective field classrooms. This is when it finally dawns on Setsuna that he has no idea where the classroom for the close combat magic path is. Setsuna tries talking to some of his classmates, hoping that they are going to show him the way, but they just run away from him like he has some sort of disease. The students mock Setsuna, saying that he is done for because he chose the close combat magic. Setsuna cannot believe that all the students who were once swarming around him have started running away because he chose the close combat magic path. Since there is no one to help, he decides to help himself. He believes that there will be a map of the entire academy campus in the courtyard. He is on his way to the courtyard when he hears some students fighting in the area close to him. It turns out that a redhead girl is fighting some dudes who took her brooch that was given to her by her mother. She demands that they return it, but they just laugh at her as they stare at the brooch, which can store mana. They believe that the item is too good for someone who is a trash commoner like her. Standing in the distance, Setsuna easily figures out that the redhead is from the close combat department and the three bullying her are from the long-range department. They taunt the girl, telling her to come and take the brooch by force, while mocking her for being a wielder of the close combat magic. The leader of the delinquents shoots a fireball at her, which she luckily dodges before being turned into barbecue. She is able to move very fast because of the agility provided by the close combat magic. However, she is still at a disadvantage because the delinquents can just continue shooting fireballs at her. The redhead angrily conjures a mana blade, telling the bullies that she will never let them take the brooch from her. The bullies are not in any way scared of the redhead and her mana blade. The leader of the delinquents taunts her, asking if her mana blade can reach him. He unleashes a barrage of fireballs at the redhead girl. She fails to dodge everything and ends up getting thrown to the ground. The leader of the delinquents makes fun of her, calling her a pathetic loser because no matter how strong she claims to be, she will never be able to reach the level of long-range mages. With the redhead on the ground, she has no way of dodging the remaining fireballs coming straight at her. Just as the fireballs are about to hit, Setsuna swings into action and he whips the girl out of the danger zone. This shocks the spectators and the delinquents. With the girl still in her arms, Setsuna acts like the perfect gentleman, asking her if she knows where the close combat magic department is, because he is looking for someone who can guide him there. The delinquents finally get a good look at Setsuna, and they realize that he is the school genius. This initially scares them until they notice the close combat magic crest on the back of his hand. The delinquents immediately assume that they can take on Setsuna because he is now in the trash department. They plan to beat him up as much as they like. Even Setsuna agrees that the magic path is weak, but he knows that it all depends on the way the magic path is used. With what he knows, he is confident that the magic path doesn't necessarily determine the outcome of a battle. As Setsuna walks up to the delinquents, the redhead tries to stop him, telling him that he might get hurt since the delinquents are seniors. However, the delinquents don't want Setsuna to have a change of mind, and they quickly attack him. As the fireball approaches Setsuna, he digs into what he already knows about the close combat magic. He concentrates his magic on the legs so he can get leg strength. With this boost of agility, Setsuna easily dodges the incoming attack, and before the delinquents know it, he has reached them. He leaps over them and lands behind them to get into their blind spot. Setsuna is excited by the way he is moving, and he wants more of it. Setsuna runs around the delinquents while making fun of them for only shooting fireballs since the fight started. He urges them to use another element, but the delinquents are already frustrated at this point. The leader of the delinquents cannot believe the agile movements that he is witnessing right in front of him. Because of how fast Setsuna is moving, the delinquent finds it difficult to land a single hit on him. However, he finally decides to let it all out. He unleashes a powerful fireball that heads straight for Setsuna. Setsuna has already gathered enough mana to conjure a mana blade, and he easily slashes the fireball, leaving the delinquents in disbelief. Even the redhead girl doesn't know that a fire attack can be sliced. Setsuna then explains that it is basically magic against magic, and the proficient one wins in the end. Apparently, Setsuna became the strongest in his past life because of his amazing control of magical power. Setsuna smiles at the mana blade in his hand and realizes that the magic might actually be more useful than he thought. He believes that he is going to be unstoppable if he combines the power with speed. The leader of the delinquents is not about to lose to Setsuna, and he decides that he is just going to use a larger fireball to take Setsuna down. His friends try to warn him and stop him from using a more powerful fireball because of the dangers it poses, and in addition to this, it will attract the instructors. However, the dude is not ready to listen, as he is already thinking of defeating Setsuna no matter what it takes. Before he can cast his spell, Setsuna disappears right before him. Before he realizes what is happening, Setsuna has reached him. Setsuna stares him in the eye before delivering a powerful mana-infused punch to his chest to throw him to the ground in pain. Those who are watching are shocked when they see the delinquent lying on the ground, totally out of commission. Setsuna, on the other hand, is proud of himself, and he realizes that he can actually fight much better as long as his target is in range. Meanwhile, the delinquents cannot believe that the weakest form of magic just took down their comrade like it's nothing. Setsuna stretches his hand toward the delinquents and demands that they hand over the girl's brooch. Without hesitation, they place the brooch in his hands before they end up like their fallen comrade. After giving Setsuna the brooch, the two delinquents drag their leader out of there in shame. Setsuna then turns around to give the redhead the brooch. She smiles like a golden retriever while thanking Setsuna for the assistance. With a bright mood, she finally introduces herself as Layla Rosewill while stretching her hands towards Setsuna. With no care in the world, she grabs Setsuna like her boyfriend, leaving the dude in an awkward position. She then asks him why he chose close combat magic. Since no one is going to believe his reason for picking the magic, he decides to ignore the question and just asks for directions to the close combat magic building. Layla then reveals that the orientation for the new students has begun, and they need to hurry. Layla then leads Setsuna down a lonely path, which obviously leads to the edge of the campus. Setsuna cannot believe that close combat magic is considered so trash that their department is located in a secluded area. Layla then smiles at Setsuna, telling him that she would like him to teach her how to make the mana blade that he used earlier. Setsuna doesn't think too much about this, and he tells her that it all depends on the control of mana. Setsuna is basically telling her the truth, since the magic can be used in many ways, depending on the circumstances. Setsuna believes that he will be able to bypass Vindrake's dispel if he masters the close combat magic. At the same time, he remembers something important, and this is the fact that the headmaster once showed him the back of his hands, and it turns out that he has been bound with 2 different magic paths. It is common knowledge that someone can only have one magic path. Setsuna recognized the first crest as the crest of summoning magic, but he didn't recognize the second one. Setsuna wanted to know, but the headmaster told him that he would know it when the time comes. The headmaster assures him that he is going to entrust the knowledge of the second magic to him. However, Setsuna never got to learn of the other magic till the evil god arrived and the headmaster was killed. Apparently, Vindrake quickly killed the headmaster because he sensed the danger posed by the old man's second magic path. Now that he has a second chance, Setsuna wants to make sure that he learns the magic to change the fate of humanity. Momentarily, they arrive at the close combat magic department. However, Setsuna is still worried that with his current status, he might not be able to get the headmaster's recognition. Upon arriving at the entrance of the department, they find a creepy-looking professor already waiting for Setsuna. He scolds Setsuna for coming late, and when Layla tries to explain, he just shuts her off, saying he doesn't give a damn. The professor tells Setsuna that he might be impressive on the outside, but the moment he joined the department, he became trash. He points his fingers at Setsuna, but Setsuna slowly pushes his hand off while scolding him for being rude. He reminds him that he is a professor in the department, and he is supposed to have some shame since everyone is calling the department trash. This gets on the professor's nerves, and he angrily grabs Setsuna by the shirt. Setsuna calmly replies that he is confident that there are several possibilities to be explored in close combat magic. The professor cannot believe the nerves on Setsuna, and he decides that he has to break his pride. He then asks Setsuna to show him what he has, since he is confident. There are a bunch of other students striking a bunch of boulders as if they are looking for gold. The boulders are so tough that they can't even get them to crack. Apparently, cracking the boulder is the first test needed to determine the student's rank in class. It turns out that there is a crystal stuffed inside the rock, and the students need to extract it as fast as possible. The professor smiles evilly at Setsuna, telling him that those who can extract the crystal will be punished. The professor then screams at the other students, berating them for being stuck with the task for over an hour without any significant progress. The students justify their incompetence by saying the rock is a really tough material to crack. They don't believe that they can crack the sturdy rock with the trash magic that they have learned so far. One of the students even believes that the professor is being hard on them because he hasn't been promoted. The professor then leads Setsuna to a free rock, and he demands that Setsuna show him the possibilities that he is talking about. To make things hard for Setsuna, he tells him that he has just 10 minutes to crack the rock and extract the crystal. Layla is shocked when she hears this, because it is practically impossible to break the rock in 10 minutes. In addition to that, the rock that the professor is giving to Setsuna is bigger than the others. The professor doesn't care about this, as he reminds Setsuna that his 10-minute mark is already going down. Setsuna then walks up to the big rock, and he places his hand on it to feel the texture. The professor assumes that Setsuna is already regretting his actions, and he suggests that he bow to him and apologize. Just then, Setsuna shocks the professor, telling him that all he needs to crack the rock is 10 seconds. The professor almost believes that he has gone deaf when he hears this, and he is forced to ask again to confirm. Even Layla thinks Setsuna is being reckless. The professor smiles, believing that Setsuna has no chance because the rock is denser than the others. Apparently, the professor's time record for breaking the rock is 30 minutes. The professor then decides to ride on Setsuna's word, and he tells him to break it in 10 seconds. Setsuna then prepares to break the rock. He pulls together a wave of mana around his hand to conjure the mana sword. He knows that he has to do something eye-catching to get the headmaster's attention. Since he has better things to aim for, he is not ready for a mere rock to get in his way. Without holding back, he swings his sword hard toward the rock. When the sword hits the rock and doesn't have any effect on it at first, the professor is already talking trash, asking Setsuna how he would prefer to be punished. Suddenly, the rock shatters into small pieces, leaving him in utter disbelief. Setsuna extracts the crystal inside the rock and presents it to the professor, but this only makes him angrier. Even Layla is shocked as she doesn't want to believe that Setsuna actually pulled it off. The other students were also shocked that Setsuna was able to destroy a huge rock in literal seconds, while they had been struggling with the small rock in front of them. Someone immediately comes up with the assumption that Setsuna might actually be stronger than the professor. The professor further decides to be shameless by saying Setsuna is a cheater. He points out the fact that the rock is very hard, which makes it hard to break in even 10 minutes, not to mention seconds. Setsuna is shocked when he hears that the professor needs 10 minutes to break such a rock, and he tells him that he might start considering quitting his job as a professor, since he is trash one at that. The professor Zakari gets really mad, but before he can do anything stupid, his senior, Lionel, arrives behind him and grabs him by the head, asking him if he is bullying students again. Lionel scolds Zakari for causing a ruckus that interrupted his nap, and he tells Zakari that Setsuna didn't cheat. He explains that Setsuna read the flow of mana inside the rock, and he only targeted the weakest spot on it. Lionel tells Zakari that he doesn't see any point in his being a teacher if he can't see through his students' techniques. Lionel then decides to teach Zakari a lesson by announcing to the students that Zakari is about to perform a mana guard, but this only leaves a horrified expression on his face. Before Zakari can even get the time to argue, Lionel has taken up a position, ready to punch Zakari. He tells him that he should have no issue blocking the attack if he is truly training. Zakari starts begging, saying he would never do such a thing again. But Lionel doesn't pity him as he punches him. Zakari tries to block, but the power from the punch still sends him flying into the nearby wall. Setsuna is impressed by the level of power running through Lionel, and he concludes that he is no ordinary person. After he is done dealing with Zakari, Lionel comes laughing with Setsuna like nothing just happened. With his cigar in his mouth, Lionel tells Setsuna to do his best in the department. Setsuna believes that Lionel is trying to downgrade what the department can do, and Setsuna lets him know that he plans to be the best in the department and even defeat students from other departments. Lionel is impressed by Setsuna's determination, and he assures him that he will always be available to teach him magic if that is what he wants. He then steps forward to address the students, and also tells them that he is the head professor of the Close Combat Department. He then tells them that they are about to decide on the representative for the exchange match. Apparently, the exchange match is a major event where the 8 magic departments in the academy compete to determine which is the best. One representative is chosen from each of the departments, and the winner is determined through a tournament. In his past life, Setsuna had won the tournament with the long-range combat department, and this gave him recognition with the headmaster. Because of the importance of the tournament, Setsuna figures out that he can't afford to miss out on it. Just then, Setsuna notices fragments of the black rock on the ground. This is when Lionel reveals that Setsuna is not the only student who has passed the test. Apparently, before he showed up, someone else had arrived and extracted the crystal. The crazier aspect of the whole thing is that he did it with just his fists. Setsuna turns to his left and realizes that the fragments that he is looking at flew from such a crazy distance. He takes a better look at the monstrous student who did it, and he realizes that it is Drago Oakred. Lionel then tells Drago to come forward and walks up to Setsuna with his intimidating height and build. He asks Setsuna why he chose the department when he clearly had an affinity for other magic paths, much better than the close combat magic path. Setsuna replies that there are things he needs to do with close combat magic, but Drago shuts him up, telling him that there is nothing he can do with such a weak body. Drago shows off his aura while boasting of the fact that his family has excelled in the close combat department over generations. To live up to his family's expectations, Drago claims he has been training his body for years. Drago lets off a massive aura that shakes the other students, but Setsuna remains where he is. Drago then throws a punch at him, telling him to fight him because he doesn't want someone as weak to become the representative for the department. Setsuna remembers that Drago was the only outstanding student in the close combat department in his past life. Setsuna smiles when Drago challenges him, and he gladly tells him that he has accepted his challenge. Lionel is glad that the two managed to reach an agreement, and he tells them that the match between them will take place in 1 week. Drago walks away while telling Setsuna not to think of running away before the 1 week comes knocking. He even wants them to fight to the death since Setsuna is claiming that he is a close combat mage. The students are already envisaging who is going to win, but they all believe that Setsuna has no chance against Drago. Layla smiles at Setsuna, asking him if he can win. Her smile quickly fades away when she hears Setsuna say no. Apparently, Setsuna is quite aware that he is no match for Drago in his current state. However, he has a secret plan to counter this. He walks into the woods and Layla runs after him, asking him where he is going. They soon arrive at a big tree, and Setsuna reveals that it is a secret training spot, which only he knows. He touches the tree, and a green aura immediately flows out of his body. Setsuna grins while telling Layla that he plans to become 3 times stronger with the help of the secret training spot. Layla is blown away by the large size of the tree, and she concludes that it is a sacred tree that is more than 1,000 years old, no less. Setsuna, on the other hand, is glad that the tree is resonating with him, just like it did in his past life. Layla then asks him about the green aura emanating from the tree, and Setsuna reveals that it is the blessing of the sacred tree. Setsuna mentions that the blessing can only be given to those acknowledged by the sacred tree, and thanks to his holy mana attribute, he is able to recover his mana. Setsuna managed to find the tree in his past life, and he knows that no matter how much he trains, he can't run out of mana as long as he is near the tree. Setsuna grins at the possibility that he can train however he likes without reaching his limit. Layla is glad to hear this, and since Setsuna helped her get her brooch back, she believes that it is time for her to help the dude too. She makes a fist bump in the air, but Setsuna is genuinely confused as he has no idea what the girl is doing. Inside the close combat department training room, Drago shows off his amazing build and strength as he pushes weights that should be impossible. Drago gets bored with pushing weights, and he asks Lionel if there are still more of the black rocks available in the yard. Lionel is concerned, and he asks him if he plans on breaking all of the rocks, but Drago walks out, telling Lionel that he has no plan to break them. Instead of breaking them, Drago has something else planned. Drago turns out to be a crazy dude as he does push-ups while carrying one of the rocks on his back like it's nothing. Meanwhile, Layla is watching him train, and fear grips her. Without a doubt, she believes that whoever receives a punch from Drago the way he is, will die. This creates a sense of panic within her, and she starts rushing over to where Setsuna is. Setsuna, on the other hand, is sitting by the tree and he is reading a textbook which covers martial arts. Layla is surprised when she gets to the tree to find Setsuna perfectly relaxed, as if there is nothing wrong with him. She scolds him while also telling him that Drago was doing push-ups with 5 black steel rocks stacked on his back. Setsuna is not surprised by this because he already knows what Drago can do to train his physique. Setsuna then assures Layla that she has nothing to worry about because what he is currently working on is also part of his plan. Blue aura emanates from his eyes as he stares at the textbook in his hand. Layla is genuinely confused, and she asks Setsuna what he means by this. Setsuna explains that a physical boost is none other than a reinforcement and controlling the nervous system with mana. Basically, a boost to the legs means focusing on the said legs, and the same thing applies to the hands. With what he has explained, he tells Layla that to boost his memory, all he needs to do is focus on his head. It turns out that Setsuna has gone through a bunch of books while Layla was not around. Setsuna finally stands up from where he is sitting, and since he has gotten all the techniques in his head, he believes that it is time to practice them. Setsuna stands in the clear and throws a well-balanced kick before unleashing his mana sword too. Setsuna makes a graceful swing, but he doesn't stop there. He continues swinging, leaving Layla in awe. Layla admits that Setsuna's method is impressive, and she has never heard of it in the past. However, Setsuna is not impressed with himself because he knows that he still has a long way to go. Setsuna soon gets overwhelmed by all the techniques he is trying to fuse into his body at the same time, causing him to crash to the ground. Layla is worried about him, but he tells her not to because he is merely pushing himself to the limit with a physical boost. Because of this, he is focused on boosting his healing. The blessing of the sacred tree kicks in, and in no time, Setsuna's rough hands turn out to be as good as new. Layla is worried, and she suggests that Setsuna find another way to train himself instead of pushing himself to the extreme. Setsuna argues that he needs to train harder because he can't afford to face Drago with just trash methods. Setsuna points out the fact that Drago has been training himself in close combat magic for years. He tells Layla that he needs to follow the same painful procedure over 1,000 times till the week runs out. Layla is shocked when she hears this because a single cycle is painful enough as it is. Setsuna smiles when he hears this because he doesn't think it is painful enough. He remembers when he was young and was at the orphanage. He couldn't use magic, and every day he was always practicing. Even though he failed countless times, Setsuna didn't give up. He only kept practicing, and even though his growth was slow, he was getting better with every step. Setsuna assures Layla that he has nothing to worry about as long as the painful method helps him get stronger. Setsuna resumes training, and Layla joins him. Together they practice their swings, push their bodies to the limit, and do the same all over again. In no time, Setsuna is already doing push-ups with rocks on his back. Layla watches in awe, and she realizes that Setsuna has been working harder than anyone, contrary to the belief that he is carried by talent. Finally, D-Day arrives, and Setsuna and Drago show up in the ring. Drago is disgusted just by seeing Setsuna, and he reveals his surprise that the dude didn't run away. Setsuna smiles, telling Drago that he has no intentions of running away since he is the representative of the close combat department. Lionel stands by the ring to officiate the match, and once the two are ready to have a go at each other, Lionel starts the match. Setsuna makes the first move as he dashes toward Drago, aiming to get the advantage. He tries to land a punch, but Drago blocks it. Setsuna tries another kick, but Drago still holds his hands to block the attack. However, the force from Setsuna's kick pushes Drago backwards. Setsuna is shocked to see that none of his hits landed because Drago used Mana Guard to withstand everything. Drago now looks furious, and the moment he slightly reveals his stare, Setsuna can sense the killing intent from Drago. Before Setsuna realizes what is going on, Drago has reached him. He sends a punch directly to Setsuna's body that releases a massive aura that affects everyone in the direct line of his attack. Fear grips Layla when she sees this, believing that Setsuna is dead. However, when the smoke clears out, Setsuna is seen in a crouching position, blocking Drago's attack. The students cannot believe that they are watching a fight between two students who just got promoted. Setsuna, on the other hand, easily figured out that he would have been dead meat if he had taken Drago's direct hit. Drago throws another punch at him, but he easily weaves to dodge the punch. This doesn't make much difference as Drago follows through with a right-hand punch, aimed directly at Setsuna's head. Setsuna still manages to block the attack, but Drago is already getting pissed that Setsuna has been doing nothing but defend since the fight started. Drago taunts Setsuna, telling him that he is nothing but a weakling and that everything he is doing is his limit. Layla, in the stands, is already worried that Setsuna is still no match for Drago even after he pushed himself to the limits multiple times. Lionel, who is an experienced tutor, sees the fight from another angle. He knows that to everyone Setsuna is being pushed back. But what they don't know is that Setsuna is perfectly blocking all of Drago's attacks with his mana control. Drago remains on the attack while berating Setsuna for being one of the elites who have been looking down on close combat magic. Drago claims that he and his family have suffered immense humiliation because they were born in a family that wields the close combat magic. However, Drago is determined to change the narrative with his efforts. Drago gets serious, and he unleashes a mana sword. Without hesitation, Setsuna does the same. The fight goes from a fist fight to a sword fight. They swing at each other with immense power, aiming to take each other's head off. Setsuna combines speed with his movements as he dodges all of Drago's attacks. He acrobatically leaps into the air, but this pisses Drago off, and he follows him. He tracks him till he reaches the ground and tries to smash him to pieces, but Setsuna gets out of the way before it is too late. The ground suffers Drago's attack and gets smashed, but he doesn't hold back. Setsuna is pushed backwards, but Drago still follows through with another strike. Drago finally has him pinned down, and at this moment, Setsuna remembers the harsh things the other students were saying about him when they found out that he had picked the close combat magic. Remembering this, Setsuna tells Drago that he understands his frustration. However, Setsuna lets him know that they are both aiming higher. Setsuna finally kicks in and he pushes Drago back by destroying his mana sword with just a swing. Drago is shocked when he sees the difference in Setsuna's movements. Setsuna almost cuts Drago in half, but he slightly dodges the strike. Drago takes Setsuna's words about aiming higher into consideration, and he also gets serious. Drago throws a left-handed heavy punch, aiming to catch Setsuna off guard, but Setsuna easily reacts to this and dodges it. Setsuna moves past him, and in no time, he reaches Drago's blind spot. However, before he can land a hit on Drago, he turns around. Drago puts his arms up to block the attack, but this clearly takes a toll on him. Lionel realizes that Setsuna is overloading Drago's offense and defense, using his exceptional mana control. However, he still doesn't see a clear winner between the two. As the fight progresses, Setsuna figures out that he has to find an opening if he's to break through Drago's tight and hard defense. Drago jumps backwards and he whips out another mana blade. He swings his sword very hard at Setsuna, but Setsuna dodges the strike. Setsuna figures out that Drago has resorted to using all of his mana to land a powerful and devastating attack, aiming to finish off the battle. Since he already knows this, Setsuna is able to time his movement perfectly to dodge Drago's strike. However, Setsuna is now a step away from falling from the ring. He looks back to see how close he is to losing, but Drago, on the other hand, is pleased that he finally has Setsuna backed into a corner. Drago believes that he has taken away Setsuna's chance to use his footwork. With this in mind, Drago cooks up a powerful attack that has his mana boiling. Layla sees this and fear grips her, wondering what Drago just did. Drago then charges toward the supposedly cornered Setsuna with a powerful fist punch, aiming to punch him straight into the afterlife. However, this turns out to be a big mistake on Drago's path. He manages to land the hit, but it turns out to be nothing more than Setsuna's afterimage. It turns out that Setsuna has a way of retaining his afterimage at a position where he is standing if he continues using his mana. By the time Drago realizes what is going on, Setsuna has leaped right over him. Before Drago can turn around, Setsuna swings his sword to finish him off. Drago tries to make a last-ditch attempt to move, but Setsuna's sword diagonally cuts through his chest. Setsuna's attack moves through Drago's body, causing him unimaginable pain as he screams out. Lionel finally realizes that Setsuna relied on a counterattack to take on Drago's scary and consistent attacks. Lionel figures out that they both fought well in the match, but this time around, the match is already concluded. He raises his hand and declares the match over while revealing that Setsuna is the winner. The obvious winner is Setsuna, since Drago is already lying down in severe pain. Layla jumps up in joy to celebrate Setsuna's win, and the other students are also left in awe. Drago tries to stand up, even with the intense pain that he is feeling. The students see this and conclude that Drago is one tough dude. Drago holds his chest in pain, and he figures out that the final blow from Setsuna was perfectly adjusted not to be fatal. Setsuna then stretches his hand toward him to help him, but Drago asks him one question. Drago wants to know what Setsuna is fighting for. Setsuna then reveals that he is fighting so that he doesn't lose to anyone. In addition to this, he is fighting really hard to make sure that nothing is taken away from him, and to achieve this, Setsuna aims to be stronger than anyone else. Drago's eyes light up in curiosity when he hears this, and he finally admits that Setsuna is quite strong. Drago has no choice but to painfully stand up and admit defeat while Setsuna praises him for living up to his reputation. Setsuna believes that Drago might end up being a major factor in the fight against the evil dude. Lionel then walks up to Setsuna to raise his hand as the winner and also to tell everyone watching that Setsuna has been picked as the representative of the close combat department. Some days later, Lionel tells Drago that it is time for him and other representatives to meet face-to-face in preparation for the exchange match. Lionel then urges Setsuna to behave himself when he is there. Setsuna acknowledges the advice as he pushes the door open. He steps into the room, and everyone's eyes immediately shift to him. Since he is the representative of the close combat department, the atmosphere around the other students changes toward him. One of the other representatives boldly makes fun of Setsuna, telling him that he is about to add to the shame that is already inflicting his department. Setsuna stares at the crest on the dude's hand, and he figures out that he is the representative of the enchantment magic department. The dude decides to further taunt Setsuna as he stands up to walk up to him and tell him that he is his opponent for the first round. The enchanter makes fun of Setsuna, reminding him that the close combat department has not won any of the tournaments in the past 100 years. He continues by saying the close combat department is known to stay at the edge of the school for muscle training without doing anything else that is useful. Before he finishes this statement, Setsuna steps on his legs, causing him a bit of pain. Setsuna coldly tells the dude that they must be pretty rude in his department since they lack the proper way of exchanging greetings. The enchantment rep tries to say something, but Setsuna cuts him off, telling him that he doesn't mind if the close combat department hasn't won in years because they are definitely winning the current year's competition. The enchantment rep argues with Setsuna, telling him to stop spewing trash. Just then, a voice from behind joins in the conversation, suggesting that they wait until the first match before they start arguing. Setsuna realizes that everything is just playing out the way it did before the regression. It turns out that the voice addressing them from behind is none other than that of the headmaster. Carol from the summoning department excitedly welcomes the headmaster, telling him that she is eager to show him what her department is capable of. Setsuna knows who she is, and he realizes that Carol still retains her friendly nature. He remembers that Carol gave him a really tough time during his battle with her before the regression. Setsuna knows that he came out victorious in the match, but figures out that he needs to be more careful. The headmaster finally decides to speak, and he congratulates the students for getting picked as their respective departments' representatives. The headmaster talks about how glad he is that 8 talents have managed to gather. The headmaster then reveals that the tournament will be conducted in a one-on-one format, and their opponents are determined at random. Apparently, the close combat department will be facing off against the enchantment magic department, which specializes in infusing mana into objects in life. The second match is between the healing magic department that creates miracles and supports allies, and the long-range magic department, which defeats enemies without allowing them to step any closer. The third match will be between the formation magic department that imbues various powers within magic arrays and the summoning magic department, which commands mythical beasts from other worlds. And then for the final match, it is going to be between the special magic department that doesn't fall into any category and the alchemy magic department, which is capable of permanently altering substances. The headmaster lets them know that the inter-school exchange match is basically a practical lesson to get ideas from different magical departments. The headmaster tells them that the match will be held in 10 days and they are free to learn new magic before then or focus on what they already know. Whatever they do is up to them, but the headmaster says he is looking forward to seeing their fighting spirit. Carol excitedly acknowledges the speech, and just as the headmaster is about to leave, the representatives bow to him. Setsuna then rushes after the headmaster as he walks through the lobby, since this might be his only chance to talk to the old man. The headmaster already knows that he is the close combat representative, and Setsuna tells him that he has a request to make of him. Setsuna doesn't hold back when he asks the headmaster if he will be willing to teach him his magic if he manages to win the tournament. The headmaster tries to play a fool, and he tells Setsuna that his summoning magic will be useless for him, but Setsuna cuts in, saying he is talking about his other magic. The headmaster hears this and immediately becomes hyperreactive. He lets out a terrifying aura that almost cripples Setsuna while asking him how he knows about his other magic. Setsuna can easily sense that the headmaster is wary of him, but he knows that the headmaster's second magic is pivotal to winning against the evil dude. Because of this, Setsuna decides that he is not going to give up. Setsuna then mentions that he might not be able to tell the headmaster the reason, but he should know that the victory of the close combat department after 100 years should mean something. He stretches his hand to the headmaster, asking him if he is not hoping for such. The headmaster finally figures out that Setsuna might not have a hidden agenda. He then tells him that he is going to teach him the second magic on the very day he wins the championship. Setsuna bows to the headmaster, thanking him for the assurance. However, the headmaster lets him know that it is not going to be an easy path. Setsuna doesn't care because he is ready to show the headmaster his resolve during the tournament. The headmaster is pleased to hear this, and he walks away. Later that day, Setsuna sits down alone to enjoy a delicious bread, which Layla told him about. While relaxing, Setsuna figures out that he must do everything he wants before the day of the tournament arrives. Suddenly, he is attacked by a golem. He almost gets his head crushed, but he manages to block it. It turns out that the golem is from the enchantment representative. Setsuna is surprised that he is getting attacked by the enchantment representative. The enchantment representative tells Setsuna that he can't wait for the match because he plans to deal with Setsuna before then. He calls Setsuna a mere trash who had the audacity to embarrass him. Setsuna mocks him, telling him that he is only suffering the consequence of his actions. Before Setsuna knows it, the enchantment rep already has a bunch of golems behind him. However, he decides to dissolve the golems when he figures out that it would be bad for him if it gets out that he is bullying a weak dude from the close combat department. He then walks away, telling Setsuna that he is going to be more prepared during the official match. Setsuna is impressed that the enchantment rep is able to provide mana to a bunch of matter to control them, and he considers him a fairly talented person. Setsuna stares at his bread on the ground, and he is emotionally hurt that the dude wasted his bread. The following day, Lionel gathers his students and tells them that it is their job to prepare for the exchange match, and to do this, they are going to analyze the battle between Drago and Setsuna. Lionel asks the students if they have finally understood what they lack, and they all say yes. Lionel then asks Drago to be the first person to reveal his weakness. Drago mentions that he lost control of his mana and emotions. Lionel then asks Setsuna the same question. Setsuna reveals that he lacks basic power, and he was basically losing to Drago when it comes to pure strength. Lionel is pleased that the two understand their weaknesses, because this is their first step to growth. Lionel then suggests that they work on improvement. Layla then asks Lionel if the match will serve as training for the exchange match. Lionel is pleased with the question, and he reveals that Setsuna will be going up against the enchantment rep, Joel, who, according to Setsuna, is capable of using multiple golems for both offense and defense. Since golems have physical bodies, their basic style of fighting is similar to that of combat magic. Layla is blown away when she hears this from the instructor. Lionel then reveals that he is going to give them each a task. Lionel wants Drago to focus on speed while acting as multiple golems so he can attack from all angles. For Setsuna, he is going to have to deflect Drago's attacks so he can launch a counterattack. Drago prepares himself for the training match, and he assures Setsuna that it is not going to be like the last time they fought each other. Setsuna smiles, telling Drago that he is looking forward to that. Drago charges towards Setsuna and he throws a left-handed punch straight at his face, but Setsuna dodges the strike. Setsuna believes that he has perfectly blocked Drago's attack until he realizes that another strike is heading straight for him. Setsuna immediately figures out that his reaction speed is slow. Lionel is impressed with the fact that Drago has managed to balance his speed and power. Drago looks like a mirage while throwing punches at Setsuna. Setsuna tries to predict his movements, but he fails at a point and almost gets his head thrown off by the giant dude. However, he is still able to dodge the strike, leaving Lionel pretty impressed. Lionel tells Setsuna what combination he needs, and Setsuna acknowledges the advice. Setsuna takes a step backwards and tries to land a counterattack. In the end, Setsuna and Drago crash to the ground in exhaustion. Drago admits that Setsuna gave him a run for his money. Lionel then commends the two, telling them that their movements were not bad. Lionel lets Setsuna know that he should be able to handle 4 or 5 golems in a couple of days. However, Setsuna knows that he is not allowed to let his guard down, no matter how much and how hard he trains. Lionel is pleased with the fact that Setsuna easily understands everything he wants to teach him. Lionel knows that Drago is well versed with the basics of close combat, without a doubt, but at the same time, Setsuna's sense is nothing short of exceptional. In no time, the D-Day arrives, and the arena is packed with students, teachers, and other spectators. The headmaster climbs the podium to address everyone. He lets them know that only one representative out of all 8 will be crowned the strongest. Just as expected, there are bookies placing bets on the match. Surprisingly, the delinquent that Setsuna beat up is betting on him to win the match. Some of the students turn around to look at the calm dude, Actor, who is representing the long-range department. Basically, he will be the one to face whoever wins between Setsuna and Joel. Actor wears a calm but very deadly look. Apparently, the matches change stages randomly, and the first round will be happening on a desert-type stage. Joel smiles evilly when he sees this because everything just worked in his favor. His classmates cheer him on, telling him to take down the weak Setsuna. Layla screams back at the boys, telling them to watch whether Setsuna will still remain the underdog or not after the match. Layla almost jumps up to go beat them up, but Lionel holds her down. Setsuna feels no pressure whatsoever, and he smiles when he sees this. With the 2 contestants ready, the referee starts the match. Joel then whips out a fragment of the black steel rock and smiles at Setsuna, asking him if he knows what he is holding in his hand. Without a doubt, Setsuna knows what it is. Joel is glad that he knows, and he reveals that it is a fragment that is needed to make a golem by fusing it with sand. Joel drops the fragment, and he infuses it with sand to create a scary golem. Joel confidently tells Setsuna that a blade wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the black steel golem. It turns out that he has more than one fragment with him. He opens his pouch to unleash a few other fragments sitting in there. He drops everything in the sand, and he turns them into golems while evilly smiling at Setsuna, saying that he has nothing but a 1 in 10,000 chance to win. There are so many golems that Layla is gripped with fear. To make things worse, Joel reveals that the golems can be made infinitely on the sands that they are standing on. Joel lets Setsuna know that he has no chance of reaching him. Some of the students believe that the match is already decided, and they tell Setsuna to surrender before he gets hurt. Joel also acts all high and mighty, as he tells Setsuna that he is willing to listen to whatever he has to say. Just then, Setsuna drops a bombshell that cracks Joel's soul and efforts. Setsuna lets him know that he is disappointed that this is everything he can produce at his best. Joel is enraged when he hears this, and he loses it. He immediately orders the golems to go after Setsuna. The golems rush at Setsuna, and they all jump at him at the same time, leaving a cloud of dust that disrupts visibility. Joel laughs, telling Setsuna that he just reaped the reward of messing with him. The spectators cannot see anything in the arena because of the dust covering everything. Unknown to them, Setsuna is easily cutting down the golems like they are tissue. He is not even moving from where he was before destroying the golems. When Joel finally sees Setsuna, the golems have turned to nothing but broken pieces, and Setsuna reveals that he has already mastered the black steel rock. Joel cannot believe his eyes, because what he produced are exceptionally tough golems. Just then, Joel starts to remake the golems, reminding Setsuna that he already said he can infinitely make them. Setsuna then reveals that, when it comes to close-quarter combat, nothing beats close-range magic. Setsuna lets him know that no matter how many golems he makes, he won't lose, because all they know are basic combat moves. Setsuna leaps toward the newly formed golems, and he easily cuts them down in a flash. Setsuna swings his sword around like cutting butter, but Joel is not ready to give up. He reaches into his pouch to bring out more fragments, but Setsuna reaches him so fast before he even gets the chance to blink. Setsuna lets him know that he has just found himself in an unfair match. With no way to move, Joel gets punched right in the face. His glasses fly off, and he coughs up blood as he is sent across the arena. The spectators are still unaware of what is happening inside the dust cloud. Momentarily, the cloud dust starts to disperse, and they spot just one student standing. Before they can get a good view of who the standing student is, the referee announces that Setsuna is the winner of the first match. Joel is lying cold on the ground while Setsuna smiles because he just managed to win the first game. Layla smiles and rejoices when she realizes that Setsuna just won. Setsuna's haters cannot believe their eyes when they realize that Setsuna won his match, which is something that has not happened in years. Most of them don't know how Setsuna was able to defeat Joel. Some assume that Joel was unable to maintain his mana output, which leads to his self-destruction. With this assumption, they conclude that Setsuna only got lucky and shouldn't have been able to win against Joel. However, Cyrus knows that Joel didn't self-destruct, and Setsuna beat him fair and clear. Because Setsuna won, Actor finally decides to take him seriously. He figures out that he needs to set up against the dude. With this, the competition continues, and the second match begins. Setsuna returns to the stands, where Layla excitedly welcomes him. She asks him if he plans to watch the match, and he says yes. He wants to see if there is anything he is going to learn during the match. The departments currently going against each other are Summon and Formation. Since the start of the match, Carol of the Summoning Department has gained the upper hand. She sits on the back of a scary wolf that unleashes ice-type attacks at the Formation dude. However, the Formation representative is trying to get close to Carol by cutting down the attacks. Setsuna is impressed by the representative of the Formation Department because his movements are quite impressive. Setsuna wonders if he will be able to do the same in close-quarter combat. Layla admits that the movements from the other departments are pretty cool, but she wishes to get stronger in close combat magic only. Setsuna then finally asks her why she chose close combat magic since there are other magic paths that she could have chosen. Layla then reveals that she was once saved by a close combat mage a long time ago. She narrates that she was playing with her little brother in the forest when they were suddenly attacked by a grizzly bear. Layla thought they were done for until a close combat mage rushed in to help with the situation. The mage punched the bear to death, and since then, Layla has made it her dream to become a close combat mage so she can start helping people around her. Layla chuckles nervously while saying her reason might be childish, but Setsuna quickly corrects her, saying it is not childish. Setsuna tells her that as long as she has a goal in her heart, she will definitely become stronger. Layla smiles like a baby when she hears this. The two are having their good moments when Leo suddenly shows up. It turns out that Leo was the second strongest in the long-range department after Setsuna. Leo pats Setsuna on the shoulder, telling him that he watched his first match and it was impressive. Leo immediately assumes that Layla is Setsuna's girlfriend. Layla's face is totally red while telling Leo that he is wrong. Momentarily, they get to the second round, and the first match is happening between long-range and close combat. The stage selected for the battle is the Scorching Hell, where the participants cannot afford to fall because it is the end for them. When Drago sees the lava-infused stage, he realizes that it would be pretty difficult to approach the opponent. Lionel believes that the stage might be a difficult one, but it is quite advantageous for the opponent. It turns out that Cyrus was the one who arranged the stage because he is trying to get his department to win by all means. Cyrus aims to teach Setsuna a harsh lesson for choosing the close combat department. Meanwhile, Layla has gone to talk to Setsuna, who is studying. There is a vase on the table, and Setsuna quickly tells her not to touch it because it is a contact-triggered magic tool. Setsuna lets her know that the vase will basically suck up all of her mana. Layla is shocked when she hears this, and she demands to know why Setsuna has put something so dangerous on the table. Setsuna then reveals that it is actually a trap set for him, which is basically the 7th trap that he has uncovered. Layla is shocked to hear this, and she asks Setsuna if he is fine with the traps flying around. Setsuna mentions that he has been trying his best to avoid them, so he doesn't think he is in any trouble. Setsuna knows that the culprit is none other than Akhtar, and he is quite experienced because he didn't even leave any evidence behind. Just then, they hear some kids at the door. They step outside to see the kids holding flowers that are meant for them. The kids excitedly reveal that they were sent to deliver the flower by someone standing across the hall. However, by the time they turn around to point at the person, they find nobody. Layla asks why the person didn't come to give the flowers to Setsuna himself. The kids reveal that the unknown person claims that he is shy. Suddenly, the flower falls out of the girl's hand, and she complains about dizziness. A dark aura swirled around the girl, and Setsuna immediately kicked off the flowers because he had seen something like that in his past life. Layla is concerned, and she asks Setsuna what the problem is, and he reveals that the flower contains a poisonous grass called venenum. The kids start coughing, and they lose their balance. Setsuna and Layla attend to the kids, but Setsuna is already pissed that the culprit doesn't mind dragging kids into his scheme. Setsuna lets Layla know that they need to treat the kids quickly because the effect will become irreversible if it stays longer. However, Setsuna is worried about how they are going to find a healer to help them deal with the poison. They lay the kids on the floor, and Layla asks if their conditions need immediate attention. Setsuna says yes, but urges Layla to stay away from the kids. Setsuna is worried that there might be a chance the poison is contagious just by staying close to it. Just then, Layla tells Setsuna not to worry about the kids because she has it covered. She brings out the brooch that her mother bought for her, and just by seeing it, Setsuna remembers the brooch. Layla reveals that her mother embedded the brooch with healing magic, and she immediately activates it while kneeling above the kids. The healing magic kicks in, and the dark spots on the kids start fading away. Layla mentions that her mother gave it to her in case of an emergency, and she already deemed the kid's situation one that needs attending to quickly. Setsuna smiles, saying he is thankful for what Layla is doing. Setsuna then covers his body in aura before grabbing the poisonous grass. Setsuna runs away from where the kids are so he can dispose of the grass before it is too late, since venenum is the most toxic of all flowers. Because of how dangerous the grass is, Setsuna cannot dispose of it in a crowded area to prevent the toxins from scattering. While running to dispose of it, Setsuna is already feeling the toxins creeping up his body. Setsuna runs to the sacred tree because it is the best place for him to do so. Just as he reaches the tree, he throws the flower in the air, and he whips out his mana blade. He slashes the flowers, ultimately destroying them. Setsuna then falls under the tree to recover his mana. Meanwhile, everyone is already waiting for Setsuna at the arena, and they assume that he has run away. The referee looks at his time, and since the time for the match has arrived with Setsuna nowhere to be found, the referee decides to give his verdict. He's about to automatically disqualify Setsuna so that Akhtar can be the victor when Setsuna shows up on the scene, saying he has no intention of forfeiting. He looks utterly pissed, but the dark spots are still all over his body, and when Akhtar sees this, he laughs out loud, mocking Setsuna. Akhtar doesn't deny the fact that he was the one who sent the flowers to Setsuna. Setsuna angrily asks Akhtar if he doesn't mind the fact that innocent kids are being affected by poison, but Akhtar tries to play a fool as if he doesn't know about the poison. Akhtar then says the kids should be happy that they are of use to someone of high status like him. This further pisses Setsuna off, and since they are both present in the arena, the referee starts the match. Without wasting time, Akhtar unleashes a long-range attack at Setsuna. Setsuna manages to dodge the strike, but Drago has sensed that something is wrong with him because his mana is totally unrefined. Apparently, Setsuna was able to purify the grass thanks to the tree, but because he was rushing, he didn't get the chance to purify the poison inside his body. Akhtar continues shooting fireball after fireball, aiming to bring Setsuna down as fast as possible. However, Setsuna is able to dodge everything even though it is taking a huge toll on him. Everyone can see that Setsuna is on the defensive, and Cyrus smiles evilly because his plan worked out very well. He is standing at the other entrance of the arena, waiting for Setsuna to be humiliated. Setsuna then looks into the stands and he realizes that Layla is still not back. He is worried about the kids and he hopes that they are fine. Actor notices that Setsuna is not concentrating on the match, and he uses that to release even more deadly long-range attacks at him. Setsuna's haters waste no time trash-talking him, saying there is no way he can deal with a long-range mage because all he has been doing is running away. Actor continues unleashing his blasts, and he suggests that Setsuna give up, but Setsuna plans to defend himself using Mana Guard. However, a large-scale attack comes flying at him, and his Mana Guard fails to contain the effects of the attack, and he gets hit badly, leaving cuts all over his body. Actor makes fun of him, telling him that he is already falling apart. Just then, Setsuna asks Actor why he is not making moves to finish him off, since the best play will be to prevent a close combat. Setsuna concludes that Actor is planning something because all he has been doing is provoking him. Actor is surprised that he is receiving a lecture from Setsuna, but he admits that he made a really good observation. He then tells him that he cannot be underestimated, and he urges him to look around. Surprisingly, Actor has created a huge pit of lava between himself and Setsuna. Setsuna is standing on a tiny pillar of rock while surrounded by boiling lava. The delinquent who bet on Setsuna almost chokes on his saliva when he sees this. Actor proudly reveals that he is not one to play around with risks. He mentions that what Setsuna is staring at is what he has been aiming for from the start of the match. Just then, Actor unleashes a storm cannon, and Drago is visibly worried when he sees this. Actor tells Setsuna that he is about to finish him off with the storm cannon. Suddenly, Setsuna hears Layla calling him from the stands to tell him that the kids are safe. The moment Setsuna hears this, he decides that it is time he steps on the gas and goes full throttle because he doesn't have to worry about the kids. Setsuna, who has been bending around in pain, finally stands upright to tell Actor that he is about to witness a comeback. Actor is shocked when he sees that Setsuna has recovered. Setsuna then tells him not to be too surprised because all he did was apply a physical boost. He reveals that he has been activating cells since the fight began so he could break down the poison ravaging his system. Setsuna lets Actor know that he is one who fell for his plan because he was busy breaking off the ground around them while he was healing himself. Actor confidently tells Setsuna not to get cocky because there is obviously nothing he can do in his current state. Cyrus agrees to this as he cheers Actor on, telling him to finish Setsuna off. Actor unleashes the storm cannon, and it heads straight for Setsuna. Setsuna weighs his options, and he prepares for a well-cooked plan, hoping that it is enough for what he is about to do. Just as the storm is about to reach him, Setsuna strikes it with his mana blade. It takes a toll on him, but he puts enough effort into it to repel the storm. This shocks everyone, especially Drago. Before the magic can reach Actor, he nullifies, while boasting that he can confidently take down his own magic. Actor makes fun of Setsuna, telling him that his strategies have run out and the fight is over. Suddenly, the smoke in front of him clears, and the next thing he sees is Setsuna approaching him with his mana blade in hand. Setsuna stares Actor in the eyes, asking him if he thinks the distance between them was enough to keep him away. With no way to defend, Actor gets slashed by Setsuna. The cut goes diagonally across Actor's chest, ultimately taking him down. Setsuna then tells him to seek forgiveness from the kids if he is looking for whom to forgive him. Actor passes out cold on the ground, and the referee declares Setsuna the winner. Drago smiles when he sees this, but suddenly the ground under them gives way, and the two start heading into the destructive lava. Setsuna realizes that Actor is unconscious, and he has no way of evading the lava. He decides to save the dude, and he applies some physical boost to his feet so he can move faster. He manages to grab Actor, and just before they fall into the lava, Carol uses her summoned beast, the Fenrir, to save them. Setsuna is shocked when the large beast appears to save them. The spectators are hyped by what they just witnessed from the representatives. The Fenrir gets the two to safety, and Carol pats its head. The medical staff show up to take Actor away while they attend to Setsuna. Carol smiles at Setsuna, saying he probably would have been fine without her help. Setsuna argues against this, saying Carol actually saved his life. Setsuna sees Carol as someone who has the talent and also the style that follows. Setsuna realizes that his preparation needs to be top tier before he faces Carol. Setsuna's haters have started realizing that Setsuna's win against Joel might not be a fluke since he just won against Actor free and fair. The haters know that things are going to be bad if it continues the way it is. Meanwhile, the headmaster remains calm while watching the tournament. Cyrus is pissed that Actor lost to Setsuna, and in rage he tells Setsuna that he is never going to forgive him. After he has been attended to by the medical staff, Setsuna heads back into the stands to meet Layla. Drago lets him know that he heard about everything that happened from Layla, and he admits that he had it tough. Setsuna then asks Layla about the kids, and Layla reveals that they are currently sleeping in the infirmary. She assures Setsuna that the kids are going to recover according to what the doctor said. Setsuna is pleased to hear this as he lets off a cool smile. Suddenly, Setsuna feels a strange aura that causes him to turn around. Layla asks him if there's anything wrong, and he says no. However, he could feel the strange aura that was filled with killing intent. He wonders what exactly is hiding behind the tournament. A week to the final match, Setsuna is still worried about the mysterious presence he felt in the arena the last time. Setsuna finds himself training alone in the woods, and he also summons Lionel. Lionel asks why Setsuna has summoned him, and Setsuna reveals that he wants the professor to guide him just like he did before. Setsuna then decides to come totally clean by calling Lionel his full title, the Fist of Comet Lionel. Lionel is surprised that Setsuna knows about his old title, and he asks him where he heard it. Setsuna wasn't really sure about it at first, but since Lionel didn't argue against it, he finally confirms that Lionel is the one they truly call the Fist of Comet. This was a nickname that he heard in the Magic Corps in his past life. Fist of Comet was a powerful mage who was said to have defeated dragons with just a single blow. Apparently, Lionel had left the army by the time Setsuna joined, so he didn't get the chance to fight alongside him. Setsuna has been thinking about the whole thing and without pride bows to Lionel, begging him to teach him his magic. Lionel scratches his head nervously, saying it's been a long time since someone has called him the nickname. Setsuna then tells him that he doesn't need to worry about that, and Setsuna admits that Lionel is the strongest close combatant that he has come across. Lionel then asks Setsuna why he is seeking such power when he is already strong enough already as he is. Setsuna then confesses that his power is not enough because he doesn't want to lose to anyone, even if he's going up against a damn deity. Lionel hears this and laughs out loud, while saying Setsuna is truly an interesting kid. Lionel then agrees to teach Setsuna his magic. He lets him know that he normally would not teach the magic to a kid whose body is still growing. Lionel then pulls his fist together, shocking Setsuna because of the immense mana gathering present there. Just from gathering mana, Lionel's fist pulls rubbles like a tornado, and he reveals that his magic origin is why he was called the Fist of Comet. Apparently, he can't use the magic multiple times because it consumes too much mana. However, one shot is always enough for whatever he wants to do, and he urges Setsuna to watch closely. Lionel lets his fist go, and this leaves devastating damage to the area of impact. Setsuna's eyes light up in excitement when he sees the amazing power that Lionel wields. Lionel mentions that the technique requires constant gathering of mana, which is why it is not suitable for one-on-one battles like the tournament. He then asks Setsuna if he still wants to learn it even with this disadvantage, and Setsuna says yes. Since Setsuna is willing to, Lionel suggests that they start their training. Meanwhile, Carol has made it to the finals of the tournament, and she will be going up against Setsuna. She has a tea meeting with a strange fellow, and while she is not looking, she is attacked by the strange dude, who places her under some sort of spell in preparation for her match against Setsuna. A week later, Setsuna is looking very good during his training session with Lionel. Even Lionel is impressed, as he never expected Setsuna to have been able to memorize everything he told him in just a week. This was something that took Lionel at least 2 years to learn, but Setsuna has been able to learn it in a couple of days. Lionel commends Setsuna, telling him that he taught him the Fist of Comet, but Setsuna changes it up, renaming it to Charge Bullet. Soon afterward, the arena is packed with spectators, ready to witness the tournament final. The exhilarating final, which is between Carol and Setsuna, has everyone on their toes. Unlike before, people now think Setsuna has a chance, but at the same time, most believe that Carol will still emerge as the winner. The kids whom Setsuna helped are also present in the arena, and they are there to watch and cheer Setsuna on. This time around, the stage that has been selected is the Ruins of the Goddess. To prevent people from getting hurt due to the fierce battle that is about to ensue, the mages put a barrier around the stage. Layla is glad to see this because Setsuna is finally in a stage that won't put him at a disadvantage. However, Lionel is still worried about the whole thing. Setsuna looks at the headmaster, and he remembers the promise he made to him about teaching him his magic if he wins the tournament. Carol smiles as she talks about how Setsuna is looking brighter than before. She urges Setsuna to put up his best during the match. The two then take their position, and once they are ready, the referee starts the match. Carol immediately summons the Fenrir, and the beast releases a massive ice blast from its mouth. Setsuna barely dodges the attack, and he easily figures out that the beast is using a freezing attack. Carol is excited when Setsuna dodges the attack because it just shows how amazing Setsuna's movements are. However, she lets him know that she is not going to give him breathing space. She orders her beast to attack Setsuna again, and this time around, Setsuna multiplies his physical boost 10 times to dodge the beast's attack. With his incredible speed, he is able to evade all of the attacks that are aimed at him before slicing the Fenrir on its head. Layla is glad that Setsuna has finally done it. But Lionel lets her know that it is not done yet because summoned beasts are basically condensed mana. Lionel says the wound is nothing to the beast, and it would ultimately heal in no time. Just as he suspected, the wound on the Fenrir's head starts to heal. Carol is proud of her summoned beast, and she commends it for showing what it is capable of. Just then, Carol freezes the entire stage, and thanks to the barrier, the freezing effect doesn't get outside. Apparently, the Fenrir's attack will be more deadly when operating on a freezing stage. Meanwhile, the strange dude who attacked Carol is also watching, and he wants to see what Setsuna plans to do against the beast. Setsuna finally realizes that he is at a disadvantageous position, and he decides that he is going to end the match with his new skill, Charge Bullet. Before he can make his move, Carol fires several attacks at him, causing him to stay on the defensive. As usual, his haters are already mocking him, saying he has no way of defeating a summoner. Even the kids are scared as they watch Setsuna get thrown around the ring. Just then, Lionel notices what Setsuna is about to do, and his eyes light up in shock. Layla notices this and asks him what the problem is. Lionel lies that there is nothing wrong. But deep down, he knows that Setsuna is trying to use the charge bullet. Even though the skill cannot be used in a 1 versus 1 scenario, Setsuna can do this since he is pretty fast and moves around while charging the skill. Lionel knows that it is not an easy thing to pull off, but Setsuna is just a crazy dude. With the way Setsuna is moving, Carol starts wondering if he is scheming something, but she makes up her mind that she is going to prevent him from doing so. She immediately summons her beast bird, shocking Drago, who never expected her to have a second summon. Even Lionel is forced to admit that the girl is pretty talented because she is able to handle a simultaneous summoning. Before Setsuna knows it, he finds himself surrounded by 2 ferocious beasts. In no time, he gets jumped by the 2, and this leaves a cloud of smoke in the arena. Layla thinks Setsuna is done for already, but when the smoke clears, Setsuna is seen blocking the beasts with Mana Guard. Setsuna admits that Corolla is nothing short of an outstanding mage, which is why he was already expecting her to have a trump card. Carol cannot believe that Setsuna was able to deflect her attack, and while she is still trying to recover from the shock, Setsuna activates the charge bullet so he can finish Carol off. At the same time, the strange dude watching from behind the scenes snaps his fingers, and the spell he puts on Carol kicks in. Carol screams out as the magic takes over her body. Setsuna screams as he leaps toward Carol to try and help, but just then, he senses the type of magic that affected Carol, and to his surprise, it is the evil god's magic. Setsuna is confused about the whole thing, and he starts to wonder what is happening to Carol. Carol raises her hand and summons a ton of evil beasts, but the watching spectators still don't understand that Carol is not the one doing the summoning. Lionel, on the other hand, quickly figures out that Carol is not the one emitting the strange mana that he is feeling. He screams at the referee to stop the match and lift the barrier too. Lionel wonders where the formation mage who put up the barrier is. Unknown to them, he has been knocked unconscious by the strange dude. Apparently, the barrier can only be lifted by the person who put it there. Setsuna now has a ton of beasts on his hands to fight. While dodging the beasts, Setsuna figures out that the person emitting the mana is most likely in the area. He decides to follow the trail of the mana, but while he is making his plan, the strange dude increases the intensity at which the beast will attack him to make sure that he doesn't have the time to cook a stupid plan. Because of the intensity of the attacks, Setsuna finds himself getting clawed by the summoned beast. Setsuna screams in pain as he is thrown to the ground. Setsuna manages to get up, but his hands are badly injured from the beast's claws. The strange dude behind everything is pleased that things are going his way because there is no way Setsuna is going to know where the source of the mana is. He is also confident that Setsuna will soon lose his life, thanks to the severe injury to his arms. Lionel is seriously worried because Setsuna is not being allowed any chance to use his charge bullet, and Carol is also at her limit. Lionel fears that Carol will lose her life if things continue the way it is. Carol manages to regain some part of herself, and she subtly tells Setsuna to run away. Setsuna is shocked when he hears this, but this confirms his suspicion that Carol is being controlled. Tears drop from Carol's eyes as she begs Setsuna to run away so he doesn't die. Setsuna tries to make a run for it, but the summoned beasts have so much coordination that they are able to intercept him. Setsuna then grabs the unicorn, and he angrily throws it at the rest of the summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the headmaster remains in his seat and decides not to make a move. Elsewhere, Lionel is trying to find the mage who placed the barrier because he knows that Setsuna's mana is almost out. He hopes that Setsuna doesn't die before he finds the mage. Setsuna continues to struggle against the summoned beasts. Just then, one of the beasts appeared in Setsuna's blind spot and pierced Setsuna's thigh with its horn, ultimately making life hard for him. Layla gasps in horror when she sees that Setsuna's leg is ruined. Even the other students who are hating on Setsuna now believe that Carol is doing too much. Setsuna crashes to the ground, and the strange dude behind the scenes prepares his summoned beasts to finish him off. The Fenrir charges directly at Setsuna, but he uses his arm to protect himself. The Fenrir bites down on his arm, causing him unimaginable pain. Setsuna screams out in severe pain. Setsuna then remembers a lecture session with Lionel, where he was asking them the most important thing that they need to do during battle. Drago says their target should be subduing the enemy with a single but powerful blow. Setsuna, on the other hand, believes that they need to keep the damage received to a bare minimum while closing in on their enemy. Lionel says they are both correct, but he lets them know that there is one more thing that they have not mentioned. Lionel then reveals that they need a fighting spirit above everything else, which is needed to land a hit on their opponent. Because of this, Lionel decided to take them through an endurance training to help them in the most dire situation. Now that Setsuna is in such a dire situation, he has been surviving thanks to the training. Since the Fenrir is still pressing down on his arm, Setsuna finally gets the chance to charge his mana. He prepares to use the charge bullet, and this shocks the evil dude because Setsuna should be done already. He realizes that Setsuna has been hiding his mana charge using the beast's attacks. Since the summoned beasts are all out of control, Setsuna plans to finish all of them off at the same time. Setsuna pours all the mana into his right fist, and his eyes glow in rage as he prepares to unleash what he has in his tank. Since the summoned beasts are all lined up, Setsuna releases his charge bullet, and it cuts through the beasts, decimating all of them at the same time. Once he one-shots the beasts, Carol falls off the Fenrir, but before she hits the ground, Setsuna rushes over to grab her. Setsuna is glad to see that Carol is fine, and Setsuna heaves a sigh of relief. The students are blown away by Setsuna's display, and since Carol is knocked out, it automatically means Setsuna is the winner. Just as expected, the referee declares Setsuna the winner of the tournament. The referee glazes Setsuna as he tells the spectators that it has been over 100 years since a representative from the Close Combat Department won the Magic Academy exchange match. Setsuna rides the wave as he walks to the front to make a fist bump to celebrate his win. Those who are supporting Setsuna erupt in joy as they all cheer for Setsuna. Meanwhile, his haters are blown away by the type of technique that he used, which is something they have not seen before. Layla smiles with joy all over her face as it finally dawns on her that Setsuna has won. Drago is impressed by Setsuna's display during battle, and even the delinquent who bet on him made a lot of cash. Meanwhile, the strange dude, who is operating behind the scenes, is utterly disappointed that he wasn't able to finish Setsuna off, even with everything that he did. Enraged about his failure, he decides to cut ties with the Formation Mage, since he no longer needs him. While clearing out his involvement in everything, he senses that they have tracked down the Formation Mage. Just as he suspected, Lionel finds the Formation Mage, but the strange dude is far gone already. Lionel rushes over to the Formation dude, who is totally out of commission. Just then, the barrier breaks apart, and the headmaster comes into the arena to talk to Setsuna. The headmaster talks about Carol, and Setsuna tells him that Carol was most likely under someone's influence. The headmaster already knows this, and he tells Setsuna to leave the rest of the problem to the academy. The headmaster is impressed with what Setsuna showed him during the tournament, and because of this, he assures him that he is going to keep his promise. Setsuna is glad to hear this, and he thanks the headmaster for keeping to his word. The headmaster stands up to leave, but he tells Setsuna to come to his chambers the next day. Momentarily, Setsuna heads to the medical room where he is attended to by a healer. After some minutes of working on him, she tells him that his external injuries are all healed, but it might take some time for his internal injuries to heal, and she advises him to rest up. Setsuna acknowledges this and thanks the healer for her help. Just then, they hear knocks on the door. The door opens, and it turns out to be Lionel, Drago, Layla, and the kids, who have come to check on him. They ask him if he is fine, and he says yes. Layla is glad to see the dude hale and hearty, and she thanks him for his victory. Drago does the same thing, and he lets Setsuna know that he is the pride of the department. The kids rush over to him to tell him how amazing he was during the fight. After they are done rejoicing with him, everyone except Lionel leaves. Lionel then tells Setsuna that someone attacked the Formation Mage, but he is going to survive. Lionel says Carol is also shaken, but all she needs is rest. However, Lionel believes that she is going to be questioned when she wakes up. Lionel says Setsuna appears to be the target of the attack, and he asks Setsuna if he has any idea what is happening, but Setsuna just remains silent like a ghost. Later on, the strange man heads to Carol's room. He encounters barrier magic at the door, but he easily breaks through. He plans to kill Carol and then go after Setsuna once he is done. He is aiming to erase everything that connects him to Carol by killing her. Just as he is about to finish Carol off, Setsuna comes rushing in. He already knew that the strange dude would try to silence Carol. Setsuna is able to intercept him before he carries out his plan, but Setsuna is hit with the biggest surprise of his life when he realizes that the person under the hood is Leo. Leo laughs when he realizes that he has been exposed, but he reveals that he left no evidence behind. Setsuna agrees that he didn't leave any evidence, but after seeing what Leo was just about to do, he knows more than enough. Leo smiles evilly while suggesting that they talk outside because he can't stand the scent of medication. Setsuna agrees to this, and as they walk through the street, Setsuna can feel the impact of the injuries he sustained because his internal injuries are not fully healed. Leo then asks Setsuna how long he has known that he was the culprit. Setsuna reveals that after the ceremony where they chose their magic paths, Leo suddenly disappeared, and after thinking about him, he was struck with an ominous feeling. In addition to this, Leo lost his ticket to become the long-range department representative, which is quite weird. Leo is impressed that Setsuna is able to put everything together and come to a conclusion. Setsuna then reveals that he can sense the same mana he used during the tournament. Setsuna refers to the mana as someone else's mana, and Leo asks him what he means by that. Just then, Leo lets the dark mana take him, with strange marks running down his face, and he reveals his surprise that Setsuna knows about the strange deity. Sweat runs down Setsuna's face when he realizes that Leo is no doubt working for the evil god. Setsuna then prepares to engage Leo so he can stop him and prevent him from causing further havoc. At the same time, Leo wants to eliminate Setsuna because he is already tired of him ruining his plans. Realizing that Leo wants to end him, Setsuna makes the first move and tries to slash him with his mana sword, but Leo easily nullifies his attack. Setsuna is shocked to see this, and he realizes that he has suddenly found himself in the same situation that he was with the evil dude. Leo then reveals that he has been granted authority over mana nullification by the evil god, and no matter what sort of magic he uses, it is never going to reach him. Setsuna doesn't want to believe this, and he tries another strike, but the result remains the same. Since the nullification spell only activates when it comes into contact with his attack, Setsuna wonders what will happen if he manages to get to Leo via his blind spot. He maneuvers his way to get behind Leo and he charges toward him with everything, but just before he can get to him, the sword shatters again. Leo turns around to look at Setsuna to tell him that he is basically wasting his time because his mana detection is way faster than his. Before Setsuna knows it, Leo has hit him with a flame attack that throws him backward in pain. Leo then reveals that he wanted to go up against Setsuna when he is fully recovered, but it is what it is. Leo admits that Setsuna has done well for himself because close combat mages are not that powerful the way he is. Leo believes that things would have been much better if he had chosen the long-range magic path. Nonetheless, Leo lets him know that it is the end of the line for him because he is about to die. Leo shoots a lightning attack into his thigh to cause him intense pain. Setsuna screams out loudly as blood gushes out of the wound. Setsuna figures out that Leo is most likely aiming for the wound he sustained during the final round of the tournament. While he is still in pain, Setsuna is forced to ask Leo why he is doing what he is doing. Leo then reveals that he is already tired of the world and he just wants it destroyed. Setsuna doesn't want to believe that this is the sole reason why Leo has turned evil because he knows the destruction that comes in the end. Setsuna screams at him to shut his mouth because he doesn't want to believe that he is talking to the real Leo. Leo angrily charges at Setsuna, and Setsuna is already planning what he wants to do. He knows that he has to wait for Leo to reach him before he unleashes his mana blade. Setsuna wants to do the same thing he did to the evil god at the last minute when he was fighting him. Setsuna is confident that he still has a chance against Leo even though he is badly beaten. However, Leo changes the game and releases a long-range spell before he gets to where Setsuna is. Setsuna's eyes light up in shock as he realizes that Leo's casting time is way too fast. It dawns on Setsuna that Leo is receiving a boost thanks to the power of the evil god running inside him. Leo is about to finish Setsuna off when a voice echoes from behind, telling them to stop, and what follows is white flames blocking Leo's attack from reaching Setsuna. The two are stunned when they see this because they obviously know who it is. Standing on the rooftop is the headmaster and his summoned dragon, as he looks down on the two with a fierce and scary expression. The headmaster and his summoned beast jump down, and he apologizes to Setsuna for coming late, but Setsuna doesn't take offense because the principal literally just saved his life. The headmaster easily figures out that Leo was the one who caused trouble during the tournament. He reveals that he sensed the residual mana and followed the trail. Leo is impressed that the headmaster is able to figure this out, even though it is the least expected thing of him. Just then, the headmaster unleashes a powerful aura from his body that almost blinds Setsuna. He tells Leo that he has no choice but to take him in, even though he doesn't like suspecting his students. The dragon then fires off a powerful magic blast from its mouth to cover the entire area where Leo is standing. Setsuna is blown away by the amazing firepower that the beast boasts of. However, even with the scorching fire that the dragon just unleashed, Leo is still standing. He is able to block the attack using barrier magic. Leo admits that the dragon's power is amazing, and he definitely would have died if not for the authority given to him by the evil god. The headmaster is surprised to see Leo wielding magic nullification, as this is his first time seeing it in person. Setsuna then asks the headmaster if he knows about the magic. The headmaster reveals that the technique was recorded in his family's archives, the House of Silverbook. It is said that by the time the unknown dark powers awaken, the world shall be engulfed in disaster. Apparently, magic nullification is one of the said powers. Leo confidently tells the headmaster that his power is not going to work on him, and Leo starts cooking up a powerful spell that Setsuna recognizes as the three-element compound magic. The headmaster closes his eyes, and when he opens them, his eyes are golden. With a fierce voice, the headmaster tells Setsuna to take 2 steps to his right, and Setsuna can clearly see that the principal's eyes have changed. Setsuna follows the principal's instructions, and he barely dodges Leo's long-range attacks. The headmaster, on the other hand, effortlessly dodges all of the strikes like it's nothing. Leo is shocked when he sees this because his attack is supposed to be a guaranteed hit. The headmaster senses his shock, and he asks him why he is shocked. He lets him know that he is not the only one with an amazing magical power. Leo admits that the headmaster has amazing power, but he doesn't think he has what it takes to dodge his next attack. Leo digs into everything that he has, and he unleashes a powerful dark aura that shoots up into the sky. Setsuna is gripped with fear when he sees the power of the evil god in action. Leo confidently tells Setsuna and the headmaster that there won't be any trace of them left anywhere. When the headmaster sees this, he is forced to admit that he is about to engage in a battle that won't be easy. Setsuna also realizes that things are about to get a lot worse because the entire place will be leveled if the two end up using their trump cards. The headmaster then makes a signal to Setsuna and he quickly grabs on. The headmaster chants a spell that lifts him and his dragon into the air as he prepares an aerial assault on Leo. Leo realizes that the headmaster is trying to minimize the damage to the academy. With this, the dragon unleashes its powerful flames from above, and Leo meets it halfway with his own attack too. Leo's dark attack ends up overpowering the dragon's white flames. This leaves a loud explosion in the air, but the headmaster decides not to do anything else. Leo is surprised that the old man is giving up, and the headmaster lets him know that he is done. Just then, Setsuna appears behind the dragon, charging directly toward Leo with a surprise attack. Leo sees this, and instead of getting worried, he just smiles, telling Setsuna that he has no chance whatsoever. Leo puts up the dark magic in preparation for Setsuna's attack, and Setsuna lets him know that he is relying too much on the dark power. Setsuna is confident that his decision to pick close combat is the right choice, and he plans to prove his point with his current attack. Leo smiles, telling Setsuna not to underestimate the dark power. However, his smile fades away when Setsuna breaks through the barrier like it is nothing, before delivering a powerful blow to punch Leo to the ground like a drum. The impact of Setsuna's punch hits Leo so hard that the ground below him caves in. The headmaster is proud of Setsuna's ability and the way he handled the situation. Setsuna's gamble about speed being a direct counter to the nullification turns out to be right. Setsuna is glad again that he chose the close combat magic path. With Leo out cold, Setsuna rushes over to the headmaster, who tells him that the situation has been resolved. But they need to treat his wounds first. Suddenly they hear Leo's voice again. They turn around to see Leo standing up, and he admits that Setsuna is impressive. Setsuna cannot believe that even after everything, Leo still has the strength to get on his feet. Leo lets them know that it is time he shows them what he has in his arsenal. He releases a powerful dark energy from his body, and because Setsuna is in close proximity, he finds it hard to dodge. Setsuna whips out his mana sword, hoping to cut the energy attack with it, but the blast overpowers him, sending him flying. The headmaster screams out his name as he watches him get thrown to the ground. Losing consciousness, Setsuna figures out that Leo combined long-range magic and magic nullification. As he falls unconscious, he sees a memory of himself and Leo undergoing magic practice in the woods. It becomes so real that Setsuna now sees his head as the target board, with Leo aiming to finish him off. Leo makes fun of him for not being able to save anybody, even though they trusted him. This causes Setsuna to scream out in pain. When he wakes up, he finds himself in the infirmary with Layla beside him. Layla quickly rushes over to him, revealing her relief that he is alive. Layla mentions that he has been unconscious for 3 days. Setsuna is shocked when he hears this, and he angrily grabs the sheets with the realization that he was defeated. He is angry at himself for losing to the power of the evil god twice. Setsuna finally gets off his head, and he asks Layla about the principal. Layla reveals that the headmaster is in his chamber. She is about to continue talking when Setsuna gets off the bed. Layla is in disbelief as she asks him where he is going. Setsuna tells the girl that he needs to meet the principal to confirm something. Layla tries to dissuade him, since he still needs to rest. Setsuna taps her on the shoulder, apologizing for making her worry, but he lets her know that he has to go. Meanwhile, the headmaster is having a meeting with the professors of the school. Just as they rounded up the meeting and were about to leave, Setsuna rushed into the room. Setsuna screams out in worry, but to his surprise, the headmaster looks fine. The headmaster then reveals his relief that the kid is fine. Setsuna walks past the bitter Cyrus, and he just stares at him like some kid he needs to strangle. Lionel pats Setsuna on the shoulder, telling him how Drago and Layla were worried about him. However, he decides to let him be so he can talk to the headmaster. Once the professors are gone, Setsuna bows his head to the headmaster, apologizing for not meeting up to his standards. Setsuna then asks the headmaster about the aftermath of the fight. Setsuna's wounds open up, causing him to grab his tummy in pain, and the headmaster urges him not to push himself too hard. The headmaster then decides to narrate the events that happened after he passed out. Leo decided to retreat because he had used up so much mana. He opened a portal to escape, and the headmaster just watched him disappear. However, the headmaster notices that there is something sinister behind the portal, and he figures out that he has to build up his strength in preparation for the main battle. After hearing this, Setsuna becomes particular about the eyes behind the portal, and the headmaster asks him if he knows anything that he doesn't. Setsuna hesitates, but the headmaster insists that Setsuna tell him every little detail that he knows. Setsuna is hesitant to talk, and the headmaster removes his left glove, reminding him that he already mentioned his hidden magic too. The headmaster says he wants to believe Setsuna, but he needs him to come clean. Setsuna is left in a conflict as he doesn't know if he is allowed to talk about the future. He also doesn't think the headmaster is going to believe him if he says he went back in time. The headmaster notices his stubborn refusal to talk, and he asks him if there is a reason why he can't talk about it. Just then, An idea comes into his head, and Setsuna asks the headmaster to check on the necklace of revival. The headmaster is surprised by this, and when he finally looks at the pendant on the necklace, he realizes that the blessing of the spirit of time has vanished. The headmaster wonders if the blessing has already been used in another timeline, and Setsuna confirms this. Setsuna then comes clean, telling the headmaster that he used the necklace 10 years in the future. He was able to use the power of the necklace because he had his regrets. Setsuna explains everything to the headmaster, and after digesting everything, the headmaster agrees that the future is one that is hard to believe without evidence. However, the headmaster knows how insane it is to go back 10 years to the past. Realizing how much Setsuna has suffered, the headmaster stands up and pats him on the shoulders. The headmaster then tells Setsuna that he is going to be his strength from that moment forward. Setsuna's eyes light up with joy when he hears this, and he thanks the headmaster. Setsuna knows that he can now confidently fight the evil god with the headmaster working with him. He believes that they finally have a chance to save the world. The headmaster then tells Setsuna that he's going to teach him the second magic to counter the evil god. The headmaster reveals that it is called the spirit magic, and it doesn't exist anywhere else. Because of how important the whole thing is, the headmaster suggests that they change environments. The headmaster then takes Setsuna to the large sacred tree, saying he used to train there. Setsuna is shocked to hear this since he uses the tree for his training too. The headmaster then explains that the spirit magic is one that merges someone with a spirit using mana as a catalyst, and then houses great power in the body. Setsuna is shocked and confused at the type of impressive power that the headmaster is explaining to him. The headmaster then decides that it would be better if he shows him rather than explain. The headmaster tunes into his power, and his eyes become golden, just like when he fought Leo. With a golden aura around him, the headmaster suggests that they play rock, paper, scissors. Setsuna is confused when he hears this, and the headmaster says he is choosing this since he can't spar with him because of his wounds. The game begins, and the headmaster defeats him in every round of the game. The headmaster then explains that he just witnessed one of the powers of the spirit of time. It is basically a precognitive eye that can see a few seconds into the future. The headmaster mentions that there are numerous spirits in the world. Apparently, if you make a contract with the wind spirit, it grants you the ability to fly. The spirit of water helps pass through physical attacks. Setsuna is blown away by everything the headmaster is explaining to him. Setsuna realizes that his close combat magic will become much better if he can master the headmaster's spirit magic. The headmaster says the magic requires a contract with a spirit, but there seems to be a step before that. Setsuna is curious about this, and the headmaster suggests that they get down to it. The headmaster closes his eyes and allows nature to run through his body. The headmaster then tells Setsuna that the spirits exist throughout the world, and all he needs to do is feel their presence. Setsuna gives it a try by closing his eyes and completely focusing, while asking the spirits to lend him their powers so that he can counter the evil god. Momentarily, Setsuna opens his eyes, telling the headmaster that he wasn't able to get anything done. The headmaster then explains that this might be the case because of his resentment. Setsuna is totally confused about this, and the headmaster tells him that he needs to achieve inner peace if he wants to become one with nature. This is basically a situation where he feels what is going on around him instead of thinking about it. Setsuna then closes his eyes to give it another try. Setsuna admits that he is always overthinking things. He tries to concentrate, but his mind is all muddled up. The headmaster soon touches him on the shoulder, telling him to calm his mind and not rush. The headmaster confesses that it actually took him 3 years to become one with nature. The headmaster is confident that Setsuna should be able to master it before the arrival of the evil god, which is in 5 years. Setsuna disagrees with this, saying he has to master it as fast as he can because they never know when evil god apostles will attack again. The headmaster is confused about this, and Setsuna reveals that the apostles are said to have come from the same realm as the evil god. Apparently, each of the apostles possesses powers that are totally different from magic. Setsuna is pretty sure that Leo is one of the apostles because of the type of magic that he uses. Setsuna reveals that he only fought one apostle before his regression, and it was his long-range magic that gave him an edge because of how insanely strong the apostle was. The headmaster figures out that the apostles are using the 12 dark powers recorded in his family's legend. Setsuna then says there is a high chance that there are other apostles like Leo who are hiding in the world. The headmaster understands his worry, but urges him not to rush himself because he might end up in a chaotic situation. Just then, the headmaster makes mention of the joint dungeon training, and he tells Setsuna that he might be able to learn 1 or 2 during the training. Setsuna doesn't understand this, and the headmaster assures him that his mentor, Lionel, will explain things to him in detail. The headmaster is confident that Setsuna will get the chance to surpass his limit during the training. However, he lets him know that it won't be easy, and because of this, he urges him to rest very well in preparation. Unknown to Setsuna, the headmaster has another surprise waiting for him in the dungeons. Elsewhere, Leo arrives at the castle where his fellow apostles are waiting. He apologizes for coming late to the meeting, but the 10th Dark Apostle, Jagan, is already pissed. The 9th Dark Apostle, Puker, also makes fun of Leo, saying he was unable to kill a single student during his mission. Leo apologizes for his incompetence, saying he couldn't control himself in front of his best friend. He is saying this while wearing a smirk on his face, and this further pisses Jagan off. Apparently, Leo is the 12th apostle, and the situation between him and Jagan soon becomes awkward. They are about to attack each other when the second apostle, Satanakia, stops them with just his voice. He reminds them that they are apostles and they are supposed to act like it. Satanakia then demands personal reports, but Jagan is still not satisfied. He points out the fact that Leo is a failure, and he asks Satanakia how they are supposed to deal with him. In fact, he is ready to kill him, but Puker urges Jagan to leave the killing to him. Satanakia then tells his comrades to back off because he has already made an arrangement. It turns out that he has someone else already, and he is pretty sure that they are going to succeed on the mission. Days after the tournament, Setsuna returns to class, but Layla remains worried because she believes that he is not strong enough to start attending classes. Setsuna then says he will be fine, since it is nothing more than a theory class. Layla then points out the fact that Setsuna mysteriously got injured again after the final. She wonders what happened, but Setsuna's mouth remains shut. It turns out that the headmaster has already told him not to divulge the existence of the evil god to anyone. The headmaster told him that he would only inform the professors whom he could personally trust about the issue. In addition to this, the headmaster says he is leaving the search for Leo and the protection of the school to the professors. Surprisingly, the headmaster postponed the training for the spirit magic. After thinking about everything that the principal said, Setsuna just smiles at Layla as he usually does, and he apologizes for making her worry. Deep down, Setsuna is thinking about how he is going to recover fast so he can get even stronger. Moments later, Lionel enters the room, telling the students about the faculty's joint training. The students are surprised to hear that there is joint training. Lionel explains that, as the name obviously says, the training will be conducted together with other faculties. Basically, the exchange matches were used to learn the battle style of each magic, but this time around, they will be working together to know each other's limits so that they can break them. Setsuna easily figures out that the headmaster came up with the plan to help improve the mages' teamwork. Lionel mentions that the training will be held in the 1-star class underground dungeon. Because of how dangerous it is, the participation will be based on candidacy. Lionel urges the students to prepare themselves because the training will start in 2 weeks. Setsuna is fired up to be a part of the training, and he figures out that recovering is the first step to doing that. After class, Layla suggests that she and Setsuna have dinner together. She manages to convince Setsuna by telling him that they need to eat a lot before the training starts. As they walk through the school, the students can't get Setsuna's name out of their mouths. They all talk about how amazing he is during the tournament. They are more impressed with the fact that he won the tournament by being a close combat mage. Layla notices the sudden change in students' attitude, and she tells Setsuna about it. Just then, the two run into a blonde-haired dude, Carl. Apparently, he is a noble, and he appears to be a proud one at it. Carl asks Setsuna if he was the one who won the tournament, and he says yes. Carl then presents Setsuna with a ridiculous offer by asking him to join his salon. Basically, the salon that he is talking about is the noble gathering, not the salon where they make hair. Carl confidently says only the respected nobles are invited to the community. Basically, commoners or close combat mages are not allowed. But Carl says he has made an exception for Setsuna. Carl is desperate to get Setsuna in his group because he knows that this will automatically make them unstoppable. The background NPCs are excited when they see Carl scouting Setsuna himself. Carl then tells Setsuna that he needs the connection because it is better he rolls with the big boys instead of rolling with a trash lady, like Layla. Without thinking twice, Setsuna tells the dude that he is not interested. This shocks Carl to his bones, as he was expecting Setsuna to jump at the offer. Setsuna lets Carl know that his magic is irrelevant, and he is the one wasting his time, not the other way around. Carl is pissed by this, and he accuses Setsuna of insulting nobles. He whips out his weapon, which is a golden blade, and he angrily dashes towards Setsuna, aiming to catch him off guard. Before he can get to Setsuna, Layla grabs his hand to restrain him. She tells him that personal fights are not allowed on the school grounds. With a scary look on her face, she subdues Carl. Carl finds himself totally overwhelmed but can't do anything about it. His friends rush over to check on him, and Carl demands that Layla leave his hand. Carl and his friends are forced to retreat, but not before promising to report the issue to his father so that the two can get in trouble. Layla's angry face soon turns into a bright one as she turns around to look at Setsuna. Setsuna grins back at her with the realization that the girl is getting stronger. Just then, Carol shows up with a big smile on her face, waving at Setsuna. Setsuna reveals his relief that the girl has recovered and is doing fine. Carol is thankful that Setsuna saved her, and this is why she wanted to personally thank him. Out of nowhere, Carol asks Setsuna if he will be willing to come to her room. After the embarrassing proposal, Setsuna, Layla, and Drago decide to visit Carol in her private room. Carol is happy to have them around, and she tells them that she is going to prepare a homemade meal for them. Layla immediately offers to help since doing everything alone will obviously make her tired. Layla is glad that all Carol wanted to do was cook, as she was already thinking it was something dirty. Drago starts questioning why he was invited, and Carol lets him know that he believes in having a full house. When they step into the kitchen, Layla is blown away by the healing ingredients that Carol has in her kitchen. Carol says she is trying to cook healing dishes. Setsuna, on the other hand, is worried about Carol, but from what the headmaster told him, she doesn't remember anything about the incident with Leo. He wonders if it is because of the shock or if she is suffering from memory manipulation. Setsuna is glad that everything went without a casualty, but he is sure other students might be under the apostle's target. Drago notices that he is completely carried away with his thoughts, and he calls him back to reality. Drago complains about the fact that Setsuna is always doing everything alone, and he urges him to take a break. Setsuna wonders if he can really take a break like he said. Just then, they hear the two girls talking loudly from the kitchen. From the way they are talking loudly, it appears that they are engaging in a physical exercise, which is definitely not something as simple as cooking. Just then, Carol shows up, asking Drago if he can come over to the kitchen to help them. Drago accepts, but before he knows it, Carol straps Drago with a maid's apron, telling him that it is the only one available. With no choice whatsoever, Drago joins the girls in the kitchen, and in no time, they finish cooking. By the time they are done, the dining table is filled with food, leaving Setsuna totally stunned. Carol apologizes if the food is too much, but Setsuna tells her that she has nothing to worry about. Setsuna is aiming to finish the food since they all put in the effort to make it for him. He grabs his spoon and he uses a physical boost on his tummy to enhance his digestion. Setsuna digs in and starts consuming everything in front of him, forcing Layla to ask him if he is okay. Setsuna says yes, while staring at the delicious egg soup in front of him. Drago notices that he is interested in the soup, and he lets him know that there is more if he wants. Drago makes sure to mention that he was the one who made the soup. Setsuna doesn't hesitate before accepting more of the soup, leaving Carol dazed because she just lost to a man when it comes to cooking. Setsuna is pleased with the fun that they are having, but he remembers that the same thing happened in his past life. However, everything was destroyed thanks to the evil god. Setsuna is determined to prevent the same occurrence again. Before they know it, 2 weeks fly by, and they reach the day of the joint training. The students participating in the training are all present at the entrance of the dungeon, and Drago asks Setsuna if he has totally recovered. Setsuna assures Drago that he is back in top form, which is thanks to the healing meals prepared for him by Drago and the girls. With a good smile on his face, Setsuna thanks them. Drago is happy to help, and he says the effect of the food would have diminished if he hadn't eaten it continuously. Since Setsuna is in the same team as Drago, he is confident that he has nothing to worry about. Momentarily, their seniors start to show up. One in particular walks up to them and introduces himself as Mifune, a third-year student from the formation department. He is accompanied by a lady called Yuzuha. Drago and Setsuna also introduce themselves to the two. Apparently, they are on the same team, and Mifune urges Setsuna to put his best into the training. After Mifune and Yuzuha walk away, Drago tells Setsuna that he looks like a good person, and he agrees. Unknown to them, Mifune is trash, and he can't wait to sabotage them. Once the students are complete, they are addressed by the teacher in charge of the training, Giovanni. He tells them what the joint training is all about, and he lets them know that the dungeon that they are entering is the ruin of the sealed demon. He tells them that ancient undead are inside the dungeon, but it is a 1-star dungeon. Giovanni lets them know that they have to defeat the monsters during the training session. Giovanni informs them that their performance inside the dungeon will be recorded with the bracelet he is wearing, which is known as the Bracelet of Memory. In addition, the loot dropped by the monsters will be considered as bonus points. Apparently, the best team will receive rewards from the academy. However, the best individual student will have the chance to join the training of the kingdom's Magus Battalion. Setsuna hears this and gets excited. The Magus Battalion is the strongest mages in the kingdom, and this is where he met most of his comrades in his past life. He knows that joining the battalion again this time around might give him the chance to meet his former comrades. Giovanni then gives each student their own bracelet, while telling them that they won't be going deep into the dungeons because they might meet dangerous monsters that they won't be able to handle. He then tells them to inject mana into their bracelet if they are in danger, and they are going to be transported back to the entrance. Setsuna, on the other hand, is aiming for the top spot, but he knows that Drago is also waiting to compete with him, making it 200 points. The two stare at each other while saying they are both eager to know how well they are going to perform. Once the teacher tells them to enter the dungeon, the two are the first to unleash a massive aura before rushing into the dungeon. From the story that Setsuna heard, the ruin was made by an ancient civilization, and most of it still remains unexplored. As expected, the monsters inside will be hostile toward intruders. Setsuna figures out that they are still in danger even with the teleportation circle. Drago and Setsuna lead the way until they find a beautiful, spacious room with some ancient vegetation. This makes Setsuna question whether there was really an ancient civilization living in the ruins. He remembers the principal telling him that the training will be crucial for their future missions. Setsuna is aiming to master the spirit magic and also to be the top student in the training session. Momentarily, the other students finally catch up to them. Mifune talks about how fast the two were, while he is completely exhausted. It turns out that they have finally reached the point where they are going to split up. After a quick deliberation, Mifune points to a path which he suggests they take. Mifune believes that going deeper is the right choice, and since they are in a point-based competition, Setsuna believes that Mifune is pointing them in the right direction. However, he notices that the wall in front of them is fake because the vegetation on it appears to be off. Setsuna then tells them that there is a possibility that there is a room behind it. Mifune doesn't want to believe this, as he thinks it is a mere coincidence. Drago agrees with Setsuna, saying he can hear the sound of wind from the other side of the room. With a single punch, he destroys the wall, and it turns out that Setsuna was actually right about a room being behind the wall. Setsuna smiles at Mifune, saying that they are most likely on the right path with this. Mifune is forced to agree that Setsuna is right. With this, they dash into the new path, and Mifune is confident that they will be able to make loads of points. Drago and Setsuna lead the way as usual, but they soon run into a falling boulder. Without hesitation, Drago takes control of the situation, and he cuts down the boulder with his mana sword. Setsuna is impressed because Drago appears to be hyped, and Drago confirms this, saying he wants to show people how impressive close combat magic is. In addition to this, Drago wants to do everything in his power to make sure that he doesn't lose to Setsuna. Suddenly, Setsuna senses a projectile coming towards him, but he is able to dodge the projectile at the right time, and it ends up hitting the wall. Drago realizes that their reaction time and insight have increased a whole lot. Drago then suggests that they should start clearing the traps so that Mifune and his companion can have an easy time on their hands. Shortly afterward, they find a room that houses a chest. Drago and Setsuna are still observing it when Mifune quickly claims ownership of the chest, ultimately taking the glory. He smiles innocently while thanking Drago for giving him the chest. Because he claimed the chest for himself, he was awarded 15 points. Drago is shocked to see this, and it finally dawns on him that they are in a battle of speed. With this in mind, he promises himself that he is not going to lose next time. Setsuna and Drago don't think too much about it, and they continue pushing further into the dungeon. Drago soon finds another chest through hard work, and just as he is about to grab it, Mifune uses his long-range formation spell to grab the chest again. With this, Mifune now has 30 points on the board, and he is smiling innocently while doing all of these. Drago, who has been the one discovering the chests, is basically stuck on 0 points. Drago ignores the red flags, and he continues with the exploration of the ruins. He soon comes across an enemy knight, and after weakening the knight, Drago is about to finish it off, but just as usual, Mifune leaps forward to cut the knight's neck, ultimately taking the glory again. Mifune now finds himself on 40 points, while the hard worker remains on 0 points. Momentarily, they run into a bunch of monsters, which requires teamwork. Since Mifune cannot claim everything there, Drago manages to grab 10 points by taking out some monsters. Yuzuha, on the other hand, has also reached 30 points. Not long after this, Drago finds another chest and Mifune claims it, giving him 55 points. Soon afterward, Drago is already running tired after working so hard without a reward. Mifune admits that he is strong, but he tells him that he lacks vision, which will stop him from moving forward. Drago, who is stuck on 10 points, is already pissed about the whole arrangement. Just then, Setsuna, who is on 25 points, steps up to talk. He mentions that how they are going to share the dungeon reward is a key part of everything that they are doing, but Mifune has been stealing Drago's points for himself. He asks Mifune if that is the way he does his thing, and Mifune proceeds to mock Drago, saying he works with his brains, unlike Drago, who is all brawn. Mifune then comes up with his logic of how humans use one another to achieve their goals. He suggests that the two do the same thing that he is doing if they are mad about it. Setsuna finally realizes that Mifune is a freaking sly because he can easily teleport since he has 2 different formation magic circles. It makes things easy for him, but Setsuna has figured out the flaw of the technique. Setsuna also figures out that Yuzuha has not been caring about the points, unlike Mifune, which suggests that she might have hidden intentions. The exploration continues, and Mifune smiles at the two, saying they will soon clear the dungeon. Mifune has reached 80 points while Yuzuha is on 50 points. Setsuna is still stuck on 35 points while Drago is battling with his 10 points. Momentarily, they arrive in a room that feels awfully different, and Mifune spots a chest sitting in front of them. Without thinking twice, he activates his teleportation circle so he can grab the chest. However, this turns out to be different from the other chests, as it releases a powerful dark fire that hits Mifune. An overwhelming aura emanates from the chest, and when it finally opens, a terrifying monster that has no business being in a 1-star dungeon appears from inside the chest. Apparently, the monster is known as the King of Death, and the dark fire that he emits brings about freaking nightmares. The team is surprised when the King of Death opens his mouth to speak, and he tells them that they are going to pay for disturbing his sleep. Setsuna concludes that the monster is extremely dangerous, and he tells Drago to take the wounded Mifune out while he fights the monster. However, Drago is not willing to back off because he is seeing a body full of points, not danger. The monster then unleashes another blast towards the wounded Mifune, but Setsuna saves him by cutting the fire. Drago charges toward the monster, but he suddenly encounters a magic circle. With no room to escape, he gets hit by the magic circle. Thankfully, he puts up his mana guard right on time, which ultimately saves his life. The King of Death then unleashes multiple magic circles at the same time. With this, Setsuna figures out that the monster is nothing short of a 4-star monster. Setsuna finds himself surrounded by dark fire on all fronts. At the same time, Mifune has a target on his head. Setsuna is forced to scream at him, telling him to wake up from his slumber. However, Drago comes to the rescue by cutting down the dark fire. Mifune wakes up to the sight of Drago saving his life. Drago then stretches his hand toward him, asking him to help. Mifune grabs Drago's hand and finally gets back on his feet. Yuzuha finds herself being targeted by the magic circles, and she freezes in fear, forcing Setsuna to rush over from where he is to save her. He asks her if she is fine, and with a bright smile she replies that she is, and she also thanks Setsuna for saving her life. Drago continues holding off the monster until Setsuna finally joins the fight, telling Drago that it is time for them to get serious. Instead of Mifune to support them, he is thinking about how they are going to steal the points and just get out. Drago notices that something is off about him, and he asks him if he is still plotting anything. But Mifune claims that he has no bad intentions toward his saviors. However, deep down, he is an awful person who can't wait to betray them. Drago then assures Mifune that he is not getting the points this time around. Setsuna prepares himself to engage the monster, and he figures out that he couldn't finish Leo off during their last fight because he didn't have the time to properly use his charge bullet. In a flashback, Setsuna and Drago are undergoing a training session with Lionel. To help them get stronger, he brings out a bracelet infused with weight magic, telling them that they are going to get stronger if they get used to wearing the bracelet. However, he didn't want Setsuna to wear it because he was still recovering. Lionel explains that it is an old-fashioned method that needs to be used carefully. Instead of shying away from the challenges of wearing the bracelet, Setsuna is even hyped for it. Now in the dungeon, Setsuna decides to take off the weight bracelets from his legs and hands. He is already used to it, and taking them off makes his body feel very light. Drago does the same, and just the sound of the bracelet hitting the ground shows that it is heavy. Mifune is shocked when he sees this, leaving him to wonder just what sort of strange item the two have been wearing. With the restrictions off, Drago and Setsuna dash toward the monster at high speed. They apply physical boosts to their body to help them move even faster. Drago goes after the magic circles, and he starts punching them to destroy them. Drago soon reaches the King of Death, and he tries hitting it on its head, but the monster grabs him by the leg. However, this doesn't save the monster as Setsuna appears from the side to kick the monster. The two are able to deliver a simultaneous attack on the monster, leaving a loud explosion. Mifune is shocked when he sees the entire attack area go up in purple smoke. Drago and Setsuna's teamwork has successfully decapitated the monster with their kick. Setsuna checks his points and realizes that it has increased to 50 points, and the same thing applies to Drago. Because they both defeated the monster at the same time, the points were distributed between them. Mifune is shocked when he sees this, and he realizes that Setsuna and Drago were not unleashing their full potential from the start. Setsuna then turns around to ask Yuzuha about her injury, but to their surprise, she is nowhere to be found. They are wondering where she is when the ground starts to shake aggressively. The ground under them gives way, and Mifune almost falls in, but Setsuna saves his life. He grabs him and pulls him back up, and when they look into the hole, they see a ton of undead monsters emerging from below. Realizing that they might not have what it takes to engage such a high number of monsters, the team is forced to move backwards. Setsuna is left to wonder why the dungeon is acting so differently. Before the team can get the proper chance to retreat, they are overwhelmed by the monsters. Setsuna screams at his teammates to aim for the heads if they plan to kill them. Mifune is forced to fight, but he realizes that they are not getting any points from killing the monsters. Momentarily, Setsuna figures out why they are not getting any points from killing the monsters, and this is because the undead monsters are getting revived by the power of darkness. Drago complains about the high number of monsters, and Mifune reveals that the dungeon is a strange one because the monsters inside are not those of a one-star dungeon. Just then, Setsuna senses the source of the magic power, and it turns out that it is coming from the lower floors. Setsuna then asks the team if they can sense the same thing that he is feeling from the lower levels. Mifune doesn't get a whiff of this, and he thinks Setsuna is making a mistake. Setsuna assures him that he is not mistaken, but he doesn't know whose magic power it is. Since they are not sure, Drago suggests that they should confirm. He dives into the lower levels, and Mifune is hesitant to enter. Setsuna then tells him that he has no choice because staying on the surface will only lead to his death. Mifune is pissed about this, and he asks Setsuna if he is underestimating him, but Setsuna lets him know that he is basically telling him the reality of things. Setsuna reminds Mifune that he doesn't have any other strategy but to steal points from Drago. With this, Setsuna dives into the lower levels too. Mifune concludes that the team and the dungeon are a mess, but he has no choice but to join them. As the battle continues, Mifune is forced to ask the two if they have been training together in the past because they appear to be in perfect sync. Drago just mocks Mifune, calling him talkative. And Mifune defends this by saying he prefers to talk rather than listen to the annoying voice of the undead. Setsuna then points to his left, saying he can feel a strong magic coming from that direction. The trio follows the path, and they soon come across an eyeball monster that appears to be the source of the strange magic that they are feeling. Setsuna is blown away because it is his first time seeing an eyeball monster. Mifune, on the other hand, is planning something. Drago senses this and then acts as if he wants to stretch his hands before using the opportunity to hit Mifune in the face. Drago apologizes for stretching out of nowhere, but he has already carried out his plan. Just then, Setsuna destroys the eyeball monster while Mifune is still struggling with his face. This gives Setsuna 10 additional points to what he already has. Drago then senses that the monsters are converging on their position again, and this is probably because they have sensed that the source of their magic power is gone. Setsuna doesn't care because they now have a chance to earn points by killing the monsters. Drago is also excited to take on the monsters, and when Mifune sees this, he decides to brace up so he is not left behind. Before they start engaging the monsters, Setsuna then asks Mifune if he knows anything about Yuzuha's movements. Mifune says he has no idea, and he believes that Yuzuha ran away because she got scared. Setsuna, on the other hand, doesn't believe this. He knows that something is off about Yuzuha because she doesn't look scared when they are attacked by the Death King. In addition to this, they have been encountering strange monsters that they have never seen before in a one-star dungeon. Since the eyeball monster was supplying dark magic, Setsuna wants to believe that the apostles are involved. With this in mind, Setsuna figures out that Drago and the other students are in danger. Setsuna can only hope that Layla and the others are safe wherever they are. Just then, the monsters come rushing toward the three, and Drago excitedly welcomes them because all he can see are bonus points. Without holding back, the two start beating up the monsters like a Cherokee drum. Drago ends them with his strong punches while Setsuna slices them to bits with his mana sword. By the time that they are done wiping out the monsters, Setsuna manages to reach 200 points, and Drago has 210 points. Mifune also has 100 points, and since he has reached his desired points, he believes that it is time for him to leave. Drago is surprised, and he asks him if he has no intentions of looking for Yuzuha, since she is his friend. Mifune laughs when he hears this, and he reveals that Yuzuha is not his friend because he only just met her yesterday. Mifune claims that Yuzuha was the one acting all friendly with him. Mifune believes that the girl is already outside, crying her eyes out in fear. Setsuna is surprised to hear that it was just yesterday that they met. Mifune is tired of talking, and he tries to teleport away by activating the bracelet, but to his surprise, it does not work. Mifune is shocked to see this, and Setsuna lets him know that their only choice is to walk back to the surface. Mifune tries to call Setsuna to reason that something is wrong. Drago agrees with Mifune as he asks the same question. Just then, Setsuna senses the strange magic power from earlier again. Just then, Setsuna tells the two that he is leaving to find Yuzuha, but he assures them that he will be fine. Mifune is surprised to hear this, and he starts asking Setsuna if he has somewhat fallen in love with Yuzuha. Drago disagrees with Setsuna, telling him that he is going with him. Setsuna then tells Drago that he can sense a strange magic power from below them, and he urges Drago not to push himself in the face of danger. Drago agrees to this, but the cowardly Mifune believes that they are supposed to head outside to report the situation to Professor Giovanni. Mifune then asks why Setsuna is so confident that Yuzuha is below them. Setsuna reveals that he can sense Yuzuha's faint mana. Setsuna then tells Mifune that he is free to leave so that he can report the situation to Giovanni. Setsuna and Drago continue into the deeper floors of the dungeon, leaving Mifune conflicted. He wants to follow the two because he is scared of going out alone, and while he is still thinking about what he wants to do, Drago comes back to pat him on the shoulder and tell him to join them in searching for Yuzuha so that they can all leave the dungeon together. Mifune has no choice but to join them with the hope that they find the girl fast so that they can leave. As they move deeper, Mifune asks Setsuna how he is able to sense Yuzuha's mana when he and Drago can't. Setsuna then answers that he is able to do this through constant practice, but Mifune believes that he is full of BS. Suddenly, Drago senses cold air hitting them as they get to the lower floor, and he realizes that the atmosphere is also different. They soon hear a strange sound coming from a distance, and Setsuna points in the direction from which the noise is coming. Drago leads the way, and he realizes that there is someone in front of them. Suddenly, it dawns on them that it is Yuzuha. Drago is still asking her if she is fine when they realize that something strange is going on with her. Her face is popping out like the undead, and she is sitting on a magic circle. Surprisingly, she stretches her hand forward, asking the trio to help her. Mifune starts regretting all of his life decisions as to why he followed the two. Drago wants to grab Yuzuha, but Setsuna stops him, telling him not to get close to the girl. Drago is surprised when Setsuna says this, and Setsuna explains that what he is staring at is an ancient trap. Setsuna has figured out that the traps in the dungeon are most likely activated by an item powered by dark magic. This was something he witnessed in his past life, and he is skeptical that Yuzuha intentionally used the item on herself. Setsuna believes that the entire thing is planned out by someone else behind the scenes. Setsuna then tells the team that the trap can only be destroyed by a special magic. They need a magic weapon to basically destroy the magic circle that Yuzuha is sitting on. Setsuna tells the team to leave the handling of the magic circle to him, and Drago gives him free rein to handle it. Setsuna whips out his mana blade and he charges it up before striking the magic circle with it. A strike from Setsuna is able to destroy the circle, breaking Yuzuha away from the influence of the magic. Yuzuha falls into Setsuna's arms, and before she completely passes out, she says something about not allowing Setsuna to go further. Setsuna is left wondering what she means by this. Just then, Setsuna notices the source of the magic power, which is the earring that she is wearing. Mifune quickly jumps in, saying Yuzuha was reckless, which is why she ended up where she is. He asks Setsuna if Yuzuha will be fine. Setsuna answers that he honestly doesn't know, but suggests that they regroup with the others. Setsuna carries Yuzuha on his back, and he is confident that the event is the handwork of the apostles. Drago lets Setsuna know that he has a lot he wants to ask him, but he is going to wait until they leave the dungeon. Setsuna then asks Mifune if the bracelet has started working. Mifune tries out the bracelet, but the result remains the same, leaving him to ask if Giovanni gave them a defective magic tool. Setsuna tries Yuzuha's bracelet, but it also doesn't work. Drago then suggests that they continue moving, but suddenly, the room is rocked by an earthquake. This triggers their sense of emergency, and they start running for their lives. Mifune is already crapping his pants as he wonders what is going on with everything. Momentarily, they find themselves trapped, even though Drago tried his best to break a path for them to follow. Setsuna suggests that they find a safe path instead of using brute force to break through the blocked path. On the other side, Layla and her team are searching for students who are trapped under the rubble. Layla and her team soon find a student trapped under rocks, and they help him out. Layla then uses her brooch's healing magic to help ease the dude's pain. While healing the student, Layla is secretly praying that Setsuna and Drago are safe. Still trapped behind the rubble, Drago asks Setsuna if he can't do anything with his charge bullet. Setsuna replies that he can actually do it, but it is risky since the force from the skill might end up triggering another earthquake. Drago then says they should be fine as long as they are able to remove the rubble. Setsuna is worried because the air is getting thinner, and before they know it, they will find it difficult to breathe. To make it worse, they have exhausted themselves from fighting the monsters. Setsuna then tells the team that there is actually a way for them to get out of the situation, but it might require them to go deeper underground. Drago is worried about Mifune and Yuzuha, but Setsuna says he will be carrying out the mission by himself. Mifune is surprised at just how confident Setsuna is. Mifune agrees that Setsuna is strong, but he lets him know that there are stronger monsters residing in the deeper levels, and because of this, Mifune thinks it's best for Setsuna to stay with them. Setsuna then replies that he might be wrong, but he thinks the reason for the earthquake is that the dungeon boss has woken up. Basically, they can't teleport back to the surface because the mana is being overridden by a stronger mana presence. Setsuna lays it out for them, saying that the dungeon is no longer a one-star dungeon. Drago is impressed by just how much knowledge Setsuna has in his small head. Setsuna doesn't override the compliment because he knows so much, thanks to the fact that he has been exploring dungeons in the past. Mifune then asks Setsuna if Drago will be staying back with them, and he says yes. Mifune then urges Setsuna to mark his path just in case things go south. Setsuna agrees to this while assuring the team that he is going to save them. As Setsuna steps out to carry out his plan, he wonders just how powerful the dungeon boss is, since it is able to easily affect the dungeon and the monsters. Setsuna is also worried about just how effective close combat magic will be. While taking on the undead monsters in his path, Setsuna wished that he had fire magic or purification magic because it would have made things easier. Basically, the downside to close combat magic is that it lacks elemental attributes, and most of the magics are direct attacks. Nonetheless, Setsuna is able to easily take down the monsters, thanks to the unexplainable fire burning inside him. While Setsuna is trying to save them, Drago is trying to find a way through the rubble. Mifune then finally admits to how impressive the close combat magic is because he has been cheating, but the two were simply outshining him. Mifune sounds pathetic while saying this, and Drago tells him to stop being the P word because they are definitely leaving the dungeon alive. Suddenly, they hear Layla's voice from behind the rubble. Drago quickly screams out, telling Layla and his team that they are trapped and they need help. Layla places her ear on the rubble to clearly hear Drago, who tells her that they are all trapped, aside from Setsuna, who is looking for a way out. Without wasting time, Layla and her team get down to removing the rubble. As Setsuna moves deeper, he notices that the atmosphere has changed. He soon notices an exit in front of him, but there is no way to access it because it is blocked, all thanks to the boss's awakening. Setsuna looks around but can't see anything, but at the same time, he knows that he can't let his guard down at any point. Suddenly, he senses a strange aura behind him, and his spider senses kick in, forcing him to immediately jump from where he is. The unknown monster attacks where he was previously standing, leaving massive destruction in its wake. Setsuna barely escapes death, and when he turns around to check out what sort of monster it is, he almost dies from fear. The monster turns out to be the terrifying double-headed Hydra, and without a doubt, the exhausted Setsuna has somehow found himself in a 2v1. Setsuna wonders if the Hydra is the cause of the dungeon's weird patterns. Setsuna then notices that the Hydra's body is corrupted, which means it was forcefully resurrected by someone. Without thinking too much about it, Setsuna figures out that the only one strong enough to do this is someone blessed by the power of the evil god. Setsuna is still analyzing the situation when the Hydra unleashes a green mist from its body. Even though Setsuna doesn't know the components of the mist, he knows that he can't afford to be dragged into it. Setsuna leaps backward, but he figures out that the only way out of the dungeon is for him to defeat the Hydra. Coming to this conclusion, Setsuna holds his breath, ready to effectively engage the Hydra. Setsuna leaps into the air and charges directly at one of the monster's heads. He lands a hit, causing the monster to get really mad. It attacks frantically, but Setsuna moves out of the way before getting hit. Setsuna runs to the monster's back, all while holding his breath. Setsuna reveals that he was used to fighting Hydras in his past life, and the Hydra obviously doesn't die unless the heads are completely destroyed. He knows he has to cut down the heads one after the other. However, his last attack did nothing thanks to the monster's thick skull. Setsuna makes another move at the monster while aiming for the soft spots. He targets the neck area, and he successfully cuts down one of the heads. However, Setsuna almost gets melted by the liquid attack unleashed by the surviving head. Setsuna's cape is shredded, but he manages to get out of the situation in one piece. Setsuna is thankful that he wasn't hit by the corrosive attack because it would have been the end for him. As if things are not bad enough already, Setsuna watches the Hydra's decapitated head grow back. Setsuna figures out that the Hydra is able to regrow its head thanks to the regeneration ability provided by the undead power. It finally dawns on Setsuna that the only way out of the situation is to cut the two heads at the same time. Setsuna knows that defeating the Hydra would have been much easier, given that he was able to use long-range magic attacks. Setsuna then decides that his only option might be to try out the secret move he has up his sleeve. In a flashback, Lionel finds Setsuna trying to conjure two mana swords, but he is having a difficult time with them. Lionel commended him for even getting stronger than his peers, and Lionel figures out that his body is unable to keep up with the impressive image that he has in his head. Lionel told him that it usually takes 20 years for a capable close combat mage to do what he is trying to do. Lionel lets him know that his body as a student is underdeveloped, and his mana path is also blocked. Lionel revealed that the first thing he has to do is to train to control his mana from inside his body. After hearing what Lionel had to say about the technique, Setsuna finally realizes that the mana control between a long-range mage and a close combat mage is totally different. Setsuna then sits down to properly learn how to control his mana. Now that he is facing the Hydra, Setsuna figures out that the only way out for him is the technique, even though he hasn't tried it out yet. He figures out that doing it safely with the first sword is the way out. Once he is able to safely carry out the first sword attack, he can then do the second sword strike. Setsuna jumps toward the Hydra, and he is able to land a hit using the mana sword, but it doesn't achieve the desired result. Setsuna realizes that he needs more strength to do this. He tries landing on his feet, but the Hydra shocks him by hitting him with its tail. Setsuna still manages to land on his feet, and he decides to give it one more try. While he is still trying to cook up his attack, the Hydra shoots the corrosive liquid at him. Setsuna barely dodges the attack by changing position at great speed, all while excessively draining his mana. He notices that something is putting pressure on him, and he assumes that it is the Hydra's poison. Setsuna figures out that he needs to end the fight as fast as he can. He runs at the Hydra with the clear thought that he has just one chance. He holds his breath and concentrates while leading the Hydra on. The Hydra chases after him, but thanks to his maximum concentration, he is able to pull out two mana swords at the same time. Before the Hydra can react to the sudden change in Setsuna's movements, he has decapitated the Hydra, leaving a massive and gory explosion behind him. Setsuna is thankful that he was able to pull it off, but he knows that he still has a long way to go in fully mastering the technique. Just then, a strange dude appears in the room, clapping for Setsuna and commending him for being able to defeat his creation, even though he is just a close combat mage. The dude finally understands how Setsuna was able to defeat Leo. Setsuna finally gets a good look at the dude's face when he comes closer, and it turns out to be their professor, Giovanni. However, Setsuna doesn't show any sign of fear and nervousness, leaving Giovanni more impressed. Setsuna lets Giovanni know that he is not surprised because he is always expecting the unexpected to happen. Giovanni commends Setsuna's amazing knowledge of how things work. Setsuna then tells him that he has two things to ask him. Setsuna wants to know if Giovanni is an apostle, and why he is also doing everything that he is doing. Giovanni takes a moment before revealing that he was impressed by Setsuna's display at the tournament. Because of this, he was interested in getting an undead to make it his puppet. It turns out that he was the one who afflicted Yuzuha with the magic that affected her. Setsuna is pissed that Giovanni planned everything from the start. Giovanni claims that Yuzuha wanted to become his ally, and all he did was to fully use her to his own advantage. Giovanni is glad that she was not suspicious of the earring that he gave her, but Giovanni is not happy with the fact that Yuzuha resisted being an undead at the last minute. Setsuna is tired of hearing the trash that is coming out of Giovanni's little mouth, and he promises him that he's going to defeat him. On the other hand, Layla and the other students have been able to move the rubble out of the way to save Drago, Mifune, and Yuzuha. Drago thanks everyone involved in getting him out of the hole that he was trapped in. Layla then points out that the ground is no longer shaking, and Drago says there is the possibility that Setsuna has defeated the dungeon boss already. Mifune gladly tells them that the bracelet's mana signature is also back online. Layla then suggests that they move up a bit so that they can teleport to the safe area. Drago, on the other hand, tells Layla that he is heading back to find Setsuna. Drago tells Layla to take care of the other students, and she acknowledges the order, saying she will be waiting for him outside. Drago thanks Layla, and he runs back into the dungeon's deeper level. Back to Setsuna and Giovanni. Giovanni is excited to see how Setsuna plans to make him pay for his sins. Setsuna angrily dashes toward Giovanni, aiming to punch him to the afterlife. But Giovanni blocks Setsuna's attack with a freezing attack. Setsuna's punch ends up hitting an ice wall, shocking him, but before he knows what is happening, an ice spike emerges from below. Setsuna barely escapes being impaled to death, but he leaves with a clear cut to his face. Giovanni makes fun of Setsuna, telling him that he has no chance of defeating him because his attacks are more effective against a close combat mage. Setsuna quickly figures out that Giovanni, being a formation mage, can launch counterattacks. Without thinking twice, Setsuna concludes that he has to finish the fight as fast as he can. However, he is running on empty mana thanks to his previous battle against the dungeon boss. Setsuna figures out that Giovanni's magic is the same as Mifune's. This means he has to do something at the teleportation destination before activating his magic. With all of these running through his head, Setsuna dashes toward Giovanni, but before he lands his hit, he looks around to sense where Giovanni's magic circle is. However, it is too late as he gets impaled in the shoulder by an ice shard. This pierces him really hard and he cries out in pain. Setsuna crashes to his knees in pain, and Giovanni makes fun of him, telling him to give up. Setsuna assures Giovanni that he is not going to give up until he breaks the curse on Yuzuha. Giovanni is shocked to hear this, and he asks how Setsuna knows how to break the curse. Giovanni also asks him why he is so passionate about saving Yuzuha when the girl was ready to sacrifice him to become an undead. Giovanni then tells Setsuna that he will easily break the curse on one condition, which is pledging allegiance to him. Giovanni grabs Setsuna's head like a baby while saying this, but Setsuna angrily replies that he is never going to pledge allegiance to an evil dude like Giovanni. Setsuna tries punching Giovanni's head, but he blocks the attack with an ice wall again. However, Setsuna has figured out where Giovanni will be this time around. Just as Giovanni is emerging from the magic circle, Setsuna is already onto him with his mana sword in hand. Giovanni is shocked when he sees an enraged Setsuna in front of him. He can't believe that Setsuna has already figured out his magic pretty fast. With no time to react to Setsuna's surprise attack, his hand gets sliced off. However, Giovanni is an evil dude with much in his arsenal. He smiles while commending Setsuna for his wise moves. Giovanni then grows his hands back, revealing that he is also an undead. He claims that he was saved by the evil god when he was on the verge of death. He calls himself the evil god's masterpiece because he has been given the power of immortality. Giovanni starts talking about his stupid logic on how weak humans are because they grow old and die. Because of this, Giovanni plans to turn all humans into undead. Giovanni grins at Setsuna, reminding him that he doesn't have any strength left to fight, and he urges him to surrender when he still can. Setsuna knows that Giovanni is not wrong because he is starting to lose consciousness, but he wants to find a way to defeat Giovanni before he is totally knocked out. Suddenly, Setsuna senses his friend's mana, and he smiles, knowing that help is on the way. Setsuna decides not to do anything again, and Giovanni activates the magic circle under him so he can start the ritual. Just when he starts to concentrate on the ritual, Drago appears behind him, and he throws a rock at him. The rock flies at a crazy speed that it tears Giovanni's head apart in the mouth region. Setsuna then follows through with an uppercut, but Giovanni's body turns into ice again, ultimately escaping to another magic circle. Drago runs to Setsuna, asking him if he is fine, and Setsuna thanks Drago for coming just in time. Drago is worried about how badly injured Setsuna is, but Setsuna tells him not to worry about him because he can still fight. Setsuna then asks about their seniors, and Drago explains that they were saved by Layla. Drago assures him that they are already escaping the dungeon, and Setsuna smiles, knowing that Layla is growing into a reliable person. Giovanni emerges from one of his magic circles, enraged that Drago interrupted his ritual. Drago is shocked to see Giovanni, and Setsuna explains to Drago that Giovanni is behind everything that has happened. Drago is pissed that a traitor is in the academy and lets Giovanni know that he is going to punish him. Setsuna explains that Giovanni turns his body to ice and then launches a counterattack whenever he is attacked. He tells Drago that he has to dodge the attacks as fast as possible. Setsuna then says Giovanni can teleport, but he can't do it continuously. Setsuna tells Drago that he has to attack Giovanni, forcing him to teleport while he waits for him at his teleport destination. Setsuna figures out that Giovanni's regeneration is getting slower, and he believes that he will be able to finish him off at his teleport destination. With their plan intact, Drago charges at Giovanni. Just as expected, he turns into ice and disappears to the next teleport destination. However, Setsuna is already waiting for him, and even though he risks suffering a frostbite, Setsuna doesn't care. He punches Giovanni so hard with his fists that have been imbued with mana. Setsuna delivers a right-hand punch and follows through with a left-handed punch, piercing through Giovanni's body as he screams out like a pig. Giovanni is sent crashing into a wall, but he is missing most of his upper body from Setsuna's rage-filled attacks. Because of how much he has pushed himself, Setsuna crashes to the ground. Giovanni, on the other hand, is not yet done, and he brings out an item given to him by the evil god, which will allow him to fuse with the Hydra. Giovanni activates the magic item, forcing him to morph with the Hydra, and he angrily tells the two that he is going to make sure that he kills them for making him use his trump card. Drago's face reeks with fear as he watches the terrifying and ugly transformed Giovanni stand tall above them, while Setsuna is lying on the ground, totally battered. He figures out that he and Drago are just going to end up dead with the way things are going. With his blurry vision, Setsuna notices that there is a burning image displayed in Giovanni's transformed body. He remembers what the principal told him about spirit magic being the process of enhancing the body by assimilating a spirit, which can only be achieved through a total state of emptiness. Now that he is totally out of energy, Setsuna can finally sense the state of emptiness that the headmaster was talking about. He realizes that a spirit is in the air, and with his last breath, Setsuna begs the spirit to lend him its power so he can save his friends. Suddenly he hears a voice telling him to shut his mouth. Setsuna is shocked, and out of nowhere he finds himself in a strange dimension. He wonders where he is because the environment looks totally different from inside the dungeon. Just then, he looks behind him to see a giant fiery creature staring down at him. Setsuna wonders if what he is looking at is one of the spirits that the headmaster was talking about, and if this is the case, he realizes that the spirit has a titan form with an aggressive mana form. Setsuna's legs are visibly shaking just from standing in the presence of the fiery spirit. Setsuna manages to pull himself together, and he tells the spirit that the evil god threatens the safety of him and his friends, and to save them, he needs his power. The spirit looks down on Setsuna before opening his mouth to tell him not to be arrogant. The spirit gets mad and unleashes a fiery aura from its body, causing the entire ground where it is standing to erupt in fire. Setsuna is blown away by how powerful the fire magic is because he feels affected even though he is standing at a distance. The spirit looks even more terrifying than before, and he asks Setsuna if his request is going to benefit him in any way. Before Setsuna knows what is happening, he gets hit with a fiery boulder, which pins him down. Setsuna is shocked, and he asks the spirit why he is acting all strange. The spirit then replies, telling Setsuna that he is not obligated to agree to his requests. The spirit shows how serious he is by choking Setsuna further with the boulder, while increasing the intensity of the fire. Setsuna soon finds himself engulfed by fire, and the spirit reveals his intention to make the realm hell for him. Setsuna is consumed by the fire, and this causes unimaginable pain, forcing him to scream. However, Setsuna knows that he has to find a way to persuade the spirit, or else it is going to be the end for him and his friends. The spirit is surprised when it realizes that Setsuna is still conscious, even though he has increased the intensity of the fire. The spirit knows that a normal human should have passed out. Just then, the fiery spirit senses the presence of the spirit of time in Setsuna, leaving him to wonder why. Setsuna is not ready to give up, even though he is getting roasted like a chicken. He screams out, telling the spirit to listen to him. The spirit is surprised to see how much Setsuna is resisting, and he also notices the presence of the evil god and his apostles. Once Setsuna realizes that the fiery spirit knows about them, he tells him that what he wants is to defeat the apostles. The fiery spirit remains stubborn, telling Setsuna that he is just going to burn him to ashes. Setsuna then replies that he doesn't care because he has no intention of backing down. This reaches the fiery spirit, and he finally tells Setsuna to prove himself. He releases a massive wave of fiery breath on him that engulfs his entire body down to his soul. Setsuna is completely overwhelmed by the fire, but he manages to stay conscious by using the well-being of his friend as a focal point. Setsuna is in so much pain, But he maneuvers his way around by telling the fiery spirit that he can't do it until he defeats the evil god and his minions. The fiery spirit is surprised to see just how much Setsuna is willing to endure. He admits that no one has ever endured a whole year in his dimension. The fiery spirit cannot believe that Setsuna is taking all the pains just because he wants the power to save his friends. Momentarily, the fiery spirit realizes that Setsuna is losing consciousness already, but he has shown enough to impress him. Because of this, the fiery spirit bestows upon him his powerful crest, while telling him to get rid of the evil god and his detestable minions. With this, Setsuna is sent out of the fire dimension, and he returns to his body. Meanwhile, Drago is getting battered by Giovanni because he can't properly defend against his ice attacks. Giovanni is surprised that even after everything that he has done to him, he is still standing. Giovanni cannot believe just how stubborn he is in defending his pride. Giovanni lets him know that his stubbornness is not going to lead him anywhere. Drago finds himself unable to move because Giovanni had hit him so badly with his ice powers. Giovanni easily grabs Drago, telling him that he is about to finish him off. Giovanni then tells him that he will kill Setsuna, whom he has been protecting, once he is done with him. Giovanni makes fun of Drago, telling him that he and his friend will get along well as corpses. Giovanni throws Drago to the ground like he is trash, and since Drago can't use Mana Guard again, there is no way to defend himself. Drago lies on the ground, watching Giovanni prepare to finish him off. Finally accepting that he is going to die, Drago remembers how his father told him to protect his friends, using the close combat magic. Drago is disappointed that he is unable to fulfill his father's wish. Giovanni angrily unleashes his corrosive attack on Drago, leaving a cloud of dust. By the time the dust clears off, he is expecting a mangled body, but to his surprise, there is no one there. All that is left is the damaged ground where the attack hit. Giovanni starts wondering where Drago disappeared to, but he suddenly feels a warm presence close to him. He turns around to see Setsuna in a bright and fiery new form staring at him. Setsuna had managed to grab his friend away from danger just at the right time. Setsuna looks totally different with red hair, thanks to his awakening. Giovanni is left stunned as to what sort of form Setsuna has suddenly awakened with. He is still thinking about this when Setsuna disappears from where he is standing. Before Giovanni realizes it, Setsuna has reached him. Setsuna delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying into the wall. Giovanni crashes hard into the wall, leaving him wondering how a close combat mage is able to use elemental magic. Giovanni soon realizes that he didn't just receive damage from Setsuna's attack. The attacks have also damaged his regeneration speed, causing it to ultimately slow down. He figures out that Setsuna's flame is far from normal. Just then, it dawns on him that there is another crest on Setsuna's hand. Giovanni doesn't want to believe the fact that Setsuna now has 2 magic paths in his body. Suddenly, Giovanni finds himself trembling in the presence of the amazing firepower that Setsuna wields. Giovanni doesn't want to accept that he is actually scared of Setsuna. Giovanni then motivates himself with the fact that he is an undead who has conquered the idea of death. He unleashes a poison mist from his mouth, claiming that it is a broken skill that no living being can handle. Setsuna proves him wrong by simply cutting through the poison wave with just a flamed-up punch. He easily pushes the poison wave aside, shocking Giovanni to his bones. Giovanni is still asking himself where Setsuna is able to get such power when Setsuna dashes toward him at great speed. Setsuna hits Giovanni with a flame-powered punch, forcing the F word out of him. Giovanni is thrown across the room, but to his surprise, Setsuna has not even started yet. Just then, Setsuna misfires the power, and he loses consciousness. Giovanni realizes that Setsuna is still a newbie when it comes to the power, and he makes fun of him for passing out during battle. Giovanni immediately takes control of the situation, and he tries to hit Setsuna by punching him, but to his surprise, Setsuna dodges the hit. Giovanni is shocked at this, leaving him to wonder just how Setsuna was able to dodge it. He figures out that Setsuna is moving based on instincts, and he thinks of restricting his movements to properly defeat Setsuna. Giovanni unleashes his ice powers, and it turns out to be a direct hit. The ice shards penetrate Setsuna's body, restricting him to one place. Giovanni commends Setsuna's powers but lets him know that he is still a baby when it comes to fighting the big boys. Giovanni then runs towards Setsuna, aiming to decapitate him, so he can prove that being an undead is much better. Just as he is about to reach Setsuna, he sees his arm flying in the opposite direction, leaving him shocked. He looks down to see what happened, only to see Layla standing in front of Setsuna with her mana sword in her arms. Layla apologizes to Setsuna for coming late, and she assures him that nothing will happen to him again. Giovanni is pissed at himself for putting all of his focus on Setsuna, which is why he didn't see Layla enter the room. However, he is not worried about Layla as he plans to end Layla very quickly. Layla turns around to check on Setsuna, and because of the changes happening to Setsuna, Layla is left to wonder what is happening to the dude. Nonetheless, she is willing to protect Setsuna as long as she can. On the other hand, Setsuna finds himself back in the fire dimension. The fire spirit makes fun of him for losing consciousness to just a weak level of flame. Setsuna expresses his concern because he thought he had become one with the fire spirit. Just then, Setsuna notices that Layla has joined the fight and she is in danger. With this in mind, Setsuna starts begging the fire spirit to teach him how to properly wield the power so he can return to the real world. The fire spirit then tells Setsuna that he will have to find an answer himself because this is the first time he will be granting a human his power. Setsuna is shocked to hear this, and at the same time he sees Layla struggling against Giovanni. Layla tries to hold her place against the terrifying beast, but Giovanni is way above her league. He hits her repeatedly before smashing her into the iced-up Setsuna. Layla coughs up blood, but she is not ready to give up. She remembers Setsuna telling her that she can become stronger as long as her resolve is strong. Layla starts burning up with the desire and right resolve to protect her friend. However, she is still no match for Giovanni. She gets hit even more, but this starts to spark something crazy inside Setsuna. The fire spirit adds more fuel to Setsuna's determination, asking him if he is ready to be alongside his potential girlfriend. When the fire spirit doesn't get a response from Setsuna, he decides to end Setsuna himself. He releases a massive firepower that engulfs Setsuna totally. Giovanni is still toying with Layla when he suddenly realizes that something has changed. Setsuna steps up with flames engulfing his body. He leaps toward Giovanni and grabs him by the head before activating the magic of the flame spirit Inferno Blaze. The flames from Setsuna's body totally fill the area where he is standing. Setsuna pushes Giovanni down with just one hand while releasing a powerful fire magic from his body. Setsuna tells Giovanni that he claims immortality is good, but he reminds him that humans work really hard to get everything they want because they know that they have limited time. Setsuna then reveals that he was able to properly understand the flame magic when he was about to die. Giovanni deems Setsuna's power an impossibility, but Setsuna increases the intensity of the fire until there is nothing left of Giovanni again. Just then, Setsuna hears Layla calling him and asking if he is the real Setsuna. Setsuna replies that he is unchanged, while assuring her that everything will be fine, with a big smile on his face. Setsuna walks toward Layla, thanking her for protecting him while he was out cold. He asks her about her wounds, and she assures him that she is fine and that she is also glad that he and Drago are also fine. From the other side of the room, Drago confesses that he never expected Layla to come. Layla reveals that their seniors have already escaped with the teleportation magic, but she had a bad feeling, which is why she decided to come and check on them. She also told the other students to explain what is happening to the professors, and because of this, she is sure that they will soon arrive to help. Setsuna is about to commend Layla for her hard work when the amount of power he has used takes a toll on him, and he loses his mobility. He crashes to the ground and his red hair returns to his normal hair color. Fortunately, help arrives at the right time. A rescue team rushes into the room saying they heard about what happened, which is why they came to help. One of them grabs Setsuna to help him, but he tells the rescuers to help his friends first. He then looks up to see that his friends are being attended to. Setsuna smiles, realizing that everything turned out well. With this, he finally passes out, and when he opens his eyes again, he realizes that he is now in the infirmary. Setsuna regains total consciousness with the realization that he has become a day-to-day customer in the infirmary. Nonetheless, he is glad that everything turned out good. Just then, Lionel enters the room, revealing his shock that Setsuna is already awake. Without saying too many words, Setsuna is already asking after the well-being of his friends. Even Lionel talks about this, saying Setsuna is always worrying about his friends even though he was totally out of commission for 3 days. Lionel then tells him that his friends and his seniors are all fine. He is apparently the last one to wake up in the group. Lionel says he heard how he fought a strong opponent, but he assures him that the entire aftermath has been handled by the headmaster. Setsuna is glad to hear this, but he knows that there is a lot that remains hidden from them. Just then, Lionel tells Setsuna that he is sorry, but Setsuna is confused as to why the teacher is apologizing to him. He then reveals that he heard about Leo's incident from the headmaster. Lionel then says the principal had told them to conduct an internal investigation because there are still a load of dangerous people like Leo in the school, but the recent incident has delayed it. Lionel is pissed that they were not able to notice Giovanni's ambition and ended up putting the students' lives in danger twice. Because of this, Lionel tenders his sincere apology. Lionel assures Setsuna that he is not going to allow such an incident to happen again. Setsuna cannot believe that his teacher is bowing to him and quickly tells him to raise his head. He tries reaching Lionel, but the pain in his body drags him back. Lionel urges him to calm down because his body is still suffering from the after effects of using his mana too much. On the other hand, he assures him that all of his injuries have been cleared out thanks to healing magic. Lionel says this is all thanks to the person who rushed into the dungeon to help him, and this leaves Setsuna wondering just who it is that helped them. Just then, the said person enters the room, and it turns out to be the bald-headed Professor Zakari. Zakari has a plate of cut apples in his hand, and he gives them to Setsuna. Lionel then hits him in the back, reminding him that he still has something that he wants to tell Setsuna. Zakari finally puts his head down, and he apologizes for the way he treated Setsuna during the orientation exam. Zakari revealed that he used to be an honor student in the academy, but when it turned out that the only magic path he could use was close combat magic, he was abandoned by his friends and family. Zakari was still suffering from the trauma of what happened to him, which is why he was pissed at Setsuna for choosing the close combat magic path when he obviously had other paths he could have chosen. Nonetheless, it turns out that Setsuna's team has the highest score in the joint training, and Setsuna's score is the highest recorded in the close combat department. Because of the incident that happened, the joint training with the kingdom's Magus battalion has been cancelled. However, Zakari is pleased that Setsuna is able to show everyone that the close combat department is not trash. Surprisingly, Zakari thanks him for everything that he did to help. Setsuna is blown away by how Zakari is talking like a whole different person. Setsuna also apologizes for his rudeness during their first encounter. With the two settling their differences, Zakari leaves, assuring Setsuna that they are going to be meeting in class. After Zakari is gone, Lionel brings out a glove saying the headmaster told him to give it to him. Setsuna is confused about why the headmaster is sending him a glove, and Lionel reminds him that the spirit crest on his other hand is one no one has heard of or seen before. Setsuna then asks Lionel if he knows about spirit magic, and Lionel reveals that the other name they call spirit magic is ancient magic. It is basically the magic that triggered a great war among mages hundreds of years ago. This is why everything that concerns the spirit magic is banned. Lionel urges Setsuna not to use the magic in front of anyone because he is done for if the Holy Church finds out about him. Setsuna has always heard about the magic that caused the war but doesn't know that it was the spirit magic. Nonetheless, Setsuna wants to know how Lionel knows about the magic. Lionel then confesses that it was the headmaster who explained it to him. Lionel adds that the principal has told him about everything, including how Setsuna regressed. Lionel assures Setsuna that only he and the principal are aware of this in the entire academy. Setsuna is relieved that Lionel now knows about it too, but he wonders if Lionel is the best person to know. Just then, Lionel lets Setsuna know that he doesn't care what kind of life Setsuna lived in his past life. All he cares about is the fact that Setsuna is a student of the academy. Setsuna is relieved to hear this, and he thanks the professor for this. Setsuna asks about the headmaster, and Lionel tells him that the old man will be away for some time because he found some clues about the apostles. Setsuna is curious when he hears this, but Lionel tells him to ask the headmaster himself when he comes back. Lionel leaves the room, urging Setsuna to rest so he can recover because he has something to tell him afterward. This further increases Setsuna's curiosity because he doesn't know what Lionel is hiding from him. Setsuna then realizes that he would have been dead meat if not for the power of the spirit. Although it was all thanks to Layla's confidence in him, Setsuna is worried that he might not have what it takes to use the power again. Setsuna removes the bandages to stare at the crest, and he admits that the flame's power was incredible. Suddenly he hears the spirit's voice, telling him that he is a mere human, and he should not think he has the strength to wield his power. Setsuna is confused as to where the spirit is talking from until the spirit finally shows itself in a physical form, and it sits on Setsuna's head like a loyal puppy. The spirit jumps off of Setsuna's head before introducing himself as Blazer. Even with how cute Blazer looks in his animal form, Setsuna can't get the terrifying image of how he previously saw him out of his head. Blazer rushes to the window to see how much the world has changed, and he is blown away. Blazer says everything is so huge, but Setsuna knows he is feeling that way because he is small. Setsuna then asks Blazer if he is that impressed with what he is seeing. Blazer admits that human society might not be special, but because it is his first time seeing it in his current form, he is blown away. Since it is his first time, Setsuna asks him why he chose his current form. Blazer, being the proud dude that he is, says he has no obligation to answer, but he decides to make an exception. Blazer then reminds Setsuna that they are connected via the crest, and since he needs to manifest physically, he needs mana. However, he can't manifest in his true form because Setsuna will just run out of mana in no time. This is basically why he chose his current form, and Setsuna finally understands what isn't clear to him. However, it dawns on him that this might be his only chance to know everything that he needs to know about spirits. Setsuna then decides to ask about the Great Magic War from hundreds of years ago. He asks him if he was involved in the war and what happened at the end of the war. Blazer realizes that Setsuna is a sly dude, but he decides to answer anyway. Blazer tells Setsuna that he doesn't remember much about the war, but he knows he went on a rampage just as his contracted human wanted him to. Blazer then stops there, saying he is not interested in the past and just wants to live in the moment. Blazer leaps off the bed and runs out of the room, forcing Setsuna to chase after him. Setsuna is scared that things won't end well for him if the church finds out about the existence of a spirit. He puts on his glove, ready to capture Blazer before this happens. Blazer runs through the school like a lost cat, while Setsuna tries chasing him down. Blazer runs past students, who are surprised to see such a weird creature. While some are weirded out, some think Blazer is a cute creature. Setsuna finally catches up to Blazer, but Blazer still makes fun of him for having such a weak body. Blazer decides to push him further, and he runs away again. Setsuna has no choice but to continue chasing Blazer, and he knows that things would have been better for him if he were in the perfect condition. Joel spots Setsuna running toward him, and he thinks he can get his attention, but Setsuna just runs past him like he is invisible. Joel cannot believe that he just got ignored by Setsuna, but the same thing happens to Carl too. Meanwhile, Cyrus is watching from behind a pillar as Setsuna tries to catch up to his rogue pet. Setsuna soon finds himself in a classroom, but there is no sign of Blazer anywhere. Setsuna looks up to see that he is in Mifune's class, ultimately shocking him. Mifune hears the girls in his class mocking Setsuna, but he quickly steps in, telling them with a serious tone not to mock his friend. The girls are surprised when they see Mifune defending Setsuna and even calling him a friend. Mifune then tells Setsuna that the atmosphere in the school changed towards him because he scored the highest during the joint training exercise. Mifune knows that it is that way because none of the other students know the real story. Setsuna smiles, saying he never expected to be called a friend, and Mifune lets him know that whoever he can use is worth being his friend. Setsuna grins, talking about how unique Mifune's personality is. Mifune then tells Setsuna about Yuzuha, and he lets him know that Yuzuha is no longer in danger, but she is still suffering from the after effects of what happened to her. Basically, she's being interrogated by the professors. Setsuna hears this, and since he knows how meticulous Giovanni is, he doesn't think he is going to leave any trace. Just then, Setsuna asks Mifune if he has seen any red animal in the area, and Mifune tells him to head toward the courtyard. Setsuna looks from the window and sees Blazer running in the courtyard just like Mifune said. Setsuna thanks Mifune and continues his chase. Meanwhile, people are already gathered as they are all attracted by the type of animal Blazer is. Some wonder if it is a magical beast, while others think Blazer is a pet. Blazer, on the other hand, couldn't care less as he enjoys himself with some flowers. Setsuna stands by the corridor shouting Blazer's name, and this catches Actar's attention. Because of the way Setsuna is calling Blazer, Actar quickly figures out that the creature is his pet. He decides to act rashly by punishing Setsuna through his pet. Trying to act like he is protecting the students from a magical beast, Actar decides to attack Blazer with ice magic. Blazer watches as the ice shards fly towards him, and all he does is blow out some flame from his mouth to entirely destroy the ice shards. Actar is shocked to see this, and he almost dies from fear when Blazer smiles at him in a creepy way, while asking him if he just attacked him. Blazer then decides to teach Actar a lesson as he breathes fire on him, burning him up a bit. Actar screams in pain before rushing off to avoid further damage to his body. Setsuna witnesses everything unfold from where he is sitting, and he is only glad that his pet is okay. Just then, it dawns on him that the students might be in danger, since Blazer can use his powers even in his animal form. Some students who witness the incident also get curious about Blazer, but they decide to back off when Blazer wants to associate them with Actar. Setsuna is still standing on the balcony when Layla arrives on the scene. Setsuna fears that his friend is in danger, and he tries rushing toward Layla. However, the pain in his legs prevents him from doing this. Layla is now face to face with Blazer on his guard because he was attacked by Actar. Just then, Layla senses a familiar presence in Blazer, and she walks toward Blazer, asking him if he was the one who helped Setsuna in the dungeon. Layla, being the nice and modest girl she is, goes on her knees and she bows to Blazer, thanking him for helping her friend. Blazer is impressed by Layla's attitude, and he commends her for it. Setsuna is shocked when he realizes that Blazer is no longer trying to hurt people, and his mood has totally changed. Layla then reaches into her basket and brings out one of the fruits that she wanted to give Setsuna. She offers Blazer the fruit, and he happily accepts the gift. Blazer bites into the fruit, and his eyes light up in happiness because of how delicious the fruit tastes. Setsuna cannot believe just how easily Blazer can be domesticated. Later on, Blazer joins Setsuna and his friends in the dining hall. Blazer sits on Layla's lap while consuming everything sitting in front of him. Drago is blown away by just how much Blazer can eat, and he asks Setsuna what kind of animal he is. Setsuna nervously answers that it is a magical beast. Setsuna decides not to tell his friend about Blazer's original nature because he might be in danger if the church later finds out. Setsuna is relieved that Blazer is not acting aggressively toward the students. Setsuna thanks Layla for her help, and she replies that she only did what she could because Blazer only acted the way he did because he was surrounded by a lot of people. Blazer himself soon notices that his presence is drawing the attention of the students, and since all they are doing is gossip, he decides to let them off. Setsuna is also relieved that all the students believe that Blazer is nothing but a rare animal. Blazer turns to Layla, telling her that he won't mind making her his subordinate if she continues bringing him gifts. Thankfully, Setsuna is the only one who can actually hear Blazer's voice. Setsuna then thanks Layla and Drago for saving him in the dungeon. Layla lets him know that it is their duty to save him as their friend, and Drago agrees with her. Drago then reaches into his pocket to bring out a letter that was sent to him by his parents. They heard the news that his team got first in the joint training exercise, and this made them really proud. Setsuna is happy to hear this, and Layla tells Setsuna that she is worried about Giovanni's real identity. Setsuna tells her that he shares the same worries because he doesn't know all the details, but he thinks they might have a lead once they are done interrogating Yuzuha. Setsuna initially thought Giovanni was an apostle, but the only impressive power he showed was fusing with the Hydra, which makes him really weak to be an apostle. Just then, Drago asks Setsuna what sort of power he used in the dungeon because it clearly wasn't close combat magic. Layla then cuts in, telling Drago that Blazer lent Setsuna the power that he used. Blazer is impressed that Layla has some really keen eyes to have known where the power was coming from. He rolls around on Layla's lap while being patted on the head, and Setsuna concludes that Blazer has been domesticated by the girl. The kids are enjoying themselves when Cyrus suddenly shows up, calling on Setsuna. The other students in the room wonder why Cyrus is there, and with the type of expression that they are making, Cyrus can clearly see that they don't want him there. Cyrus decides to act like the shameless man he is by asking Setsuna about Blazer's origin. Cyrus claims that he has never seen such a magical beast before, and he starts wondering if it is a banned magical beast or not. Setsuna already knows that things won't end well if Cyrus continues with his stupid accusations. Cyrus then moves closer to Setsuna to talk directly to his face, while reminding him that he was supposed to register his pet in the academy. The moment Blazer hears Cyrus call him a pet, he starts getting really mad. Cyrus tells Setsuna that he will have to get rid of Blazer if he can't explain how he came about. Just as Blazer is about to lose it, Zakari shows up in the dining hall. Zakari interferes in the case, saying he was the one who received Blazer's registration form, but he misplaced it. Zakari bows to Cyrus, apologizing for his carelessness. Setsuna cannot believe that Zakari is helping him out, and Cyrus uses the opportunity to mock Zakari, saying he was once a top student, but he has become trash. Zakari doesn't take offense at this and still continues acting the role of a fool just to get Cyrus to get off Setsuna's back. Just then, Drago gets off his seat, and Cyrus thinks he is about to do something rash, but Drago rushes over to Zakari to thank him. Drago claims that Zakari was the reason they were able to come out first in the joint training exercise. Setsuna and Layla then join in, thanking Zakari for his help. Zakari is moved to tears by the way the students are treating him, but Cyrus cuts in again, saying that they are all acting in a skit. However, the rest of the students in the hall soon join in as they talk about how the close combat department is now ranked above the long-range magic department. They mock Cyrus for acting all high and mighty, even though his department is no longer the top dog in the academy. Cyrus is forced to leave the hall, but he tells Zakari to submit the registration form the first thing in the morning. Setsuna is relieved that everything has been resolved because just a minute longer, and Blazer would have lost it. Setsuna thanks Zakari for helping them, even though he didn't know the details of the situation. Zakari tells Setsuna that there is no need to thank him because he knows that there is a reason for him to have brought the magical beast into the school. Drago and Layla smile at the professor, calling him a role model for other professors. Blazer, on the other hand, is in no way impressed. Later that day, Setsuna is in the schoolyard when a phantom beast brings a letter for him. The letter turns out to be from the headmaster, and he congratulates Setsuna on being able to acquire the spirit magic. The headmaster talks about how worried he is that Setsuna might not be able to control the power, and he wishes to show him, but he can't, since he will be away for some time. However, he has asked someone else to teach Setsuna in his absence. Setsuna is surprised to learn that there is actually a way for him to control the power. The headmaster then tells Setsuna that Lionel will be the one to introduce him to the said person. After Setsuna is done reading the letter, it self-destructs. Meanwhile, the old woman whom the headmaster has asked to teach Setsuna the magic is pissed that the headmaster is exposing her identity. Enraged, she promises to end Setsuna with her own hands if it turns out that he is some incompetent kid. Elsewhere, the headmaster has called an emergency magic meeting with his fellow elders in magic. The other members don't want to believe that there is an evil god because there is no evidence to support this, and the headmaster lets them know that the enemy has not left any evidence whatsoever. The headmaster reveals that this is one of the reasons he has come to ask them for help. The members of the council all think the headmaster is going crazy, even after hearing everything that he just told them. One of them even thinks the headmaster is suffering from amnesia. Momentarily, the headmaster leaves the meeting with Lionel waiting outside for him. He asks him about the meeting, and the headmaster reveals that it was hectic. Lionel was already expecting this, and at the same time, the headmaster was not surprised that the council members did not believe him. Lionel adds that they obviously cannot tell the council members that they reverse time with forbidden magic. The headmaster then says his efforts might actually have some meaning if the apostles decide to make a move. The headmaster then asks about Setsuna's health, and Lionel tells him that he is slowly recovering, even though it will take him time to fully recover. The headmaster chuckles, saying his new teacher is a strict person. The headmaster hopes that Setsuna fully recovers before he meets his new teacher. Later on, Setsuna wakes up to see Carol smiling over him. Setsuna quickly sits up in fear, asking Carol why she is there. Carol reveals that she heard that the dude is sick, which is why she brought him some food so that he can quickly recover. Setsuna finally smiles when he hears that there is food. Carol assures him that it is the recipe that Drago taught her. Setsuna also thanks Carol for looking after Blazer because apparently she and Layla are both taking care of the fire spirit. Carol reveals that she even bought some bread to feed Blazer while they were walking in the streets. Carol says Blazer sounds so cute, and Setsuna figures out that what others can hear is just a cute animal voice. Carol then talks about how amazing Layla is because she is treating Blazer with no hostility. Setsuna is surprised to hear this, and Carol lets him know that it is actually a difficult thing to do. Carol says she is able to sense this because she is also close to her phantom beasts. Setsuna is happy to have Carol around, just like Layla, because she has been taking care of him since the dungeon incident. Setsuna figures out that he needs to recover quickly so as to get guidance on the spirit magic. Momentarily, Carol stands up to leave for class, and she tells Setsuna to bring Blazer over, while promising to introduce him to Fenrir. Since Carol and Layla are both taking care of Blazer, Setsuna thinks it's best for him to get more information on the spirit magic. He grabs a book, which is detailed on the events of the Great War, which was around 200 years ago. Apparently, the followers of the ancient magic were trying to control other mages, and this resulted in a fight between the two sides. The power of the ancient magic was incomparable, but as expected, only a few mages could use it. In the end, the regular mages won, which led to a peaceful world. Basically, the moment an ancient magic mage is spotted, they are immediately subjected to interrogation and even possible purging. Just knowing about the spirit magic is considered to be dangerous, and because of this, Setsuna knows fully well that he has to keep Blazer's identity a secret. Setsuna figures out that he might finally have a chance to defeat the evil god if he manages to master the power of the spirit magic. Setsuna then remembers that there are some events that didn't happen in his past life, and he starts to wonder if he is doing the right thing. Some days later, Setsuna has recovered from his injuries, and he and Lionel pack their things to head out. Carol is worried that Setsuna is already leaving the academy just when he recovered from his injuries. Carol asks him if he will be fine, and he says yes, saying the training will be during the course of the school's holiday. Drago is not surprised that Setsuna is already heading out for another training, and he assures him that he will also be training in his absence so he doesn't lose to him. Layla, on the other hand, is already getting very close to Blazer, and she is sad that he will be going for a while. Blazer acts like a saucy lady while telling Layla to prepare loads of fruit for his return. With everything sorted out, Setsuna thanks his friends for helping him out, and he says goodbye to them. As they walk away, Lionel pats Setsuna on the shoulder, telling him that he has some really good friends. Setsuna agrees to this, but deep down, he is worried about Blazer because he doesn't know if he can take care of him by himself. At the same time, he can't leave Blazer with Layla all the time. Since their destination is quite far, Lionel tells Setsuna that they will be using the lizard carriages for their means of transportation. Even though it is hard to master riding them, Lionel lets Setsuna know that it is the only choice they have for long-distance travel. Lionel tells Setsuna that all he has to do is cling to the lizard. The stable owner then tells Setsuna that the lizards are quite fast and he might end up having a rough ride. He lets Setsuna know that he has no intention of taking responsibility for any injury sustained during the ride. Setsuna assures the man that he is not going to hold him responsible. Setsuna believes that the entire thing depends on how well he resonates with the lizards. He walks up to one of the lizards and pets it on the head before leaping on it. The stable owner is surprised that the lizard didn't throw a tantrum, and he concludes that everything will turn out fine. He apologizes for looking down on Setsuna because of his age. He reveals that most people of his age usually struggle at the start, but unknown to the man, Setsuna has a ton of experience with the lizards since he is living his second life. After commandeering the lizards, Lionel and Setsuna set out on the journey to meet his new teacher. Blazer enjoys the ride, and he admits that it is refreshing, but Lionel is struggling with the lizard's high speed. Soon afterward, they run into some ladies on a lonely path, forcing them to come to a full halt. With the way they are dressed, Lionel figures out who they are, and the ladies confirm that they are servants of Morgana, the witch. Setsuna remembers that Morgana was the name written on the letter that he received from the headmaster. Lionel then gets off the lizard, telling the ladies that they are on their way to meet their master. He asks the ladies if they are there to welcome them, and one of the ladies arrogantly tells Lionel that she has no intention of meeting a close combat mage. The lady's voice sounds completely different, and the aura from her body also feels different. In addition to her scary appearance, she is wielding a scythe, and Lionel asks her if she is Morgana. It finally dawns on Setsuna and Lionel that the ladies are most likely dolls, created by alchemy. Apparently, Morgana is speaking through the dolls, and she expresses her discontent that Setsuna was chosen by a magic spirit. However, she tells Setsuna to defeat the girls if he is truly a chosen one. Without warning, the girls unleash a massive aura blast from their weapons, forcing Setsuna to whip out his mana blade to cut down some of the incoming attacks. Lionel also dismisses the lizards so that they don't get hurt in the conflict. Lionel manages to block some of the attacks too, and Setsuna figures out that Morgana is a really powerful mage for her dolls to be releasing such an overwhelming amount of magic power. Momentarily, Morgana becomes disappointed with Setsuna's display, and she reiterates why she doesn't want a close combat mage. Lionel hears this and decides that it is time to get serious. He whips out a large mana blade, ready to show Morgana why she shouldn't look down on a close combat mage. Setsuna is also ready to fight his heart out to show Morgana that he is not some piece of trash. The dolls keep spamming magic balls at the two, but Lionel tells Setsuna not to back down. Lionel assures Setsuna that he is going to take care of the energy attack. With just one slash from his blade, Lionel cuts down the energy ball, leaving a huge impression on Setsuna. He is stunned at how much power Lionel can wield with just his mana blade. The two now have direct access to the three dolls. They charge at each other, and Setsuna figures out that the lead doll has a lightning-imbued weapon, the scythe. Setsuna barely avoids having his head chopped off by the scythe as he leaps backward. The other dolls follow through with long-range attacks, forcing the two to jump back even further. Lionel tells Setsuna to stay on guard because even light contact with the lightning attack will get him electrocuted. The two have their hands full as the lead doll pushes her sword into the ground to generate a powerful energy blast that puts the two in a defensive mode. Morgana speaks through her doll, teasing the two about not being able to handle elemental attacks, since it's a rare branch of magic. Setsuna knows that the elemental magic that Morgana uses is a very tricky one for close combat mages, since it causes damage to the body when touched. Other magic paths would have had it easy since their mana is far from the body. Morgana then unleashes golems at the two while still making fun of them for losing to an extension of herself, which are the dolls. Just then, Setsuna makes a daring move to show them that close combat magic hasn't even reached the peak yet. He dashes at one of the dolls at light speed, and before she can react, Setsuna lands a hit. Lionel also takes on the other doll and delivers high-powered punch to her body to take her out. Setsuna soon finds himself going up against the doll with a scythe, and Setsuna thinks of the best weapon he can use in the scenario. He whips out a hook-shaped mana sword as he leaps toward the doll. He is able to use this to hang from the tree, forcing the doll to miss her strike. Once the doll is open, Setsuna kicks her in the head. The doll immediately retreats as she realizes that Setsuna has started taking advantage of his surroundings. Lionel is dealing punishment to one of the dolls when Setsuna warns him that the scythe-wielding doll is heading straight for him. The doll manages to get to Lionel's blind spot, and she tries pushing her weapon into him from behind. The attack appears to be guaranteed to hit, but Lionel manages to dodge it, and all he leaves in his wake is a cloud of dust. Just then, the three dolls come together to hold each other's hands so that Setsuna and Lionel won't have any opening to attack them. The trio unleashes a powerful water elemental magic, taunting the two and asking them how they plan to break it. Setsuna is confused about what to do because he would have had it easy with Charge Bullet, given that it was close range. Just then, Blazer walks up to Setsuna, telling him that he will easily break the magic if he uses his power. In fact, he might end up destroying the entire forest if care is not taken. Blazer wastes no time activating his power, and the crest on Setsuna's hand comes on before his body is engulfed in fire. Blazer is impressed that Setsuna is staying conscious, and he lets him know that he is going to crank up the intensity of the fire so he can burn down the dolls and their stupid magic. Blazer does just as he said, but the effect of the firepower is too much on Setsuna, and he screams out in pain before telling Blazer to take a step backward. Blazer is surprised to see Setsuna backing down, and he asks him if he has no interest in winning against the dolls. Setsuna tells him that he wants to win, but he reminds Blazer that he is currently undergoing a test of strength. It is pretty obvious that Morgana wants to know his real strength. Since this is the case, Blazer decides to back down. Surprisingly, Morgana tells her dolls to stop attacking and just bring Setsuna and Lionel to the house. Lionel and Setsuna are both confused when they see this, and the dolls even apologize for their actions. Momentarily, they arrive at Morgana's hut, which is deep in the forest. The first thing Morgana asks Setsuna is why he didn't use the spirit magic when he was already backed into a corner. Morgana points out that the fire magic would have been much more effective against the water barrier, rather than his close combat magic. Setsuna's decision not to use his trump card leaves Morgana totally curious. Setsuna then reveals that he didn't use the fire magic because spirit magic is to be kept hidden, and since he doesn't know who he is fighting yet, he couldn't risk it. In addition to this, Setsuna says the forest would have been engulfed in fire, and he is trying to avoid a situation where he has to destroy nature. Morgana declares that Setsuna is a soft dude, but she praises him for not forcing himself to use the fire magic when he knows he clearly can't control it yet. Since this is the case, Morgana tells him that she is going to guide him on how to control the fire magic. With this, Setsuna bows to the old lady, thanking her for the consideration. Blazer, on the other hand, wants to die of laughter because he doesn't think someone as weak as Setsuna can control him. Morgana hears this, and she tells Blazer that she doesn't see a powerful spirit but a cute animal. This pisses Blazer off, and he decides to show Morgana his true form. He angrily takes over Setsuna's mana, burning through it and causing the dude severe pain, while aiming to show Morgana that he is not to be messed with. Setsuna fears that everything will burn to coal since he can't control the power. Morgana then reveals that she has no intention of allowing the fire spirit to burn down the forest. Morgana wastes no time unleashing her spirit magic, which seems to be a water spirit. She tells the fire spirit that she is going to show him how to properly tame a spirit. Blazer unleashes a powerful flame bullet at Morgana, but her body turns into water, and she effortlessly absorbs the fire with no damage to her body. Morgana then decides that she is done playing around with Blazer. With just a snap of her fingers, she draws water from the nearby lake, and it comes rushing toward them. In no time, Blazer finds himself trapped in water bubbles, and Morgana leaves him there. She turns to Setsuna, telling him that the spirit hasn't properly formed a bond with him yet, which is why his power is still insufficient. Morgana says Blazer is nothing but a wild beast to her, but she assures Setsuna that he can easily control Blazer and even manifest his true power once he forms a bond with him. Setsuna stares at the old lady in complete amazement because she has mastered the art of controlling nature. Momentarily, Morgana releases Blazer from the water bubble after she is done teaching him a lesson. Morgana reveals that there are 3 stages to mastering spirit magic, and the first one is to become one with nature. The second is by entering the spirit world of one's volition to confront the spirit to gain genuine recognition from it. With what Morgana heard, Setsuna forced a contract with the fire spirit when he hadn't even completed the first stage. Morgana lets him know that this is the reason his spirit magic is totally incomplete. In fact, she is pissed that the headmaster, Danin, didn't teach him the right way. Setsuna cannot believe that Morgana just called the headmaster a freaking brat. Morgana continues with her lecture, saying the forest is filled with lots of spirits, which makes it the perfect place to reach a state of selflessness. She then tells Setsuna that he is going to start his training the next day, and she wants him to show the qualities that made the fire spirit choose him. Setsuna acknowledges this, telling the old lady that she is ready to learn. The following day, Setsuna begins his training just as Morgana said he would. The first thing he starts with is meditation, while Morgana supervises him. He also finds himself cleaning the house while Blazer does whatever he wants. As part of his training, he also engages in physical training with Lionel. When it comes to cooking in the kitchen, Morgana even uses her water powers to chop ingredients like a knife. After enjoying a good meal, prepared by Morgana, Setsuna usually finds himself undergoing intensive training sessions, like sitting under a waterfall with his bare body. During one of his training sessions at night, he witnesses a rare spirit cosmos phenomenon which makes the forest look absolutely beautiful. After 2 weeks of intensive training, Morgana talks about how impressed she is that Setsuna has managed to sense the presence of spirits. Because of this, Morgana tells Setsuna that they are going to enter the spirit world, where they are going to form a bond with spirits. Morgana lets him know that magic power is useless without the strength of will. Morgana tells Setsuna that the fire spirit appears to be a very old spirit that has lived for thousands of years. Because of how intense the spirit world is, Morgana assures Setsuna that she will be going with him. Blazer lets Morgana know that she might be a boss in the human world, but he lets her know that she might not have the same luxury in his domain. Blazer also turns to Setsuna, telling him not to get ahead of himself. Setsuna smiles in return, saying all he needs is Blazer's approval. Morgana then turns to Lionel to ask him if he will be able to protect them while they are in the spirit world, because their bodies will be completely defenseless. Lionel assures Morgana that he and the servants will definitely protect them. Once Morgana has Lionel's assurance, Morgana tells Setsuna that it is time for them to begin the process. She tells him that the first stage is to reach a stage of selflessness, and the door to the spirit world will open. The two sit down in a cross-legged position to meditate, and in no time, they find themselves in Blazer's domain. Blazer is impressed that the two actually came to his domain. Seeing Blazer in his true form, Morgana finally realizes why he is so arrogant. Because Setsuna now has the insight to perceive spirit, he finally sees just how powerful Blazer is. Just then, Morgana creates a barrier around Blazer to protect Setsuna's will, because his will might get stranded in the spirit world if not careful. Blazer laughs at Setsuna for thinking he can control him with his weak level of determination. Blazer releases his power, and Setsuna is engulfed in flames again. However, Setsuna handles it much better this time around. He basically has more magic control than anyone, and since the spirit power follows the same technique, it makes things easier for him. In addition to that, he has reached a level of selflessness. Setsuna takes the flames like a good boy while telling Blazer that he is going to get his approval. Since Setsuna is pretty confident in himself, Blazer tells him to get ready to feel his ultimate power, and he should not complain when he is burned to ashes. Back in the real world, Lionel can see flames oozing from their bodies, and he figures out that the process has begun in the spirit world. Lionel is confident that Setsuna will scale through, but suddenly he senses an evil magic in the air. Lionel realizes that the evil power is aiming directly for the hideout at the worst of times. Lionel has a duty to protect the two, and he immediately prepares himself to engage whatever it is that wants to take down the hideout. Just then, the ominous presence enters the room, and it turns out to be Leo. Leo is surprised to see Lionel and Setsuna at the hut. Lionel shows no sign of fear, even with Leo's evil presence. Just then, things go from bad to worse when Jagan enters the room. Lionel now has two evil dudes to deal with, and Jagan is eager to get his hands on Setsuna and Morgana. Leo grins at Jagan, urging him to take Morgana and leave Setsuna to him, since they were once old buddies. From the overwhelming power emanating from Jagan, Lionel can sense that he is also an apostle. Lionel then tells the two that they have come at the wrong time because he is a teacher and will not run away. Leo arrogantly tells him that he is free to run away, since they are not after him. But this pisses Lionel off. He whips out his large mana blade and he dashes toward Leo to teach him that teachers of the academy are not cowards who will run from fights. Back in the spirit world, Blazer is playing a psychological game with Setsuna to get him to fall off, but Setsuna is trying to keep his calm to avoid getting reeled in by the annoying fire spirit. Setsuna is prepared to keep his heart strong and overcome, but suddenly he notices that there is worry on Morgana's face, and he asks her what the problem is. Morgana lets him know that something serious is going down in the real world. Morgana can sense that an evil power has invaded the forest, and her servants have been taken down. When Setsuna hears this, he immediately figures out that it might be the apostles. Setsuna then steps up to take on Blazer by himself. Morgana is worried, and she doesn't want to leave because her barrier is what is protecting Setsuna's will. She lets Setsuna know that he might not be able to return to the real world if he fails, but Setsuna lets her know that he doesn't care about this. He considers the trial one he has to overcome by himself. Setsuna begs Morgana to take care of Lionel and the servants. With this, Morgana decides to leave, but she urges Setsuna to make sure he returns because she doesn't want her teachings to go to waste. After Morgana is gone, Setsuna now has to face Blazer, and Blazer asks him why he desires his power when it is something far above his reach. Setsuna takes a minute before answering the question, and he tells Blazer that he actually lost everything in his past life. When Setsuna says this, Blazer is able to get an insight into his memories, and he sees the overwhelming destruction. Setsuna reveals that the army was manipulated by the apostles, which caused the collapse of the force. He lost everyone who meant something to him because of this. The regret of this was what awakened the spirit of time and sent him back 10 years. Burning with desire, Setsuna tells Blazer that he has no intention of letting anyone take the things he cares about. Blazer hears his reasons and calls it a petty motivation, but he is impressed that Setsuna is willing to face his fears. Because of this, Blazer tells Setsuna that he is worthy of facing a trial from him, but he lets him know that what he is asking for is the totality of his power, not a portion of it. Since this is the case, Blazer tells Setsuna that he won't be taking him through an endurance test just like before. Blazer reduces his size so that they can engage in a battle of wills. Setsuna is not shy to take on the challenge, and he makes the first move by charging at Blazer. Now in the real world, Lionel has his hands full against the apostles. Even Jagan admits that Lionel is pretty decent for a human. Just then, Jagan is hit with alchemy magic from the last surviving doll, but this gets him mad. He unleashes a powerful dark aura from his body before taking out the servant in rage. He unleashes a powerful energy blast that sends Lionel and the servant flying out of the house. Lionel cannot believe that Jagan is getting stronger, even with all the mana that he is burning in his attacks. Since Lionel is out of the house, Leo decides that it is the best time to grab Morgana. He releases an energy blast from his hand aimed at Morgana, but just as the attack is about to hit, it is consumed by a pool of water. Morgana had returned to her body at the right time to have parried the attack, and she scolds the apostles for trespassing in her house. Leo is pissed that Morgana woke up at the wrong time. Morgana then decides that it is time she teaches Leo a good lesson. Lionel also returns to the house, and he hits Jagan hard with his sword. Morgana releases a barrage of water bullets at Leo, but to her surprise, the attack disintegrates. Morgana is still shocked, since it is her first time witnessing the magic nullification. Leo talks about how disappointed he is with the low-level power that they call the spirit magic. Suddenly, Leo senses Lionel behind him, and he almost gets cut, but he barely dodges the attack. Leo urges Jagan to keep Lionel under control while he is busy dealing with the old lady. Jagan gets mad and roars just as he usually does. Before Jagan can do anything, Lionel punches Leo out of the house. Morgana then takes a moment to think about it, and she realizes that Leo didn't need to dodge because he can nullify all magic. However, Lionel was able to hit him, and this leaves Morgana wondering if there is something that needs to be done before attacking him. She wonders what will happen if she hits Leo with magic from close range, without giving him the chance to disintegrate it. Lionel, on the other hand, is battling with Jagan, while the old lady is busy thinking about the possibility of what and what. Morgana finally takes on Leo, and she uses an underground attack to try to sneak up on him. Leo notices this and he laughs at the old lady, telling her that her trick won't work on him. The water attack tries to converge on Leo, but the nullification kicks in, blocking Morgana's attack yet again. Since this doesn't work, Morgana decides that the best she can do is use her trump card. Morgana unleashes a massive pool of water, ready to drown Leo with it. Leo also senses it, and he agrees that Morgana has him backed into a corner with her latest move. Morgana admits that Leo's power is pretty crazy, but she believes that he should not be able to handle a large mass of water. In fact, she plans to take out Leo and Jagan at the same time. Leo acts scared, just like he usually does, until he releases a powerful dark energy blast from his body to ultimately destroy the incoming water attack. Leo smiles, telling the old woman that he has been training in case of a situation like this. Morgana cannot believe that Leo is able to apply the techniques of long-range magic to his nullification magic. He finally has the old woman cornered, and Lionel has also been defeated by Jagan. Leo is about to attack Morgana when Setsuna comes out of nowhere, landing a fiery punch on Leo's face to send him flying across the forest. Morgana smiles at Setsuna's appearance, showcasing that he managed to defeat the flame spirit. Lionel can sense just how much control Setsuna has on the flames so that it doesn't burn up the forest. Jagan then turns around to tell Setsuna that he is much different from Leo, who is a freaking newbie. The moment Blazer notices that he is in the presence of the apostles, he expresses his urge to burn them to a crisp. Setsuna knows Blazer is excited, but he urges him not to let his guard down because Jagan and Leo are worthy opponents. Blazer berates Setsuna, telling him that he doesn't need to be humble since he was able to win their battle. A few minutes back in the spirit world, Setsuna and Blazer are busy landing punches on each other. Blazer lands some really good hits on Setsuna, and Setsuna does the same too. Setsuna is able to make Blazer bleed, forcing him to admit that Setsuna has some incredible willpower. Suddenly, Blazer notices that Setsuna is actually smiling, and when he asks him why he is smiling, Setsuna confidently says he's going to win. Even though all of Setsuna's face is totally disfigured from Blazer's hard punches, Setsuna has no intention of giving up. Blazer dashes toward Setsuna, telling him that he is too confident for a weak human. But Setsuna tells Blazer that he is riding on certainty, not confidence. Setsuna is forced to match Blazer's overwhelming firepower, and this leaves Blazer blown away. He never expected a human to be able to withstand his full power. Setsuna tells Blazer that he is actually pretty strong, which is why he hasn't lost until then, but he lets him know that it is also his weakness. Blazer is confused as to what Setsuna is talking about, and Setsuna reveals that he has faced despair and defeat loads of times in his past. And because he has failed plenty of times, he knows just the right way to rise again. Setsuna assures Blazer that no matter how much he is pushed into a corner, his heart will never break, which is why his willpower will help him become victorious. With a confident exclamation, Setsuna assures Blazer that he is about to face his first defeat. Blazer, on the other hand, tells Setsuna that it is going to be his last defeat. The two are locked in with one hand while throwing the other fists at each other with all the power that they can put into the fist. The clash of their fists leaves a powerful explosion that blinds everything like a nuke. When the explosion clears off, Setsuna is still standing, and Blazer has no choice but to admit that Setsuna is pretty strong and has even surpassed his expectations. Because of this, he finally acknowledges Setsuna, telling him that he has won. However, Blazer is curious to know when Setsuna became so strong that he was confident of victory. Setsuna reveals that during the battle he could feel his willpower rising. Setsuna tells Blazer that his own will also felt like a blazing fire, and he started absorbing it. Blazer is surprised to hear this, and because of how Setsuna handled everything, Blazer acknowledges Setsuna as an ally that he can entrust his power to. For the first time, he calls Setsuna by his name, not the usual way of calling him boy. The two then make a fist bump, and with his battered face, Setsuna thanks Blazer for entrusting his power to him. Blazer tells him that he has no reason to thank him, and he urges him to return to the real world. Now that Setsuna is face to face with Jagan, Lionel tells him to be careful of Jagan's claws. Setsuna already knows what Jagan is capable of because his claws steal the power of whatever they touch. Setsuna knows this because Jagan was the only apostle he fought before regressing, and the authority given to him is the devourer of all. Basically, he can't nullify magic, but he can absorb the mana of those he slashes. Jagan was the one who single-handedly wiped out the Northern Kingdom in Setsuna's past life. It turns out that the Northern Kingdom had some of the world's best alchemical equipment, but Jagan annihilated them while stealing their magic power. Jagan is surprised that Setsuna knows about his power, but at the same time, he is confident that Setsuna cannot win. On the other side of the forest, Leo also manages to stand up, and he realizes that Setsuna has gotten stronger and faster than before. Setsuna is also surprised that Leo still has the energy to stand up from the hit he delivered. This basically tells Setsuna that Leo has also gotten stronger. Jagan is excited to take on Setsuna, and he tells Leo to back off. Not ready to argue, Leo lets Jagan know that Setsuna is all his. Setsuna knows that he was only able to defeat Jagan in his past life thanks to the long-range magic. However, he doesn't have the luxury of long-range combat in the current timeline. Setsuna knows that just one slash from Jagan will make things hard for him. But at the same time, Setsuna is not about to falter in the face of danger, because he has also grown stronger. Jagan charges at Setsuna, but he throws him back with a powerful fiery punch. Setsuna doesn't give Jagan any breathing space as he dashes toward him to deliver more flame-imbued punches to his body. While getting battered by Setsuna, Jagan cannot believe that Setsuna is actually faster than him. Unknown to him, Setsuna is moving at such a great speed because he combined Blazer's power with his physical boost. Lionel senses this, and he smiles like a proud father. Setsuna continues to hit Jagen like a drum as he runs around him, leaving him no good option to land a counterattack. Even Morgana is impressed that Setsuna already has what it takes to control the range of fire attacks in such a short time. When Jagen realizes that he is losing the fight badly, he roars loudly, and the intensity of the roar causes Setsuna and his allies to cover their ears in pain. Jagen is able to land a hit, forcing Setsuna backwards. However, Jagen has managed to get some of Blazer's power, and he is starting to magnify it, saying it is pretty impressive. His entire body starts to burn in flames, and he mocks Setsuna, reminding him of his grand title about being the devourer of all things. Setsuna is more hyped when he realizes this, as he dares to see just how powerful Jagen is with the flame powers. Jagen dashes towards Setsuna at high speed, but Setsuna is able to match his speed and he dodges the hit. Jagen continues his rampage as he cuts through everything in his path, but Setsuna dodges everything. Suddenly, Jagen notices that his body is burning, forcing him to run toward Morgana so he can take her water powers. However, he suddenly realizes that his body has refused to move. This is when it dawns on him that he can't fully devour spirit magic. Setsuna makes fun of him, telling him that he might be able to absorb it, but it is no use if he can't properly wield it. Instead of Jagen consuming the power, the fire magic is consuming him instead. Setsuna assures him that he is not in the caliber of those who can devour the spirit magic. Jagen screams in agony as he asks Setsuna if he intentionally allowed himself to be hit. Frustrated and desperate, Jagen turns to Leo, telling him to disintegrate the power that is burning him up. Leo cannot believe that Jagen is asking him for help when he clearly told him minutes ago to stay away. Jagen screams at Leo to just do what he told him, and Leo finally agrees to just so the dude can stop screaming at him. Leo unleashes his powerful long-range magic and he hits Jagen with it, but instead of nullification magic, he resorts to destructive magic, shocking Jagen. The magic cuts through Jagen's body, but it doesn't stop there. It ends up going through Jagan and reaching Morgana where she is. Because she is not expecting the attack, it melts half of her just by getting in contact with her. Setsuna screams out in horror when he sees his mentor getting fried off. Jagen also shouts at Leo, claiming that he betrayed them, but Leo argues that he only prioritized the mission. Basically, they were able to locate Morgana thanks to Jagen's sense of smell, but Leo thinks his work is done. Jagen is not ready to die alone, and he decides to take everyone close to him down. Just as he is about to self-destruct, Setsuna jumps in, and he uses the spirit flame magic to conjure a fiery sword. With a single strike, Setsuna cuts Jagen down, leaving a black gemstone. By the time he is done dealing with Jagen, Setsuna turns around to see that Leo has escaped just like before. Setsuna tries to track him, but he can't detect his mana. Setsuna then makes it known that no matter what it takes, he is going to defeat Leo. Setsuna then runs over to where whatever remains of Morgana is lying. Setsuna helps her up, telling her to hang tight so she can receive treatment. Morgana smiles, telling Setsuna that there is no way to save her because Leo used a disintegration magic to hit her. Setsuna doesn't want to give up, but Lionel taps him on the shoulder not to push his luck. Morgana then tells Setsuna that he needs to be proud because he is a close combat mage who is recognized by the flame spirit. Morgana then tells him that she has something that she has to entrust to him. She hands him a pendant and reveals that it contains her spirit, Waternia. Basically, it is going to help in forming a bond with the water spirit, and because of this, Morgana decides to entrust it to him. Setsuna still doesn't think the lady is dying because he believes that there is a way to save her. However, before he can even finish his statement, Morgana dies right in his arms. In despair, Setsuna lays her on the ground, and Setsuna is forced to ask Lionel the point of getting stronger if he can't protect those who are close to him. Lionel takes a moment before answering the question, and he tells him that life is uncertain because they will never know what will happen. He assures him that no matter how strong he isn't perfect because he is human, which is normal. Lionel says the important thing is to never give up, even when it seems really tough. Lionel believes that Setsuna, of all people, is supposed to understand this. Setsuna is bawling his eyes out when Morgana's servant shows up and smacks Setsuna on the head, telling him that he just got tricked. Setsuna is confused as to what the servant is talking about. Just then, the servant reveals the ultimate surprise that she is the real Morgana. Setsuna's head almost blows off when he hears this. Morgana then reveals that the old lady is nothing but an alchemical doll, just like the other servants. However, unlike the other dolls, Morgana actually embedded her soul into her, which is why she had emotions and could wield her powers too. Lionel cannot believe that the Morgana they have been interacting with is just a decoy. The real Morgana smiles, saying the decoy was her masterpiece as an alchemist. Setsuna remains skeptical because he has never seen a doll look so alive. In addition, Morgana looked just like the old doll in the spirit realm, and Morgana reveals that appearances can be changed in the spirit world. When Morgana realizes that Lionel is exceptionally doubtful, she takes off her headwear, revealing her long ears. It turns out that she is an elf, and because she is of elven blood, she can live longer than humans. She then tells the two to guess her age, but the two find it hard to do so. Since they are too dull to do so, Morgana finally tells them that she is over 300 years old. Setsuna is shocked when he hears this, but at the same time he realizes that Morgana must have been part of the Great Magic War. When he mentions this, Morgana quickly figures out that Setsuna is interested in the Great Magic War. She assures Setsuna that she is willing to tell him, but it comes with a price. Setsuna immediately mentions that he has money and is ready to offer it, but Morgana cuts him off, telling him that she is just teasing him. Since it is not safe where they are, Morgana suggests that they move to the lake, where they can talk about the erased history, the Great Magic War. They arrive at the lake, and Morgana starts playing like a kid, leaving the men wondering how she could easily switch personalities in a whiff. After she is done throwing stones into the lake, she decides that it is time to start telling them the story about the Great War. Before she starts, she reminds them that the world is inhabited by various races, like dwarves, elves, and beastmen. Among these races, elves are the only ones with a lifespan that can be classified as immortal. Because elves like living in nature, they often get the chance to interact with spirits. This is essentially why they were able to use spirit magic. Basically, spirits and elves were once worshipped by humans, but some allowed this to get to their heads. One elf in particular manipulated the king of a nation because the king was loyal to him. The elf then taught the art of spirit magic to those who worshipped him and used them to wage a war in an attempt to conquer the world. This was basically what the Great was all about. After a long fought battle, the believers of elves and spirits were defeated, and because of this, elves have since then been persecuted. The ancient magic was just a word that was formed to hide the fact that magic has a way of handling spirits. After she is done telling her story, Lionel is moved by it, and he asks her if she is not angry about what humans did to the elves. Morgana admits that she once hated humans, but she no longer does, even though she keeps her distance from humans. Morgana is aware that even after years that the war has ended, there are humans who want to terminate elves. And this is why she resorted to the use of a body double to safely hide her identity. Setsuna then asks her why she chose to reveal her true form to them, and she simply replies that she did so because the headmaster trusts them. In addition to this, Setsuna has proved that he is worth the trust. Morgana teases Setsuna, saying she saw how he was crying and just decided to show him her true self. Setsuna tries to act like a man by saying he wasn't crying, and when he looks to Lionel to back him up, Lionel is busy laughing at him. After the story, Setsuna and Lionel help Morgana with the cleanup of her place before they start preparing to leave. Morgana thanks them for the help, and in return, Setsuna thanks the lady, saying he is happy that he met her. Lionel asks Morgana what she plans to do, and she reveals that she has no choice but to move to another place, since her hideout has been discovered. Morgana believes that they might never see each other again, and this strikes a cut in Setsuna's heart. He then tells Morgana to help them again whenever humanity is in danger. He completes the request by bowing his head to Morgana and adding the word, "please" to it. This is enough to get to Morgana, and she tells Setsuna that when the time comes, he should ask the headmaster because she sometimes exchanges letters with him. Setsuna is happy to hear this, and he thanks the old lady, but Blazer, who still has a beef with Morgana, jumps out of the crest to threaten her. He tells her that he is going to burn her to ash next time they meet, but Morgana quickly shows him a bit of water magic to scare him off. With this, Lionel and Setsuna finally go back to their lizards so that they can return to the academy. Lionel remembers what he was told by a sister at the orphanage where he grew up about not allowing his power to control him, but to be responsible with it. Setsuna then redeems his vow to use the power of the spirit of good and justice only. Setsuna and Lionel are glad that they are about to have a blissful ride back to the academy. Meanwhile, Leo is facing trial for not killing Setsuna and even abandoning his comrade. In his defense, Leo says he was able to kill Morgana, and Santanakia asks him if he confirmed the death of the witch. Leo confesses that he didn't, but he is pretty sure that she can't survive the intensity of the attack that he used on her. Santanakia is pissed when he hears this, and a scary aura emanates from his body as he reminds Leo that he was told to confirm that the witch is dead. The pressure from Santanakia almost crushes Leo's bones until the 8th apostle, Tsukuyomi, comes in, saying Leo should have at least returned with Jagen's body because she would have turned him into an undead. Just then, Leo mentions that no one told him about Setsuna knowing about Jagen's power, but Santanakia cuts him off, saying he has no excuse for failing his mission. Nonetheless, Santanakia believes that it is time that they recheck everything concerning Setsuna. Santanakia believes that Setsuna has some hidden talent that they don't know about. Puker then reminds the group that the 8th apostle's toy, Giovanni, was also a failure. Santanakia then asks her if she can handle Setsuna, and she confidently says yes. Apparently, she has something cooking behind the scenes because of her power, which is the power to revive the dead. On the other hand, Setsuna and Lionel are having a peaceful journey back to the academy. Setsuna is curious to see how they are all faring without him, Lionel is pretty sure that Drago is training himself to death. Setsuna agrees with Lionel, and he looks into the sky, wondering just when he started caring about those who are around him. Lionel then asks him if it was different in the past, and he says yes, because all he cared about was training himself. Setsuna thought about how he was always dreaming of getting to the peak of long-range magic, and he was on the course of doing this because he won every battle with it. Setsuna never needed anyone's help, and he barely had friends too. However, everything is now different in his current life. He basically has people he now relies on, and he also learned that other magic paths are not useless, as people termed them to be. In addition, he is thankful for the magic control he cultivated in his past life because this is what has helped him master close combat quite well. Lionel then tells him that the magic control was a skill he learned via training, not that he had the aptitude or talent for it. Lionel lets him know that his level of competence is not something that can just be achieved in a few years. Deep down, Lionel knows Setsuna has gone through rigorous training, which is why he ended up being the strongest in the world. Shortly afterward, Lionel suggests that they take a break. Setsuna sits down and he brings out the magic item that Morgana gave him. He reads the note attached to it and he finally realizes that it is a very important item that will come in clutch when the time comes. Blazer takes an interest in the necklace because he senses the presence of the water spirit in it. Setsuna then puts it on just like Morgana told him, and he silently whispers to the water spirit, asking if she can hear his voice. Surprisingly, the water spirit speaks back to him via the pendant. Setsuna is stunned, but the water spirit tells him not to because she already knows who he is, since he is hanging out with Morgana. The water spirit assures him that she is going to lend him her power if he manages to overcome her trial. Setsuna is excited to hear this, but it suddenly dawns on him that he must not celebrate because it's going to be a tough battle. Just then, the water spirit urges Setsuna not to be worried or scared because the trial she is giving to him is to move her. Setsuna is confused by what she means, and the water spirit reveals that she is already getting tired of the spirit world, and because of this, she needs a new experience. When Blazer hears the trial, he is disappointed because he wanted the water spirit to give Setsuna a tougher trial. Just then, the water spirit tells Blazer that she bears no ill intent toward him. Setsuna is surprised to see that the water spirit is actually friendly, unlike Blazer. However, Setsuna is still confused about moving the water spirit. Just then, Lionel taps him on the shoulder, telling him that he is such a lucky dude. In addition to this, he tells him that he has a story for him that will move him to tears. The water spirit immediately becomes interested in this, and Lionel sits down to tap into his narrating skills. Lionel reveals that the story is about the heroes who saved the nation years ago. The heroes are Ordino, the indestructible blade, and Wallace, the iron wall. Lionel narrates the story, and in no time, everyone gets bored and just falls asleep. Setsuna is worried about the trial, but he decides to wait till he reaches the academy to talk about it with his friends. When they arrived at the academy, Layla was the first to hear of it, and she started racking her brain on what it might be. Layla then tells Setsuna to follow her to the art museum whenever he is free because she has a friend who is knowledgeable about his worries. Setsuna is willing to go, and just as expected, Carol and Drago also offer to follow them. Setsuna then continues life with his friends. Setsuna visits the sacred tree regularly to train, while also trying to pass the water spirit trial, but he keeps failing. After months of training, Blazer is forced to admit that Setsuna has mastered his power to some commendable extent. Setsuna is surprised to hear Blazer commending him, which is a really weird thing to hear. Momentarily, winter comes upon them, and Setsuna remembers that the incident he is worried about is fast approaching. Setsuna is disappointed that he couldn't make a contract with the water spirit before the incident. Nonetheless, he decides to put the trials aside because he has other things to do. Blazer asks him if he is confident that he is done training, and he says yes because it is finally time. In addition to this, he can't train using the sacred tree again because he has drained the tree's mana, and it is going to take a few years to recharge. However, he is thankful because he was able to master Blazer's power at the time when the tree was still active. Setsuna then tells Blazer that the year's break is coming, but there is no time for them to rest. Blazer asks him if they are preparing for a big battle, and Setsuna says yes. He reveals that the arrival of the evil god was preceded by 4 great catastrophes, and one of them is happening in 7 days. Blazer then asks Setsuna about the said 4 causes of defeat. Setsuna explains that the invasion of the evil god had 4 particular fatal events. The first one is the Great Plague of Dragon Silence. The second is the destruction of the Magus army. The third is the overnight disappearance of the royal capital. And the last one, which will come first, is the undead army attacking the world. The massive surge of undead army caused a lot of death to the human populace in his past life. Blazer is surprised to hear this since he doesn't see the undead as a big deal. Setsuna then tells him that the undead are not the regular ones that he knows. Apparently the enemy undead were former heroes who had an influence on the world. Setsuna believes that the power is one that turns the dead into extraordinary undead. He initially thought Giovanni was the apostle behind the undead surge, but after fighting him, he realized that the dude is too weak to command the army of the underworld. Apparently, the first incident will happen in Eldina, Setsuna's hometown. This is an incident where corpses were taken from the graves of the heroes, leaving people initially believing that someone was trying to steal the heroes' treasures. Unknown to them, the main target was the corpses themselves. Since Setsuna already knows this, he plans to head to the royal cemetery before the night of the incident in an attempt to stop it. During lunch that day, Layla asks Drago if he will be going home, since it is the winter break. Drago says yes, confirming that his father is going to teach him the secret techniques of close combat that have been passed down through generations. Carol also mentions that she is going to have fun with Fenrir in the icy plains of her family's territory, and she asks Blazer if he would like to join her. Without thinking twice, Blazer ultimately refuses the proposal.
Layla, on the other hand, is blown away by this because Carol's family happens to be a rich one. Layla then asks Setsuna how he plans to spend his break, but Setsuna is already lost in thought. Layla is forced to call his name twice before he finally comes back to life. Setsuna has no idea what Layla asked him, and he had no choice but to ask her what she was talking about. Layla realizes that something is up with him because he is always thinking, and in addition to that, he returns injured after the last break. Carol notices that Layla is puffed up already, and she whispers in her ear, telling her to make a move on Setsuna before it is too late, since he is quite popular among girls. Layla is taken aback by this, and she tries to play a fool, saying Carol has it all wrong, but Carol tells her that she has no reason to hide it. Layla then moves past the conversation as he asks Setsuna about his hometown. Setsuna reveals that he is from an orphanage in the Eldina region. This surprises Layla because the region is close to her family's inn. They are in the middle of the discussion when the trash noble, Carl, shows up to join, when he is not asked to. After hearing where Layla came from, he extends a hand to her, asking her if she is willing to join his luxurious vacation. But Layla just looks at him like he is an infested pig. Before he can touch Layla, Carl suddenly gets uprooted from the ground with an earth magic. This shocks everyone, and when they turn around to see who attacked Carl, it turns out to be a girl wearing a nun's outfit. Setsuna is surprised when she runs over to hug Layla, leaving him to ask Layla who the girl is. Layla then reveals that the girl is Roberta and that she is her relative. Apparently, she is there to take her home for the winter break. Roberta mentions that she is planning to help with the Saints Festival being held in Eldina. The moment Setsuna hears this, his face lights up in excitement because he knows about the Saints Festival, which is always held at the end of the year. Basically, the event is about praying to the heroes, who are resting in the royal cemetery. Setsuna also remembers that the festival was the trigger for the grave robbery incident. Because of the reduction in security during the festival, it was easy for the heroes' corpses to be stolen. Momentarily, Roberta finally releases her tense face after she concludes that Drago and Setsuna have no ulterior motive in being around Layla. Layla's friends finally introduce themselves to the uptight lady, and Roberta takes an interest in Setsuna, particularly because he has heard about him. Layla then tells Roberta that Setsuna's hometown is Eldina, and she immediately suggests that they give Setsuna a ride. Setsuna is happy to hear this, since it is going to take a lot of stress off his neck. On the first day of the winter break, they begin their journey, and Roberta reveals that they are going to stop at Layla's home first. After this, she is going to take Setsuna to Eldina. When Layla hears this, she remembers what Carol told her, and she becomes worried that Roberta might just elope with Setsuna. To prevent this, Layla immediately reveals her desire to join the Saints Festival, but just as she is saying it, something hits the carriage, grabbing their attention. They step outside to check, and it turns out to be a pack of demonic dogs. Roberta reveals that there has been an increase in monster activities in recent times, leaving her to wonder what the problem might be. Roberta whips out some seeds and throws them at the monsters. Setsuna is confused about the essence of the seeds until they suddenly sprout into full-blown trees, ultimately terminating the monsters. Setsuna immediately figured out that Roberta applied healing magic on the seeds, and Roberta confirms that he is right. She sent mana into the seeds to accelerate their growth, leaving Setsuna impressed. Apparently, the tweaking of healing magic to make it more offensive later turned out to be effective in the war against the evil god, and Setsuna is happy that someone has already mastered it very early. Setsuna then tells Roberta that he is going to help, but Roberta tries to stop him, telling him how dangerous it is to be bitten by demonic dogs. However, Setsuna assures her that she has nothing to worry about. With just a swing from his punch, Setsuna activates Charge Bullet, and he wipes them all out in one go. Roberta is left stunned, forced to ask Setsuna if he is really a student. She walks over to Setsuna to touch his arm while saying his magic control is top-notch. She starts asking several questions, like who his master is and what type of training he does. Setsuna realizes that they are just going to be stuck on questions, and he tells Roberta that they need to check on the others first. However, during the entire thing, Layla notices that Setsuna is protecting his glove, and this makes her confirm that our MC is definitely keeping something from them.
Later that day, they arrive at an inn, and just as they are about to start eating, Roberta raises more questions for Setsuna. That night, Layla finds it hard to sleep, and she decides that she will have to tell Roberta to take her to Eldina. She walks to Roberta's room to talk to her about this, but arriving at the door, she notices that she is speaking to someone. She's about to walk away to avoid hearing her conversation when she hears her speak Setsuna's name. This grabs her attention, forcing her to stay back and listen. From the way she is talking, it appears that she is in contact with the church via a magic tool. She tells them that by her report, Setsuna is a wielder of ancient magic, which makes him dangerous. To subjugate him, Roberta initially asks for 10 purification nights, but immediately changes it to 20 purification nights. In fact, she is willing to carry out judgment herself, if needed. Layla is shocked when she hears this, causing the cup she is holding to fall from her hand in fear. Roberta hears the noise and immediately rushes outside to see if someone was spying on her, but she finds nothing. Even the broken cup has somehow been cleared up by Layla. The following morning, Roberta appears to them as her normal self, leaving Layla to wonder if she truly meant what she was discussing at night. Layla knows she has heard of ancient magic as the type of magic that evil dudes use. She wonders if Setsuna is truly using evil magic, and she is also thrown into confusion about what she is supposed to do. Momentarily, Setsuna returns from his early morning training session, and he joins the two. Roberta plays her spy agent role pretty cool by talking to Setsuna in a good way and even asking him if he would like to eat breakfast. Setsuna thanks the lady for the gesture, but tells her that he would like to eat breakfast first. Roberta then suggests that Setsuna try out the sauna because it is a recommendation from the inn. This is Blazer's first time hearing about a sauna, and he immediately asks Setsuna what it is all about. Since Blazer is interested in the sauna, Setsuna thanks Roberta and assures her that he is going to give it a try. Momentarily, Setsuna heads to the sauna to soak himself in the heat. Blazer tries to act all cool by saying he is not affected by the heat, but Setsuna can clearly see that even though he is the king of flames, he is susceptible to heat. Setsuna is minding his business when Roberta enters the sauna in a towel too. Setsuna is shocked to see this, forcing him to ask the lady what her business is in the sauna. Roberta sits close to Setsuna, telling him that the sauna is open to both genders. Roberta realizes that Setsuna's glove is not off, which confirms her suspicion that he is hiding something. She plans to know what secret Setsuna is hiding in the sauna with whatever method available to her. Roberta then asks Setsuna if he is comfortable with the gloves since they are in a heated environment. She suggests that she help him take it off, but Setsuna says no, revealing that the gloves are important to him. Roberta tries to play it cool, saying the gloves are most likely a gift from someone. Setsuna refuses to answer the question, and Roberta asks him if he is hiding something. She moves closer to Setsuna and is about to slowly remove the gloves when Layla comes rushing into the room, telling her to stop. They are surprised to see her in the sauna, but before anything, she drags Roberta out of the sauna, telling her that she can't use the sauna while it is being cleaned. Apparently, there is a cleaning sign outside the sauna, and Layla tells Setsuna to get himself out of the sauna too. Layla is glad that she kept an eye on Setsuna because she is pretty sure that Setsuna is not a bad person, even if he is hiding something. Layla is prepared to protect Setsuna from being executed. After they are done at the inn, they prepare to start their journey, and Roberta reveals that they are heading to Layla's place. However, Layla raises her hand, asking if it is okay for her to go with them to Eldina. Roberta is shocked to hear this, asking Layla why she suddenly wants to follow them. Layla excitedly reveals that she wants to see Setsuna's home too. She adds that she would like to help at the orphanage, and she asks Setsuna if she is free to. Setsuna says yes, but he asks Roberta for her opinion first. Roberta is forced to agree, even though she is already sensing the fact that Layla likes Setsuna. Nonetheless, Roberta is not scared to carry out her duty as she believes that having Layla around might even make Setsuna lower her guard. Soon afterward, they arrive at the Eldina orphanage, which is Setsuna's home. The moment they step into the compound, the other kids are already screaming for Setsuna. Setsuna is glad to finally be back among the kids, and Layla watches in amazement as the kids surround him like their father. Just then, the representative of the orphanage, Thomas, shows up to welcome Setsuna and to ask if he had a good journey. Setsuna quickly runs over to Thomas to stand side by side with him. He tells the girls that Thomas is like a brother to him, and it is because of him that the orphanage is still running. Thomas smiles, mentioning that he was also an orphan at the orphanage, and he is just doing his best to give back. Thomas and Setsuna end up teasing each other in a playful manner, leaving Layla surprised since he has never seen Setsuna act so childish. Just then, Thomas reveals his surprise that Setsuna chose the close combat magic when his plan was to join the Magus army and rise to the top. Setsuna then tells Thomas that he has nothing to worry about because he is still aiming to be the best, even with the close combat magic. Layla then cuts in, telling Thomas that Setsuna is a really amazing mage. Thomas smiles, saying Layla is a great addition to Setsuna's life. Momentarily, Setsuna heads to the grave of the orphanage's founder, Deborah, to pay his respects. Setsuna reveals that Deborah is his savior because without her, he definitely wouldn't be alive. With the way Setsuna is talking about her, Layla easily senses that Deborah was important to him. Roberta then joins in, asking him if he can share some of his memories with her. Her request is subtly denied by Setsuna, who tells her that he has something else to attend to. Later that night, Setsuna heads to the royal cemetery and hides in a safe place like Batman, watching over the cemetery. Just as he suspected, the security around the cemetery is low thanks to the festival. The barrier around the cemetery has also been lifted, making it more open to enemy attacks. Basically, the bodies in the cemetery were once high-ranking mages when they were alive. When the evil power brought them to life, they caused a lot of destruction to humanity. Setsuna knows that he has to find a way to stop the grave robbery to prevent the heroes in the cemetery from becoming humanity's enemies. Blazer then assures Setsuna that he has nothing to worry about, no matter how strong their opponent is. Setsuna is glad to hear this coming from Blazer, but he warns him not to use magic in front of Roberta. Blazer says he already knows that there is something suspicious about her. Setsuna is prepared for the decisive battle that will take place in 2 nights to come. He assures Deborah that he is going to keep his promise to her. Meanwhile, Roberta is asking Thomas about Setsuna's past in the orphanage. Thomas subtly replies that he can't tell Roberta what she wants to hear. Enraged, Roberta whips out her Inquisitor's badge, telling Thomas that she is making an order, not a request. Thomas is shocked to see this, and Roberta mentions that there is the possibility that Setsuna is dangerous, which is why they are investigating him. Thomas is pissed at this, and he argues with Roberta that there is no way Setsuna is a dangerous person. Just then, Roberta turns to Layla to point out how calm she is. With the way she is acting, Roberta figures out that she already overheard her conversation. Layla quickly apologizes, saying it wasn't intentional. Layla then urges Thomas to tell them both about Setsuna. Thomas finally agrees, and he begins by explaining how Setsuna came to the orphanage on a rainy day. Thomas tells them how he clearly remembers the night that Setsuna arrived. He was brought to the orphanage by a lady riddled with arrows and on the verge of death. With every strength left in her, she begs Deborah to save little Setsuna. Apparently, the lady who brought Setsuna is none other than her mother. Thomas then suggests that they take a dive into her background before they continue talking about Setsuna. His mother's name is Emma, and she was born into a farming family. Emma was always happy with farming, and she was always doing her task diligently. Everything was going smoothly until one day when a powerful noble with large territories passed through the village. The noble senses a bright ray of light from Emma's soul, and he wastes no time asking for her hand in marriage. He called Emma his fated one, and because Emma has always hoped for a fateful encounter, she accepts the proposal immediately. Emma was immediately taken to the Schneider family, which is a big family. Emma was blown away by all the luxurious things in the estate as she ran around like a free bird. However, the noble had loads of concubines, and Emma was just another addition. Because of this, he rarely visited her, and Emma believed that by having a child for him, he would love her. Soon afterward, Emma got pregnant and gave birth to baby Setsuna. The noble praised her for this, and Emma heaved a sigh of relief, believing that she finally had what she prayed for. Just then, the noble tested the baby's magic affinity with his magic brooch, but to his disappointment, there was none. Enraged, he dropped the baby and walked out of the room. Basically, it is important in the noble society to pass on superior bloodlines, but the noble was pissed that Setsuna had no talent for magic. Basically, he fell for the magic power that was hidden inside Emma, not her beauty or personality, and this was what he wanted. Emma was pissed when she realized that her baby had no talent, and she grabbed a knife, aiming to kill Setsuna for failing to bring her happiness. Just as she is about to stab Setsuna, he lets off a really huge and cute smile, which ultimately breaks Emma. Emma drops the knife and starts sobbing like a kid while holding her baby close to her head. Momentarily, the noble's butler shows up at her door late in the night. Emma asks him why he has come, and he subtly reveals that he is there to take the child away from Emma. Emma is not a fool, and she knows what the butler meant by this. She knows that they plan to dispose of Setsuna since he is useless. The butler tries sweet-talk things, telling Emma that the child will be taken away so that she can have the time to give birth to more superior offspring. Emma then tells the butler that she understands him, and she lets him know that she is going to make preparations. However, the butler didn't hear from Emma after some time. When he finally entered the room to check, Emma was gone. The butler sees Emma running away, and he sends guards after her. He tells the guards to capture Emma dead or alive. After sustaining several injuries, Emma made it to the orphanage. Deborah took her in and tended to her, but because of her severe injuries, she knows that she might not make it. Emma regretted that she brought Setsuna into a family that didn't want him because things would have been different for him if he had been born into a family that actually wanted him. Emma shed tears about how she allowed herself to be deceived by the noble. Since she is about to die and won't be able to take care of her child, she begs Deborah to save Setsuna. Seeing the tears in her eyes, Deborah holds Emma's hand and assures her that she is going to take care of Setsuna and will never hand him over to anyone.
Deborah then lets Emma know that the way she gave birth to Setsuna doesn't define his happiness because humans find their own happiness. Deborah assures Emma that Setsuna will definitely find his own happiness. After hearing the assurance from Deborah, Emma finally dies. 7 years later, Setsuna has grown into a tough kid who is always trying to help. He got injured once, and when Deborah asked him what happened, he revealed that he tried to stop a noble kid from bullying his friend, but he got pushed instead. Setsuna revealed how the noble kid used his magic power to trash him, while also saying commoners are nothing when compared to nobles. In tears, Setsuna asks Deborah if what the noble kid said is true about being powerless, even if he has the intention of helping his friends. Setsuna wants to know if praying works, and Deborah just smiles at him, suggesting that they pray. Setsuna angrily asks if prayer is going to save him, and Deborah chuckles, saying he might have to wait and see. Deborah then tells him to pray to God and swear that he is going to prove the nobles wrong. Deborah lets him know that his mother was a strong woman, so he has no reason to rush. She assures him that he is also going to be strong, as long as he has a strong core. Later that day, Deborah hands him a book, telling Setsuna to look for another path if he lacks magic power. Apparently, the book was stolen from the noble's bookshelf by Emma, hoping that it would help Setsuna. The book was a book on magic control and everything it entails. Setsuna was excited about the book, but since he had no idea what it meant, he was forced to ask Deborah. Deborah then suggests that they try out the instructions in the book. The first thing she picks out is a fireball, and she demonstrates it for Setsuna to see. Setsuna is blown away by the intense fire that just came out of Deborah's hands. Deborah then reveals that he can evolve his magic by maintaining proper control of his mana. This is basically what the book was trying to point out. She tells him that he would only be able to use basic life magic until he masters everything, and in addition to this, she is confident that he has a lot to learn from the book. Setsuna was glad to hear this, and he assured Deborah that he was going to give it a try. However, Setsuna is confused about the contents of the book, and Deborah explains to him that it is an advanced magic book, but she assures him that she is going to be by his side when reading the book. After that, Setsuna started practicing magic control every day. He never took a single day off from practicing his magic control, and 5 years later, Setsuna had become impressive. Thomas commends him, telling him that he might even become a grand mage in the future. Thomas then asks him about the magic path he would like to pursue. Setsuna reveals that to properly make use of magic control, he would prefer long-range magic. Nonetheless, he wants to try out other magic paths, but since using a magic path automatically binds one's core, Setsuna is at a crossroads. However, he is confident that he can still practice with magic close to each path and find one that is more suitable for him. The two are in the middle of their discussion when he gets a report that his friend, Roka, has been taken by the noble bully, Slain. Apparently, Slain dragged Roka into the woods because she resisted his proposal. When Setsuna hears this, he angrily dashes into the woods. Inside the forest, Roka is backed into a corner while Slain prepares to have his way with her. Slain urges her not to resist because she is nothing but a commoner, and she should even be happy that a noble is making advances toward her. Slain is about to start touching her when he hears a noise behind him. He angrily turns around, planning to scold his underlings for being useless. To his greatest surprise, they are under attack by a horde of goblins. Slain is shocked to see this because there has never been a report of goblins in the forest in the past. One of the goblins comes rushing towards Slain and he hits it with a weak magic, but it is enough to throw the goblin back. This immediately gives Slain the confidence that he can handle the goblins because they are nothing more than goblins in the first place. Slain boasts to his underlings and Roka about the magic power that a noble has. His underlings cheer him on, telling him that his future in the Magus army is definitely guaranteed. Just then, the goblin he had earlier attacked started standing back up. Slain is shocked to see this, but since he has boasted about how strong he is, he attacks the goblins again. This time around, he uses more magic power, expecting to wipe them all out, but to his surprise, it does nothing but tickle the goblins. Slain, being the loser he is, immediately grabs Roka and pushes her toward the goblins, telling her to make herself useful. The goblins smile in a very creepy manner, as if they have been presented with a nice sacrifice. Roka is faced with the goblins, and just as she is about to meet her end, Setsuna shows up, criticizing Slain's use of magic. Setsuna jumps between the goblins and Roka, without any strand of fear in him. Setsuna asks Roka if she is fine, and she says yes, while thanking Setsuna for coming to save her. Since the goblins are already fixated on Setsuna and Roka, Slain and his underlings use the opportunity to run away. Surprisingly, the goblins chase after Slain and his buddies instead. Roka is surprised, and Setsuna tells her that the goblins must have been pissed that Slain attacked them. Setsuna then suggests that they return to Thomas and the other kids. Slain has his hands full when his buddies take another route, leaving him alone with the pissed-off goblins. Slain continued running until he found himself at the end of a cliff with nowhere else to run. Slain starts crying like a baby, begging the monsters to leave him alone until Setsuna shows up to save him. Setsuna tells him that without his losers behind him, he is nothing more than a pathetic loser.
Setsuna hits the goblins with a powerful magic attack, leaving Slain impressed. He tells Setsuna that he is going to make him his subordinate if he helps him, but Setsuna tells the dumbass that he is not there to help him. Setsuna assures Slain that he is going to make him pay for what he was about to do to Roka. After giving Slain a piece of his mind, Setsuna continues discharging the goblins with serious magic strikes. Momentarily, Slain decides to be an a-hole by telling Setsuna that he has found out how he is able to use magic attacks proficiently. He realized that all Setsuna is doing is magic control, and he makes fun of him, saying it is nothing but cheap tricks. Slain starts boasting about how his strength won't take him anywhere because magic power supersedes all. Setsuna admits that his magic power is lacking, which will make it hard for him to handle all of the goblins by himself. However, he has been training non-stop for 5 years to hone his magic control skills. He tells Slain that he is going to show him accumulated skill, pretty much greater than having talent. Setsuna whips out a sheet and unleashes a magic power that slowly ignites the sheet. Slain is shocked when he sees this, and he assumes that Setsuna is using a magic type called bestowal magic, even when he hasn't undergone the rite of picking a magic path. Setsuna smiles, telling him that what he is looking at is not bestowal magic, but he is actually controlling the manacore with magic to properly simulate spellcasting. A manacore is basically a tank that holds magic inside a human. It is shaped from birth but fully fixed by the rite of mastery. This is what grants the function of a magical circuit allowing official system magic, but in the case of Setsuna, his magic control can change the shape of his manacore. Setsuna then throws the sheet at the goblins and properly ignites it before reaching them. This creates a mini fireball that creates a boundary between them and the goblins. Setsuna tells Slain that he might not be able to properly chase the goblins away, but what he just did will keep them at bay. Slain is shocked when he sees this because he couldn't even handle the goblins, but Setsuna was able to stop them easily. Just then, Setsuna applies a light protection magic on Slain and himself, saying it should help them withstand the impact of landing. Slain believes that it is a form of healing magic, and Setsuna lets him know that it is not simulated enough yet. Slain cannot believe just how diverse Setsuna is to be able to use several magic systems. Setsuna suddenly grabs Slain's hand, leaving him confused. Scared to his bones, he asks him what he is doing, and Setsuna reveals that they are jumping off the cliff, while reminding Slain that he is a noble's kid, so he shouldn't be scared. With no other choice, the two leap off the cliff, down into the water below. Slain passes out just from jumping off the cliff, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in a cave with Setsuna watching over him. Setsuna teases him for passing out just from a jump. Slain is filled with terror when he realizes that Setsuna has set up some sort of monster prevention magic at the entrance of the cave. Slain cannot believe that Setsuna also has talent for formation magic. Pissed about this, Slain speaks out about how a trash commoner like him could be a genius mage. Setsuna denies being great, saying all he did was just daily accumulation. Setsuna then tells Slain that it would be best for them to return to the village since he has regained mobility. However, he assures him that he is still going to make him pay for what he did to Roka. Momentarily, they arrived at the village, with Thomas waiting for them. Thomas scolds Setsuna for his reckless behavior, and he apologizes. Setsuna then pushes Slain in Roka's direction to do the needful. Setsuna tells Roka that she is free to do whatever she wants with Slain since his family's search party is not close by. In fact, Setsuna lets Slain know that they can return to the goblin territory if this is what Roka wants. Scared to death, Slain apologizes for what he did. But before he can finish his statement, Roka kicks him in the balls, causing him unimaginable pain only a guy can feel. Slain falls to the ground in pain, and Roka tells him never to come near them again. Thomas and Setsuna are happy with the way Roka dealt with the loser. Things continued going well at the orphanage until Deborah fell sick when he was 15 years old. On her deathbed, Thomas tells Deborah that he is going to become a priest so he can properly protect the kids. Deborah thanks him for his dedication while telling him that he can definitely do it. Setsuna also informs the lady that he has decided to enroll in the Magic Academy. Setsuna lets the lady know that this dream was possible, all thanks to the training he had with her. Deborah shed tears of joy when she realized that she had managed to train the two into becoming the best individuals. Since she is about to die, Deborah tells the kids that they need to know about her sins. Deborah suddenly reveals that the reason the kids became orphans is because of her. This shocks the kids, and they all ask her what she meant by this. Deborah explains that she was once a member of the Magus battalion. She was always fighting to bring peace to the world, but she failed to protect the village on a fateful night when the village was attacked by a horde of monsters. Setsuna tries to dissuade Deborah from the idea that what happened is her fault, but she insists that most of the people who died on that day were their parents. It turns out that she was cursed by the monsters, leaving his body entirely corroded from within and unable to bear children. After she left the Magus battalion, she searched the village for hope, but deep down, she was looking for forgiveness. And raising the kids was her own way of atoning for her supposed sins. Deborah has always taught them that having a core of the heart is important, but it turns out that she is the pitiful one. Deborah then thanks the kids for everything up until that very point. Deborah reveals that the core of her heart was their smiles. However, Setsuna lets her know that she was the one who brought back their smiles. Setsuna lets her know that they managed to reach the point that they are because of her. In tears, Setsuna thanks Deborah while telling her that she is the beacon who illuminated his life. Setsuna then told Deborah that he wants to protect the coming generation just like she did. Setsuna promises Deborah that she is going to become the strongest long-range magic mage, graduate as the best in his class, and finally join the Magus Battalion. After he has achieved all of these, he promises to support the orphanage so he can be worthy of her name. Deborah is glad to hear this, and she pats Setsuna on the cheeks, thanking him for growing strong. After saying this, she gives up the ghost, leaving the kids to scream in pain. Setsuna calls her by her title, but in the end, calls her mom. Not long after burying Deborah, Setsuna enrolled in the Magic Academy. After hearing the sad story from Thomas, Setsuna is brought to tears, as she never knew that Setsuna had gone through such a terrible fate. Roberta, on the other hand, finally understands how Setsuna was able to cultivate his magic control and gain the immense strength that he has. However, she is still baffled as to why Setsuna chose close-range magic even after knowing that long-range magic is basically a boost to success. Roberta is confident that Setsuna must have had a good reason to throw his future away. Even though Roberta is fighting the urge to doubt Setsuna, she still wants to confirm it herself. Later that night, Roberta waits in ambush for Setsuna to walk by so she can subdue him and confirm if he has another crest on his body. Setsuna is minding his business when he is suddenly attacked by Roberta. She aims her power directly at Setsuna's left hand, which is hidden behind the glove, to try and confirm her suspicion. The magic tears off Setsuna's glove, and instead of a crest, what she sees is a burn scar, leaving her surprised. Setsuna then tells her to step out from where she is hiding because he knows her magic. Roberta has no choice but to come out, and Setsuna asks her why she would do such a thing. This is when Roberta brings out her badge to reveal that she is an inquisitor from the church. She tells Setsuna that he has been suspected of wielding ancient magic. She demands that Setsuna show the back of his mind, and Setsuna confidently tells her that he doesn't mind doing that. Setsuna shows Roberta the scar, saying it is a burn scar that he got during the Academy's joint training, but he didn't want to show it to others, which is why he kept it hidden. Roberta takes a closer look and she realizes that there are no signs of fabrication on the skin. Because of this, she had no choice but to apologize to Setsuna, telling him that she had made a mistake. Roberta bows her head, begging Setsuna to forgive her. But Setsuna quickly tells the lady to raise her head because he has no issues since the suspicions have been cleared. Roberta then asks Setsuna what he is doing in the area, and Setsuna mentions that he is patrolling the royal cemetery because events tend to happen at the cemetery during the Saints Festival. Roberta believes him and then retreats, while fully convinced that Setsuna has nothing hidden in his cupboard. Just as she leaves, a tiny blue orb that Morgana gave him falls from the back of his hand, finally revealing his crest. Blazer is glad that everything is over because he was getting frustrated already. He then asks Setsuna why he didn't dodge Roberta's attack when he could clearly do so. Setsuna then reveals that he intentionally took the hit to prevent Roberta from continually attacking him until she sees the back of his hand. He was already prepared, and her attack came just at the right moment. It turns out that the blue orb is a magic tool that is imbued with alchemy and the power of a water spirit. This is a magic tool that blends into the skin and temporarily erases the glow of the crest. This was the instruction Morgana left in the note that she gave Setsuna, and she proudly mentions that it is her original technique, which will not be easily discovered. Setsuna is thankful to Morgana for saving him yet again. He has plans to reveal his crest at some point, but he is glad that Roberta's suspicions have been cleared. With Roberta out of the way, Setsuna believes that he can finally focus on the cemetery robbery. Finally, the day of the festival arrives, and Layla is in her room when Roberta shows up. Layla almost faints in excitement when she learns that Setsuna is no longer under suspicion. Roberta also apologizes to Layla for the trouble that she caused because of her doubt. Layla tells Roberta that she has nothing to apologize for because she has always believed that Setsuna is a good person. Roberta says she is also relieved because she no longer has to suspect Layla's friend. Roberta then asks Layla if she doesn't have the plans to invite Setsuna to the Saints Festival. Layla gives an awkward answer, leaving Roberta to ask her why she's being totally awkward. Layla then replies that she believes Setsuna is aiming for a really high standard. Roberta understands Layla's concern, and she decides that they need to show Setsuna what he is missing. Meanwhile, Setsuna has decided not to bring the water spirit pendant with him to the patrol because he is scared that it might get damaged or the apostles might even steal it from him. He doesn't want a situation where Morgana and the water spirit will be in danger, and this makes him leave the pendant back at the house. After he is done storing the pendant, he tells Blazer that it is time for them to leave. As he is about to step out of the house, he runs into Thomas, who asks him if he is going to the festival, but Setsuna tells him no, saying he is going on a patrol. Setsuna then walks up to Thomas, telling him to keep the kids at the house because something bad might happen. He remembers that in his past life, the children at the orphanage disappeared on the day of the festival, which probably meant they got caught up in the incident. Thomas then assures Setsuna that he is not going to keep his eyes off the kids. Setsuna taps his big bro on the shoulder, thanking him for being reliable. Setsuna plans to prevent the destruction that claimed the lives of those he loved. Setsuna is about to leave when Layla runs into him from behind. He turns around to see Layla wearing a stunning dress that makes her look absolutely gorgeous. Setsuna is still trying to process the situation when Layla asks him if he would like to go with her to the Saints Festival. Setsuna wastes no time giving the girl an answer. He tells her that he won't be able to go because he has a patrol at the Royal Cemetery. This strikes Layla's heart like a heavy stone, ultimately pissing Roberta off. She screams at Setsuna, asking him if he can't find a way out of his supposedly busy schedule. Before Roberta can lash out further at Setsuna, Layla quickly jumps, accepting Setsuna's decision not to go. Setsuna then walks away with Layla, wishing him luck on his patrol. At the cemetery, the two guards stationed there talk about how much they wish that they were at the festival too. They are going about their task when they notice that the ground is shaking and to their very eyes the undead start rising from their graves. The guards are about to be overwhelmed when Setsuna suddenly shows up to decapitate the closest undead with his punch. He then tells the guards to evacuate the area because of the dangers. The guards are confused because they have never seen Setsuna before, but Setsuna mentions that he is there to help with the patrol. The guards still question his presence because no one told them anything about what he just said. In addition, the guards believe that Setsuna should run because there is no way he is engaging all of the monsters on his own. However, Tsukuyomi is able to dodge his strike, leaving him to cut down undead monsters instead of her. Tsukuyomi smiles instead of getting scared, and she commends Setsuna for getting to her pretty fast. Setsuna, on the other hand, is confused about who Tsukuyomi is because he doesn't know she is an apostle yet. At the same time, she resembles Yuzuha, forcing her to ask the lady if she has any connections with Yuzuha. Tsukuyomi decides to have a chat with Setsuna since he asked about Yuzuha. Tsukuyomi mentioned that Giovanni had Yuzuha committed to him, and in return, Giovanni worshipped Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi believes that Giovanni picked Yuzuha because she resembles someone he respects and worships. However, Tsukuyomi is disappointed that Yuzuha didn't perform to expectations. After she is done explaining herself, she turns to Setsuna, telling him that it is his turn to answer her questions. She then asks him how he found her. Setsuna mentions that he enhanced his hearing with a physical boost, and then he traced the undead appearance back to the central point. In addition to this, the magic infused in the earring that was given to Yuzuha was totally different from Giovanni's magic. Since the magic he was sensing was very ominous, it was easy for him to follow the magic. After hearing this, Tsukuyomi commends Setsuna, saying his instincts are one of a kind, and in addition to that, he is combat capable too. Tsukuyomi finally understands why Giovanni wanted him at all costs. However, Tsukuyomi says everything he has explained doesn't mention how he was able to figure out the particular day and time she wanted to carry out her plan. Looking at his surroundings, Setsuna realizes that the undead are already gathering, and it dawns on him that this is the reason Tsukuyomi is holding back. Setsuna is not ready to continue playing her games, and he resorts to attacking the lady again. Setsuna throws an energy punch at Tsukuyomi, destroying everything in its path until it reaches Tsukuyomi and stops. A shield appears in front of Tsukuyomi, ultimately blocking the attack. Tsukuyomi makes fun of Setsuna, telling him that she had a backup plan before coming to the cemetery. Setsuna is shocked because the magic he just witnessed is one of a powerful summoning mage, known as the Iron Wall of Wallace. Basically, the shield has a time limit, but during the time that the shield is up, nothing will essentially pass through it, and the shield has a special counterattack after deflecting an attack. The counterattack is known as the Magic Sword's Vacuum Slash, and because Setsuna already knows this, he is able to bend at the right time to dodge the sword from decapitating him. As if Setsuna doesn't have enough on his plate already, another knight known as the Severing Iron of Ordino shows up. Setsuna is now going up against the strongest shield and spear in the history of magic. They are the legendary duos that the teachers in the academy always yap about. Setsuna is utterly blown away, and he asks Tsukuyomi how she brought the legendary duo to help her. Tsukuyomi mentions that she already revived them at the Southern Mausoleum before coming to the cemetery to carry out her grand plan. Tsukuyomi makes fun of Setsuna, saying she gathered all of the warriors because of him. Tsukuyomi then creates an undead throne for herself to see how Setsuna wants to break through her defenses. The undead swordsman swings its blade at Setsuna, but he manages to dodge it. Setsuna doesn't hold back before going after the shield bearer. He almost gets it by the head, but the shield appears right on time to save it. Setsuna is frustrated about how tough the shield is and by how fast the shield emerges. He figures out that breaking through straight ahead is going to be a big problem since the two warriors compensate for each other's weaknesses. Setsuna is thinking of what to do when the undead swordsman leaps into the air to try and finish Setsuna off. Setsuna leaps backward, dodging the attack, but just then, he notices something strange about the two, and this is the fact that they have stopped moving. It turns out that the two are actually resisting Tsukuyomi's control, which is why they stopped moving. Tsukuyomi is impressed by this, and she says she expects nothing less from the so-called legendary hero. However, she considers herself too powerful for the dead to resist. She amplifies her magic again, messing with the duo's consciousness to get them to fight on her behalf. Apparently, there is a story that the two stood on a bridge for 3 days, fighting off monsters while protecting people. Setsuna is pissed that Tsukuyomi is messing with the two heroes who fought their hearts out to help people. Tsukuyomi notices that Setsuna is pissed off already, but she is not concerned because she believes that Setsuna is just going to end up just like them after she is done with him. Since they are currently fighting in his hometown, Tsukuyomi teases Setsuna, telling him that he will be the one to destroy his people in town once she has him under her control. Tsukuyomi laughs like a creep, saying she is already imagining Setsuna shedding tears of blood. Back at the house, Roberta is still pissed about the fact that Setsuna rejected her relative. Suddenly, it dawns on her that something is wrong because there is no way Setsuna will decide to take on a security task when he has just returned to the town. It finally becomes clear to her that something is up because Setsuna has been patrolling the cemetery ever since he arrived in the town. Roberta runs into Setsuna's room to search it, and she finds the tiny blue orb lying on the ground. She investigates the nature of the orb, and it suddenly fuses with her hand, ultimately masking the glow of the crest. Roberta finally figures out that Setsuna must have hidden the crest on his left hand, using the magic item. Roberta then turns to Layla, telling her that she needs to find Setsuna, restrain him, and talk to him. Layla wants to follow her, but she refuses, telling her that it might be dangerous. Layla returns to Setsuna's room, and she notices the water presence coming from his closet. Elsewhere, Setsuna is battling it out with the undead, and he knows that with the numbers around him, he won't be able to reach Tsukuyomi. Setsuna decides to use one of his hidden tricks, the Domain of Tranquility. The moment he activates the magic, he starts walking among the undead, without any of them being able to sense him. Apparently, the undead don't have eyes, and they only detect the presence of the living via other methods. This said method is mana perception, and since Setsuna can completely suppress his mana with the help of his magic control, he is completely invincible to the undead. Tsukuyomi panics, screaming at the undead to attack Setsuna before he gets to her. Once he cuts down on the distance between him and Tsukuyomi, Setsuna unleashes his mana and takes down a bunch of undead. He plans to continue this process until she reaches Tsukuyomi. Even Tsukuyomi is blown away, as she never believed that someone was capable of using the trick Setsuna is using right in front of her. It turns out that Setsuna developed the secret technique before his regression. During the joint training, he was scared to use it, but now that he is the only one fighting, he has no issues using it. To defeat the underworld armies, several mages carried out lots of experiments, and this technique is what came of the experiments. Setsuna finally reaches the legendary duo, but he notices that each of them is strong enough to rival the Hydra. Setsuna then asks Blazer how long he is going to last against the legendary if he unleashes his full power, coupled with the spirit magic. Blazer is excited to tell Setsuna that he will be able to last 3 times longer than before. However, the 3 times he is talking about are just 3 minutes. Nonetheless, Setsuna is prepared to take out the legendary duo in under 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Roberta has reached the graveyard and she is surprised to see the undead everywhere. She also sees Tsukuyomi in the distance, leaving her utterly confused. She knows that Setsuna is an ancient magic wielder, but what stands before her is worse. Just then, the 2 cemetery guards come running over, and when Roberta asks them what happened, they reveal that they have no idea. But it is certain that they were saved by Setsuna. The guards urge Roberta to run away when she has the chance to. Roberta is shocked to hear that Setsuna is fighting the undead alone, while he allows the guards to escape. She wonders if Setsuna is really trying to do the right thing. Since she was younger, Roberta had learned that ancient magic is a forbidden power, which is far beyond human comprehension. It was always hammered into her head that she needed to protect humans from those who use ancient magic. After remembering her teachings, Roberta comes to the conclusion that Setsuna is still dangerous because he carries a power that has the potential to destroy everything around him. She also remembers Layla, and her urge to protect Layla pushes her to want to terminate Setsuna more. Momentarily, Setsuna makes it to Tsukuyomi's last line of defense. He knows that they are going to be tougher, but he is pretty sure that the Domain of Tranquility will still work on them. In addition to this, he combines a double fake, which ultimately creates a clone using mana. Using this terrifying skill, he cuts through the undead, almost reaching Tsukuyomi. However, she is saved again thanks to the legendary duo. Setsuna is surprised to see that the duo is able to sense the fluctuation in his mana when he was about to attack, which is why they were able to save Tsukuyomi. Before Setsuna knows it, Tsukuyomi's defenses have regrouped again, making life more difficult for him. Setsuna concludes that the only way out for him is to force his way through with spirit magic. Setsuna loses concentration, and just as he is about to lose his head, he is dragged away by a plant, hung around him like a hand.
Setsuna is shocked, and he is more shocked when he realizes that he just got saved by Roberta. Setsuna ultimately thanks Roberta, but she lets him know that she is not off the hook just yet. Roberta knows that Layla will be left heartbroken if Setsuna dies, while facing off against the undead, which is why she has to protect him. Setsuna is glad that he got saved by the lady, but this just makes things difficult for him because he obviously cannot use spirit magic in front of her. In addition to this, using Mana Guard is pretty useless against the legendary duos. Setsuna easily figures out that he is in a bind, leaving him to wonder what he must do to break through. Tsukuyomi, on the other hand, is surprised Roberta showed herself, and she teases her, asking if she is aiming to die. Roberta returns the gesture, saying she couldn't stay hidden because Tsukuyomi's stench was too big to ignore. Setsuna resumes his charge toward the undead, and Roberta provides backup from behind. She uses her magic to bind the undead swordsman to give Setsuna the chance to reach him, but the swordsman easily breaks the binds. This is when it dawns on Roberta that Tsukuyomi is quite strong, and Setsuna is taking her on by himself. Setsuna is also worried that things are not progressing well, and Blazer urges him to use his power because he is edging to burn everything to ashes. Setsuna is reluctant to do this because Roberta is watching him like a hawk. Setsuna wants to look for another way, but just then Layla arrives on the scene. She attacks Tsukuyomi from behind, but the undead shield covers her, leaving her unharmed. Layla immediately runs over to join Setsuna and Roberta. Setsuna asks Layla why she is there too, and she reveals that she heard the water spirit's voice telling her that Setsuna is in danger. Setsuna is shocked when he hears this, and he figures out that his suspicion about Layla having an affinity for water spirits might be right. In order not to conclude, he assumes that something might also be wrong with the water spirit. Just then, Setsuna hears the water spirit saying she would be disappointed if Setsuna died because she is still waiting for him to impress her. Since Layla is already on the scene, Setsuna is forced to ask her if she can help them in the tight situation they have found themselves in. Layla agrees, and together, they dash toward the undead monsters. Setsuna is impressed that Layla is showing no sign of fear whatsoever. Staying at the rear, Roberta also provides support, but the undead swordsman easily cuts down her vines. Tired of watching them struggle with each other, Tsukuyomi increases the power of the legendary duo so that they can quickly finish off the annoying trio. Tsukuyomi's plan works, and the legendary duo gets even stronger. Layla jumps backward to avoid them, but the distance isn't much, and she soon finds a sword reaching directly for her neck. She easily figures out that she can't dodge the attack, and she assumes that she is done for, but just then, Roberta jumps in to take the hit. Roberta gets hit right in the chest, knocking her to the ground, leaving Layla to scream out her name. She rushes over to check on her, and Tsukuyomi makes fun of them for being just weak-hearted. Tsukuyomi then tells Layla that she's going to turn her and Roberta into undead monsters to attack Setsuna. While Layla is busy attending to Roberta, she is attacked by the undead swordsman. Just as they are about to be struck down, Setsuna comes in, blazing hot, to save the girls. Just the trail of fire from him running leaves the undead burn to a crisp. This is when Roberta finally confirms that Setsuna is a wielder of ancient magic. Blazer is excited to unleash his wrath on the enemy, and he asks Setsuna how he plans to deal with the legendary duo. Setsuna then tells Blazer that he has nothing to worry about because he has found the duo's flaw. Setsuna immediately charges toward the two, throwing punches at them, while also dodging their attacks. Tsukuyomi finally witnesses what spirit magic is, and she realizes why Jagan had no chance against it. However, she is confident that she has everything sorted out because the undead don't get tired. She smiles with the realization that Setsuna is just going to run out of mana before he can reach her. Blazer is pissed at this, and he tells Setsuna to pierce through the shield, stopping them. But Setsuna disagrees because he knows that too much firepower will take a toll on their mana. Setsuna assures Blazer that there is another way that he can deal with the two. Setsuna remembers Lionel telling him a story about the legendary duo. Setsuna notices that the two have been fighting him since the battle started, but they have not really shown the coordination needed to be called heroes. With this in mind, Setsuna takes on the two pretty easily. He jumps in between them, forcing the swordsman to try and strike him, but Setsuna bends down to dodge. The strike from the sword ends up hitting the shield, ultimately making a dent in it. Setsuna's genius move shocks the girls, but Setsuna is not done yet as he whips out his fiery blade. He lands a single hit on the shield, ultimately shattering it. With no shield to protect the undead warrior, Setsuna easily splits it into two. Pissed about Setsuna killing his counterpart, the swordsman charges toward him. It turns into a sword battle between the two, and Setsuna doesn't hold back while engaging the swordsman. Setsuna easily maneuvers around the undead warrior before finally getting a chance to strike it down. With his fiery blade, he cuts the undead in half. Setsuna then tells the swordsman how sorry he is that he didn't get to save him. Tsukuyomi is pissed that the so-called heroes lost a 2-versus-1 battle. Setsuna tells her to keep her mouth shut because her knights are gone. Tsukuyomi is not worried because Setsuna only has 30 seconds left to use his powerful skill. Tsukuyomi unleashes more undead, hoping that she gets to waste Setsuna's time.
Just then, the legendary swordsman takes Setsuna's side and he launches a devastating attack that cuts through the undead horde. Tsukuyomi is shocked to see that the undead swordsman could still move. Setsuna smiles, thanking the undead swordsman for lending him his strength. Setsuna then tells Tsukuyomi that she is about to pay for underestimating the heroes. Setsuna reaches Tsukuyomi so fast that she cannot react. He swings his sword at her and she tries to resist, but the fiery sword ends up cutting through her body. Setsuna burns her body to the ground right around the time that he reaches his limit. Blazer commends his strength and that of the heroes. Setsuna agrees, saying it is easy to resurrect the dead, but controlling it is the problem. Setsuna then turns to check on Roberta, who is slowly losing her life. She asks Setsuna if the power he just used is ancient magic, and since he can't deny it anymore, he says yes. Layla quickly joins the conversation, telling Roberta that Setsuna is not a bad person. Roberta assures Layla that she knows this because Setsuna only used the magic to save her and Layla. Roberta is confused about what to do because Setsuna will definitely be executed if she hands him over to the church. Suddenly, Setsuna and the girls find themselves bound by what is supposed to be Roberta's magic. This shocks Setsuna, and to their surprise, Tsukuyomi is still alive. She reveals the big surprise that it is not only the dead that she can control. Tsukuyomi emerges from a scary cocoon, and this time, she looks absolutely terrifying. Fear grips Setsuna when he realizes that Tsukuyomi was hiding her true strength all along. To make things worse, she has Setsuna right under her thumb, totally restricted, as she plans to cut his head off. Setsuna tries breaking free, but he can't because the vines are interrupting with his mana blade. At the last minute, Layla breaks free from her binds and charges toward Tsukuyomi to protect Setsuna. Realizing the danger, Setsuna screams at Layla to stop. Instead of backing off in the face of fear, Layla continues toward Tsukuyomi because she is willing to do anything as long as it helps Setsuna. However, before she even gets the chance to do anything, Tsukuyomi impales her with her giant claws. Tsukuyomi then throws Layla away after she makes sure that there is a big hole in her chest. Setsuna is shocked and doesn't want to believe what he just saw, as the memories of the good times he shared with Layla flash through his head. Setsuna loses himself to Blazer's power, immediately unleashing a massive firepower that burns through the vines holding him down. Blazer screams at Setsuna, telling him not to use his powers because his body won't be able to hold it. Setsuna doesn't mind if he dies, since Tsukuyomi is still standing in front of him. He rushes toward the monster, ready to take her down, but Tsukuyomi makes fun of him, since she knows that he is clearly burning through his life force to continue the fight. Tsukuyomi then leaps backward with no attempt to fight Setsuna head-on. She releases web fluid from her mouth, restraining Setsuna, but he easily breaks through the restraints. However, this doesn't help much because Tsukuyomi easily lifts herself in the air to shoot more webs at Setsuna. To make it worse, her webs have spikes in them, making the battle tough for Setsuna. Just when Setsuna is about to finish him off, he is saved by the least expected person, Layla. Her presence shocks everyone, especially Tsukuyomi, who knows that what she did to Layla should have finished her off. Setsuna turns to Layla, asking her if she is unharmed, and she says yes. Layla reveals that when the attack hit her, her body turned into water, ultimately saving her life. Basically, she was saved by the water spirit because she was wearing the pendant around her neck. Just then, Layla finds herself in the spirit world, where she meets the water spirit, Waternia. Waternia tells Layla that she is going to grant her strength, but everything still sounds strange to Layla. Layla then asks Waternia why she would lend her strength, since she hasn't even done anything. Waternia then corrects her, telling her that she actually did by showing her an emotion that she never knew, which is true love. Layla is confused by this, and Waternia explains that she has always wanted to lend her power to those who inspire her. Waternia has seen a lot of good things, but she never felt moved. However, she witnessed a man who used spirit magic for a woman, even though he might be executed for it, and a woman who risked her life to save the said man. Waternia calls this true love, and mentions that it is worthy of surpassing her trial. Waternia mentions that the spirit world is actually lonely, which is why she is drawn to the beauty of mortal life. She knows that the act of sacrificing oneself for another can only be done by humans. With this, she considers human love truly wonderful. Because she surpassed her trial, Waternia lets her know that she is the most worthy to wield her power. Waternia then suggests that they return to the real world so that they can rescue her lover. Layla is about to play a fool again by saying Setsuna is not her lover, but she ignores it and suggests that they return to the real world. Upon returning to the real world, Setsuna asks Waternia if she finally felt the emotion she was looking for, and says yes. She mentions that the emotion she was searching for is love, and it is currently in Layla's heart. Setsuna and Layla are both struck by the sudden revelation, but Waternia suggests that they focus their attention on the matters at hand. Just then, Waternia's mana starts to creep into every part of Layla's body, leaving Roberta utterly disappointed when she realizes what is happening. Once Layla is up and running, she tells Setsuna to rest while she handles Tsukuyomi. Setsuna is pleased that Layla is a natural when it comes to spirits, and he decides to trust her to handle the situation. Waternia then tells Layla to use the magic that she has learned, and all she will do is lend her her power while also guiding her. Just then, Layla whips out her mana blade thanks to the fact that she has been training just like Setsuna did. Instead of a regular sword, she makes a whip. After they are done deliberating and making weapons, Layla finally goes after Tsukuyomi. Layla swings her whip at Tsukuyomi in a very irregular way, making it very hard for her to catch the trajectory. Tsukuyomi fails to block the attack, and she gets hit instead. In addition to this, the whip is faster than the sound it produces. Setsuna wonders if Layla is enhancing the flexibility of the water's flow speed. Layla doesn't give the monster any chance as she continues throwing her whip at her. Tsukuyomi wants to run backwards, but Layla catches her, assuring her that she has nowhere to go. Tsukuyomi then does something crazy by shedding her skin to escape the whip's grasp. Tsukuyomi then runs around the battlefield while boasting about her beauty. Surprisingly, she reaches Setsuna's back before he can react. Tsukuyomi raises her hand, ready to eliminate him. Setsuna is able to dodge the first strike, but Layla blocks her second strike with her whip. However, just like before, Tsukuyomi sheds her skin again, making everything very difficult. Layla figures out that she has to do something about the molting if she is going to defeat Tsukuyomi. Setsuna then runs over to Layla, telling her that Tsukuyomi might not be able to escape if her entire body is wrapped in the whip. Waternia figures out that she will have to extend the whip to an incredible length, but unlike Blazer, who burns and turns into fire, the creation of water is quite inefficient. Waternia mentions that she is going to need a massive amount of water ready before she can do it. When Waternia mentioned this, Setsuna remembered Lionel telling her that Morgana used the lake's water to create massive water spheres. With this in mind, he comes up with a solid plan. He then tells his allies to prepare themselves to listen to what he is about to say, because with this, they are going to end the fight. Setsuna and Layla then stand back to back, emitting a crazy amount of aura from their body. Even Tsukuyomi gets shaken by the excessive aura coming from their body. However, she is confident that she can dodge the attack, since it is their final blow. In addition to dodging it, she can also molt, and she believes that as long as she protects her core, she will get to revive as many times as she wants. Confident about this, Tsukuyomi makes fun of them, telling them to give up because they are going to make for very good undead warriors. Just then, Layla uses the blue whip technique, but Tsukuyomi is not bothered since it has not been effective against her since she started using it. In return, she unleashes her spikes at Layla, but she easily dodges and finally uses the extended version of the blue whip, ultimately wrapping around Tsukuyomi. This is when it dawns on Tsukuyomi that she can't escape the whip, since her entire body is wrapped in it. She is left with the question of where Layla got all the water she used in making the extended whip, since there are no lakes or ponds in the area. Waternia makes fun of her, saying there is actually water in the area. Tsukuyomi turns around to see Setsuna still unleashing heat from his body, and this is when she figures it out. Setsuna has been heating up the area to make the snow melt, and this is where they got the water from. Tsukuyomi is ultimately blown away that Setsuna could think that far ahead, even at the very last moment. Realizing that she can't move, and Setsuna is running toward her with serious killing intentions, she suggests that they make a deal. She tells Setsuna that she can make him eternal by turning him into an undead. She increases the deal, saying she can even make Setsuna an apostle. Setsuna has no interest in whatever she is saying, and just as he gets close enough, Setsuna activates the flame magic, surrounding his body with burning hot flames. His punch travels toward Tsukuyomi like a bullet, and Setsuna hits her as hard as he can, finally burning away her body and core. Layla heaves a sigh of relief when she realizes that they have won. However, she is exhausted from the excessive use of mana, and she loses balance. Before she can hit the ground, Setsuna runs toward her to grab her. Setsuna reveals how impressed he is that Layla is able to effectively wield spirit magic. Layla blushes, saying she probably got stronger, and while the two are busy blushing over each other, Waternia speaks from behind to talk about their impressive love life. Setsuna smiles, thanking Waternia and Layla that they were the ones who saved him. He thanks them for this, but just as he finishes saying it, he passes out in Layla's hands. Elsewhere, Saitanakia is pissed that their colleague has been terminated, and he is even more pissed that it is Setsuna's doing. Puker laughs when he hears this, as he believes that he is a weakling to have fallen to Setsuna. Saitanakia initially assumes that Tsukuyomi let her guard down, but he quickly trashes this idea, saying Tsukuyomi is extremely cautious, which means Setsuna beat through every backup plan that she installed. Saitanakia then tells Puker to keep an eye on Setsuna's movements. He says Setsuna has been moving so funny that they can no longer ignore him. In addition, he fears that there is a traitor among them, and the biggest suspect is Leo. Puker is surprised to hear this, but Saitanakia tells him to take care of Leo. Puker is excited to surveil Leo, and if he turns out to be a traitor, he is just going to end him. Soon afterward, Setsuna woke up in Roberta's care. She is kneeling over them, applying healing magic to their bodies. Setsuna is shocked, and he asks Roberta why she didn't restrain him. Setsuna believes that Roberta should be handing him over to the church. Roberta reveals that she still has her doubts, which is why she is not making a move yet. Roberta then subtly asks Setsuna who he is. Before Setsuna can speak, Layla also wakes up. Layla is surprised that Roberta is making use of herself as a knee pillow for them. Setsuna then tells them to come with him once they are done with recovery. Momentarily, Setsuna leads them to a hillside where they can see the town from above. They are enjoying the view when Setsuna suddenly drops the bombshell, saying he came from the future, where things were already destroyed. Layla and Roberta hear this and believe that he is saying trash, but he lets them know that he is not just spewing rubbish. He assures them that the castle that they are looking at in front of them will burn down in 6 years. The town is going to get crushed by giants in 8 years, while the academy will fall to monsters in just 5 years. Roberta still believes that Setsuna is joking, but he assures the lady that he is definitely not joking. Setsuna then narrates everything, including why he chose close combat magic. After hearing everything, Roberta concludes that his story is hard to believe, but the fact that he knew the monster was going to target the graveyard and he is incredibly strong for his age makes everything come together. Layla immediately tells Setsuna that she believes him, because from the moment they met, things got bad, but he never gave up. Layla finally figures out that he was carrying the weight of what he already knows, which is why he refused to give up no matter what. Setsuna is blown away by how much Layla cares about him, and Waternia creeps in as usual, talking about their undying love for each other. Roberta then tells Setsuna that the church might never believe his story, since they don't share the idea of time traveling. However, Setsuna lets her know that he is leaving the decision of the crest to her. Setsuna then warns her to be careful of the saint, who holds the highest authority in the church. Setsuna reveals that the saint joined the evil side in his past life. Roberta argues this, saying the high saint is a clear devout follower of the divine being and would never support evil. Setsuna then tells Roberta that the high saint recently got an aide named Gustav, and it is this person who will change her. Roberta is shocked to hear this since she knows who Gustav is, but she has not spoken to him directly. Just then, a large bird appears on the scene, and judging from the belt around the bird, it is evident that it is from the Magus battalion. Setsuna immediately puts up his guard, but when the bird descends, the soldiers on it are shocked not to see any sign of the undead, since this is why they came. They step off the bird, looking all cool, but when they realize that there is no enemy in the surroundings, the leader of the unit demands to know who fought the battle, since he heard that there was a swarm of undead in the area. Setsuna is reluctant to speak up, but Roberta quickly raises her badge and also reveals that she was the one who took care of the undead. Roberta tells the soldier that the situation is not as bad as they make it out to be. The leader of the unit commends Robert for her good work when he realizes that she is from the church. Roberta has decided to keep everything to herself until she returns to the church to confirm all. The unit leader also recognizes Setsuna as the student who is supposed to come for training with the Magus battalion. Setsuna confirms this, and the dude finally introduces himself as Sid, the commander of the Magus battalion. Sid tells Setsuna that he is free to resume after the new year because the battalion loves having strong people in their midst. One of the mages disagrees with his boss, saying Setsuna is just a kid hiding behind a woman, and there is no way he is strong. Setsuna hears the dude's voice and immediately recognizes him as one of his comrades on the battlefield. He was his total opposite in combat power, and his name is Zappa. Zappa notices that Setsuna is smiling, and he immediately becomes hostile, assuming that he is making fun of him. The tense situation becomes scary when an undead suddenly appears behind the girls. Zappa takes out his anger on the undead and sends them flying with powerful firepower. Even Blazer is amazed by Zappa's ability. Setsuna is not surprised because he knows what Zappa is capable of. In his past life, he was the best in magic control, but when it came to raw magic power, Zappa was the undisputed champion. Layla then walks over to ask Setsuna if he knows Zappa, and he says yes. Setsuna assures Layla that he is a good guy and they become friends in the future. Zappa boasts about his power, telling Setsuna that his power as a close combat mage is lacking, and he urges him to stay behind him during training. Setsuna grins, telling Zappa that he is a lot stronger when he is the one leading the team. This gets on Zappa's nerves, as he tells Setsuna not to get ahead of himself. Sid steps in, telling Zappa to calm his nerves, and he assures Setsuna that he is going to assign him a different squad if Zappa proves to be difficult. Setsuna smiles, telling the boss that there is no need for him to do such because he wants to be in the same squad as Zappa. Zappa is dumbstruck when he hears this coming from Setsuna. Zappa grabs Setsuna, asking him if he is trying to pick a fight with him so he can die. He suggests that he remain in school, where he can continue studying. Sid grabs Zappa's hand off Setsuna, telling him to prove his strength in training instead of running his mouth. Zappa is dissatisfied, and he angrily walks away. Layla is worried about Setsuna because he would have to train with Zappa, who appears to be a very tough dude, but Setsuna doesn't care, since all he wants is Zappa's strength. Since it is already dawn, Setsuna suggests that they head back to the orphanage. Upon returning to the orphanage, Roberta doesn't waste time before returning to the church, leaving the two back at the village. Not long after this, Layla also leaves the village, and Setsuna is left to help the villagers out. A few days later, Setsuna also says goodbye to the orphanage, and he returns to the academy to continue his studies. When Setsuna and Layla return to the academy, they tell Carol and Drago about their experience, leaving the two utterly shocked. Drago, on the other hand, tells Setsuna that he was able to learn a new skill during the break, which he will show off during training. Apparently, the training lasts 3 weeks, and Layla is planning to also use it to the best. She wants to improve her bond with Waternia to properly train spirit magic. Carol is jealous of Layla because she had a really good break. Layla tries to reduce the importance of this, but Carol assures her that she doesn't need to downplay her break. While the girls are having fun, Setsuna is thinking of how he is going to stop the incident that is bound to happen during training. However, he needs Zappa's cooperation if he wants to be successful. Later on, Setsuna visits a store to get what he needs for the training. He is leaving the building when he is suddenly attacked from behind. Surprisingly, Setsuna easily dodges the attack, which actually came from Actar. Setsuna is ultimately disappointed, forcing him to ask Actar why he is acting all stupid. Enraged, Actar reveals that he is after Setsuna because he wants revenge, as he had the chance to have everything he wanted if not for Setsuna. Initially, Actar was a trash background character, but after his aptitude for long-range magic was discovered, he started getting better treatment from people. Because he enjoyed the treatment, he started working really hard to maintain his status. However, Setsuna came to ruin everything for him. Actar doesn't hold back from shooting a powerful wind blast at Setsuna, but all Setsuna does is cut down the attack with his bare hands. Actar is left stunned when he sees Setsuna block his attack with little to no effort. Setsuna grins at Actar while telling him the technique and how to manage it. Actar is pissed as he calls Setsuna a useless close combat mage. Actar refuses to back down, and he attacks Setsuna again, hoping to injure him so he will replace him in the training camp. He is desperate to win everyone's attention, including Carol's. Setsuna is confused when Actar mentions Carol, and Actar reveals that she is the perfect girl because she has the looks. And she is also a top student. Actar wants Carol to be by his side, and after he says this, Setsuna gets really mad. Actar attacks Setsuna again, but he blocks it, calling Actar a scum because he is not even checking on Carol, whom he claims he likes. In addition, he lets him know that working hard to become great is the only way to impress people. Meanwhile, Cyrus is hiding behind a tree, hearing everything that they are talking about. Cyrus is not happy with Actar's progress because it has dwindled since he lost the tournament. On the other hand, Setsuna has been developing himself non-stop. Cyrus knows that Setsuna might have become the greatest mage of all time if he had chosen long-range magic. As the fight continues, Cyrus notices a student running toward them. Actar tries everything he can, but can't land a single hit on Setsuna. Actar is frustrated, since he is supposed to be the strongest long-range mage. Setsuna moves around zigzag until he gets close to Actar. Actar senses the punch coming straight at him, leaving him to wonder if he is about to die. Setsuna holds back a little before finally punching him in the head and knocking him to the ground. Setsuna then reveals his intentions to expose Actar to the authorities so he can be duly punished. Setsuna lets him know that he even faces a risk of being expelled from the mage's world. Just then, the unknown students come rushing over to protect Actar. Setsuna is shocked when he realizes who the person is, and it is none other than Carol, leaving Setsuna to ask her why she is protecting Actar. Setsuna asks Carol if she knows the horrible things Actar has done, and she says yes, but she has a reason for doing what she is doing. Apparently, Actar was a totally different person when they were in the first year of school. Carol explains that Actar was just a commoner like her, but he was always getting bad treatment from the other students. However, he remained kind, and would even share his healing potions with others, even when he himself needed them. Setsuna is shocked to hear that Actar was a totally different person from what he knew. Carol then mentions that Actar totally lost himself because of the overwhelming power that he obtained the moment he joined the long-range magic department. Nonetheless, Carol still believes in Actar even if people say she is being delusional. Carol wants them to give Actar a chance to correct all the evil things that he has done. Just then, Actar gets on his feet, and he tells Carol to stop talking. With his disfigured face, he mentions his plan to submit his withdrawal form the next day. Actar bows to Setsuna, saying he is not expecting forgiveness, and he is also free to report him to the authorities if he wants. Actar then finally summons the courage to tell Carol what he has always wanted to tell her, and this is the fact that he likes her. Carol thanks him for the compliment because it makes her feel like Actar's old self is back. However, she confesses that she has someone she likes, and Actar takes it like a big boy, saying he has no more regrets. Actar then tells Setsuna to give his all during the Magus training because it was always his dream. Setsuna smiles, assuring Actar that he is going to carry his hopes with him. In the end, everything gets resolved peacefully, and Cyrus walks away with a smile. The following day at the Magus Corps Western Branch, Zappa and his colleague Valerie prepare themselves to receive new trainees. Zappa and Valerie join their boss on the assembly ground, where the trainees are all waiting. Sid stands before the new members to address them, and he informs them that they are going to be serving as real mages for 3 weeks. He lets them know that he is expecting great things from them because they are not there to have fun. Apparently, Drago, Setsuna, and Mifune are the 3 who came from their academy, Elmridge. The other academy students waste no time discriminating against Setsuna and Drago since they are both from the close combat magic department. Although some believe that Drago will have some uses since he is big, they totally write Setsuna off. Rumors are also flying around that he was saved by Roberta in Eldinia. Most of the students are already rejecting Setsuna as their teammates before they even get the chance to work with him. When it is time for the team assignments, the commander tells them that they are all going to state the unit that they would like to join. Zappa is thinking of adding Mifune to his Sid unit when Setsuna suddenly raises his voice to say he would like to join the Sid unit. Zappa is pissed already when he hears this, but at the same time he doesn't think he is going to get picked because it all depends on the tests that are going to be conducted. The commander then calls them together, telling them that the battalion is based on merit and the assignments will be based on their abilities. To know their worth, the commander tells them that they are going to take turns attacking the golem, and its damage intake will be measured and projected as their score. The commander calls on a trainee who hits the golem with fire magic, ultimately earning him a whopping 382 points. One after the other, the trainees step up to attack the golem and know their score. One even fails the test, ultimately earning a big 0 points. When it is Mifune's turn to display his skill, he calmly unleashes his formation magic, impressing those who are watching. When his points came out, he got close to 600 points, which is a big deal. When it is Drago's turn, he excitedly steps up to take on the golem, and the other students are already expecting him to fail against the golem. However, they are all left stunned when Drago beat the golem up so badly that he obtained close to 800 points. The other trainees are left in awe as they never expected a close combat mage to be that powerful. Some then assume that his big size is his strength. After Drago is done wreaking havoc on the golem, Setsuna is called forward. To make things harder for Setsuna, Zappa suggests that they put Setsuna up against a demon-type golem. Valerie tries to point out the dangers of doing this, but Zappa doesn't mind, since he is aiming to break Setsuna's ego. Valerie sympathizes with Setsuna's condition because the demon type is known to be very difficult to deal with, thanks to the ability to fly. Because he is a close combat mage, Valerie believes that he has no chance whatsoever. Setsuna steps forward, and when he realizes that he is going up against a demon-type golem, he grins without fear. On the other hand, the trainees believe that Setsuna is done for since experienced mages even have trouble dealing with a demon-type golem. They assume that he is going to give up, but unknown to them, he was once the strongest mage in the Magus battalion. They start making fun of him because they believe that he is going to have the lowest score among all the trainees. They know that once the demon type leaps into the air, it is all over. The commander orders that the battle begin, and Setsuna wastes no time, dashing at the golem before it even has the chance to do anything. He unleashes his mana swords and delivers precision cuts to the golem, ultimately destroying it in front of everyone. The golem shatters into dust, and the spectators are left picking their jaws from the floor. Even the system was not able to register a particular test point because Setsuna was too fast. Setsuna is initially worried that he might have overdone it until he realizes that the Magus battalion is all about eliminating threats as fast as possible. Valerie assumes that there was a malfunction with the system, which is why it was not able to read Setsuna's score, but Zappa clears the air, saying that Setsuna basically dealt so much damage that it broke the system. Zappa painfully admits that Setsuna's score is over 1,000. Some of the trainees refuse to believe what they just witnessed, and they start talking about how the golem is defective. The trainees urge Setsuna to be ready because the real thing will never be easy, the way he just handled it. The next day, Valerie and Zappa head to the commander's office, and he tells them about how everyone wants to get their hands on Setsuna. In addition to those who performed well, is Han from the Issei Magic Academy, who casually scored over 700 points. Since Zappa and Setsuna have beef with each other, the commander puts Valerie in charge of Setsuna. Valerie excitedly takes the job, assuring the commander that he is going to do his best to train Setsuna and Han. Momentarily, Valerie gets the two under his wing, and he tells them to follow him so he can give them a tour of the facility. Basically, the Magus Battalion gathers elite mages from across the continent, and in addition to this, they receive loads of government support with advanced technological equipment. Valerie explains that each unit is made up of 5 members, and as trainees, they are going to be joining up as the 6th and 7th members of the SID unit. In addition to this, they are going to be participating in regular combat missions, which is basically a warm-up for special operations. As they walk around the facility, Setsuna can see loads of familiar faces that he knows from his past life. Valerie mentions that those who perform exceptionally well are going to receive an officer's recommendation from him, since he is the unit captain. He lets them know that his recommendation is well sought after since it attracts attention from guilds and other institutions. He lets them know that the first task is to memorize everything about the unit by the end of the day. When Setsuna hears this, he doesn't seem to be moved since he knew how much he suffered to get the recommendation back in his past life. Moments later, they run into an instructor, who makes fun of Valerie for being slow and also having a close combat mage in his unit. They even tease him by throwing stones at him, causing him to fall backward toward his students. Setsuna is pissed to witness this, and he ultimately scolds the delinquents for their shameless acts. The dude is trying to get more on Setsuna's nerves when Setsuna kicks the stone he dropped at him. He kicks it with so much force that it tears away at the dude's cape like a bullet. The dude wants to pick a fight with Setsuna, but just a stare from Setsuna and the cold aura emanating from his body quickly tells him that he is going to get beaten up. He immediately retreats, leaving Valerie shocked since he had just been protected by Setsuna. Han then turns to Valerie asking him how he feels after being protected by a trainer. Valerie is stunned by the question, but he decides to ignore it and just end the lecture for the day. Setsuna watches as Valerie walks away with his head tucked in his cape. Later that day, Setsuna catches Valerie as he is practicing his magic power, which happens to be some really high-powered magic. Setsuna commends his firepower, but Valerie is not impressed with himself because his casting time is too long. Valerie says he can't seem to be able to fire fast enough no matter how much practice he undergoes. Apparently he picked the magic path because of the power, but Valerie now believes that he made the wrong move. When Setsuna hears this, he realizes that Valerie is not crazy for what he is saying, because it took time for mages to figure out the magic path in his past life. Valerie then mentions that his family has served as commanders in the Magus Battalion for generations, but he, as the firstborn, ended up with no talent. In fact, most people believe that his sister is a better mage than he is. Even with all of these, Valerie decided to join the Magus Battalion and put in his best. However, Valerie doesn't think he is still up to the standard of a regular mage. After hearing his story, Setsuna is left completely impressed. He realizes that even after everything that he has gone through, he refuses to give up. Setsuna tells him that he looks way more admirable than the delinquents who were making fun of him. Valerie is shocked to hear this, and he decides to resume his training, thanking Setsuna for protecting him earlier in the day. Valerie then opens a magic circle that ultimately creates a flower field illusion, which he claims helps to calm his heart. Valerie smiles, saying this might be the reason why he is referred to as a legacy brat. Setsuna disagrees, telling Valerie that his spell is absolutely beautiful. Just then, Setsuna asks Valerie if he will be willing to use his magic during the combat mission so that he can finally prove everyone wrong. Valerie is skeptical about his skills since he has less than 24 hours, but Setsuna suggests that they give it a try by engaging in a secret training session. The following day, Setsuna and Han join Valerie, who tells them that they are going to join the unit on actual missions. Basically, the danger level of monsters is ranked with a star-based system. Setsuna is not surprised by this since it is something he learned in school. Apparently, goblins and undead are 1-star threats, while the Death Lord that they encountered in the dungeon was a 4-star. Valerie reveals that the Magus Battalion handles 3-star threats and above. Valerie mentions that they are stepping out to check out the monster sighting happening in the wetlands. Valerie lets them know that there is a special operation at the end of the training, and he urges them to get used to real combat. Momentarily, they find themselves in the combat zone. Sid tells the mages that he and Zappa are going to take the lead, while the rest support from behind. Setsuna whispers to Valerie, telling him that they need to step forward when they get the chance, so as to show everyone the results of last night's training. Valerie agrees with Setsuna, saying he needs to prove himself as the heir of the Light family. Apparently, Setsuna noticed something after his training with Valerie. He realizes that his mana reserves are among the top people in the Magus Battalion. Setsuna knows things are going to be totally different if Valerie can actually put away his fear during the training. Suddenly, they are attacked by a 3-star monster spider from behind. Valerie is grabbed by the monster, leaving him to scream out in fear. Setsuna rushes toward the monster, cutting off its tentacles to free Valerie. Once they are in the clear, Zappa unleashes a powerful flame magic to send the monster flying. However, the monster doesn't die from the powerful attack that Zappa even used on it. Sid is about to take care of the situation when Valerie stops him, suggesting that he handle the problem instead. Zappa worries about Valerie's safety, and he tells him not to push himself because the monster is not one to be joked with. In addition, he doesn't think Valerie's magic is best suited for the monster. Zappa wants him and Sid to handle it, but Setsuna stops him, saying he and Valerie will handle it instead. Setsuna reminds Zappa that people tend to improve, and Valerie is not an exception. Zappa is pissed that Setsuna just joined them a few days ago, and he is already acting like he knows everything. Sid, on the other hand, asks Valerie if he is confident in his victory. Valerie smiles, saying yes, leaving Zappa totally pissed. Valerie thanks Sid for the opportunity given to him, and he immediately activates his magic circle, which creates the illusion of flowers. Zappa is pissed when he sees this because he doesn't think there is any good thing flowers are going to do for them. Setsuna urges Zappa to chill because he is just about to witness the real thing. The night before, Setsuna had explained to Valerie that his skill, Phantom Garden, can actually be used in a more effective way. Setsuna told Valerie that it is the key to simultaneous casting. This is when it dawns on Valerie that Setsuna might be right, since the skill doesn't use too much mana. However, Valerie is curious about what they can use the magic for. Setsuna then mentions that even in illusion magic, the advantage of the magic lies in its wide area. Valerie is shocked that Setsuna is suggesting he hide another spell inside his already existing spell. Now that he is facing off against the tentacle monster, this is exactly what he plans to do. Valerie covers the entire circumference of the room with his illusion magic, and suddenly, the tentacle monster goes up in flames, shocking the spectators. Sid quickly figures out that Valerie hid the destructive magic inside the Phantom Garden skill. Sid considers Valerie's decision to get rid of a spell's weakness by merging another spell with a complete move of ingenuity. Setsuna remembers that the skill, Hecaton Bolt, only performed exceptionally well when used with other spells. Just then, more tentacle monsters appear from their hiding spots. Zappa then tells Valerie that he is clumsy as usual, but what he did has managed to split the monsters. All that is left for Zappa and the others is to go all out on the falling monsters. Zappa angrily launches a powerful flame attack at the monsters, while the others also join in to take down the annoying monsters. Sid watches the battle from where he is, and even though he is impressed by the performance of the other trainees, Setsuna's performance is what truly catches his eye. He knows close combat magic has its limitations, but with the way Setsuna is moving, it is as if he has broken through every known limitation. Sid is forced to admit that Setsuna's battle instincts stand out really well. He notices that Setsuna used an interesting combo, and he figures out that the technique is his invention. Sid is particularly proud that the students sent to him that year are all impressive. Momentarily, they wipe out most monsters in the area, declaring it a success. Sid then walks up to Valerie to commend his hard work, telling him that he should continue improving. Valerie is happy to hear this, but suddenly she holds her tummy in pain. Setsuna is able to grab him before he falls to the ground. Sid asks Valerie if he is injured while engaging the monsters, but he claims that he is fine. He tells them that he will just have to check it out himself. She runs off to check, while Zappa mentions that Valerie is always acting shy around them. Valerie makes it to a safe place to check her body, which is covered in scars and injuries, but something interesting lurks under the bandage wrapped around his chest. Just then, Han shows up on the scene, saying he already suspected it. Surprisingly, Valerie is a girl with scars all over her body. In a flashback scene, the real Valerie is seen grabbing his head in frustration, while talking about how his life as a mage is over. He refuses to leave his room, and when his little sister saw this, he decided to take matters into her own hands to make sure that the family's name is not ruined. She cut her hair so she could look like a guy, and then she joined the Magus battalion, hoping that her family would be recognized again if he picked up enough achievements. However, the most important thing that she needed to do was make sure that her identity remained a secret. Han finally understands why Valerie's sister is doing what she is doing. He knows that people will also be shocked, and she might be expelled too. She begs Han not to tell anyone about what he just found out, promising to do anything that he wants her to. Just then, Han grabs her by the cheek, telling her that he is there to earn the officer's recommendation so that he can quickly rise through the ranks. Since this is his mission, he wants the lady to give all the training achievements to him. She is frustrated but can't do anything about what she just heard, and when the two return to the rest of the group, Valerie looks totally down. Setsuna also notices that something is weird, forcing him to ask the two what they were doing. Han replies that they are up to nothing because he was only asking her about training and the like. By the 10th day of the training, Setsuna can see that they have gained a ton of experience, which includes logistics and combat too. However, with all the progress, he knows that something is definitely wrong with Valerie. He notices that she has been the one taking on all the menial jobs that Han is supposed to do. Setsuna remembers that during their last combat mission, she was totally off, causing Zappa to get mad at her, but Han steps in to say he saved her. Han even turned to Setsuna, telling him that he has been performing badly, which means he might be the one getting the recommendation in the end. Without a doubt, Setsuna can see that Valerie is going out of her way just to please Han, and he figures out that something must have happened between them. Setsuna is thinking about all of these when he runs into Valerie cleaning Han's shoes, while he sits down like a king, ordering his servant to do the hard work. Setsuna angrily demands to know what is happening, and Han claims that Valerie liked his potential, which is why she is being generous to him. Setsuna tells him to stop playing dumb because he is obviously playing dirty games. Han gets on his feet, saying Setsuna just made a false accusation against him. He decides that the next big thing he is going to do is attack Setsuna, since he never really liked him in the first place. Han unleashes his powerful wind magic to try to overpower Setsuna, but he easily overcomes the power, and he prepares to teach Han why he shouldn't mess with him. Han is surprised to see how Setsuna easily tanked the attack. leaving him to wonder if Setsuna is really a close combat mage. Not ready to back down, Han prepares another magic attack in preparation for whatever it is that Setsuna is cooking up for him. Before they get the chance to attack themselves and destroy everything in their paths, Zappa shows up screaming at them to stop whatever it is that they are doing. Zappa turns to Valerie, calling her a fool for not being able to prevent the two from fighting each other. Valerie just bows her head in fear, begging for forgiveness. Zappa then tells Han that he can't get away with what he is doing forever. Just then, the PA system rings with an announcement that there will be a 10-minute briefing on next week's special operation. All the units and trainees are ordered to assemble at the plaza. Momentarily, the required group arrives at the plaza to receive the briefing. The trainees are told that from the following week, they are going to be accompanying the main team on high-priority missions because they want to see what they are made of. They are told that the missions will be difficult, which is why they are advised to choose the mission based on their strength. Part of the missions are escorting the royal members, surveying unexplored dungeons, clearing out an orc lord's nest, and investigating Rhodes Island. The moment they mention Rhodes Island, Setsuna remembers that the incident happened on the island. Sid then asks about the Rhodes Island mission, and the commander mentions that it is a mission that came to them just recently. Apparently, Rhodes Island sent out a distress signal, and after this, they have not been able to reach anyone on the island. In addition to this, the guards that have been sent over to the island have also gone missing. Setsuna remembers that in his past life, he chose the Royal Escort mission, and the Sid unit was sent to Rhodes Island. Unfortunately, everyone on the team was slaughtered by unknown monsters, and the one mage who barely made it back was Zappa. In his past life, Sid's unit headed for a scouting mission on Rhodes Island, but Zappa, being the only one who made it back, revealed that everyone was annihilated by unknown monsters that were roaming the island. The Magus battalion immediately headed to the island, but by the time they got there were no traces of any monsters. All that was left was a wasteland with no single living creature. The vanished monsters later appeared again when the evil god showed up. The monsters were so strong that they were having a field day with the Magus battalion, ultimately wiping out the Magus battalion. Setsuna figures out that the foundation of the monsters will be on the island, and he is prepared to know the truth this time around. The commander then tells them that the missions will be assigned to the units on merit. Basically, they are going to hold mock battles to determine this, and the commander urges each unit to show their strength. Drago smiles at Setsuna, telling him that his unit will definitely not lose to his own unit. Deep down, Setsuna is thinking of how he is going to win the Rhodes Island mission. On the night before the mock battles, Layla communicates with Setsuna via the pendant, asking Setsuna about his training with the Magus battalion, and he reveals that it has been going well. Layla mentions that she has improved on her spirit magic, and Waternia cuts in, saying she lacks a huge source of mana, but she is compensating for this by channeling her anger. With this, she has been able to learn so many spells, and Waternia mentions that Setsuna might end up meeting another spirit, Bifrost, on the course of his journey. Blazer knows who Bifrost is, and he mentions that he is the Rainbow Spirit, who is basically a legend. It is said that he is a king who saves all spirits, but even though Blazers have been alive for thousands of years, he has never seen him once. Blazer starts to wonder if someone like that actually exists. This excites Setsuna because he knows that borrowing the Spirit King's power would mean a lot against the evil god. This makes him want to meet the Rainbow Spirit even more. Layla then asks Setsuna if he's getting along with the people in his squad, and Setsuna replies that there have been no issues so far. Apparently, the issue between Han and Valerie has also been resolved. In addition to this, Setsuna feels that there is something off about Han's magic. Blazer also agrees to this, saying he gets a really bad feeling from him. Waternia quickly steps in, telling Blazer that this is not an excuse for him to go burn Han, but Waternia says it just wants him to do it more. The next day, the trainees gather for the mock battle, and they are informed that a special formation magic has been cast on the arena. Apparently, the effect of the healing magic can heal any injury sustained from the fight. However, it won't bring back the dead, and because of this, they are required to be careful. Before the mock battle begins, Setsuna figures out that Han is not the only dude he has to look out for. Basically, the rules for the mock battle are a 5-person team fight. The battle is simple, and it is either you totally knock out the entire opposite team out of the ring or incapacitate them, or force them to surrender. Before the game begins, Sid tells them that he and Zappa will be on the offense. Han and Setsuna will provide attack from behind, while Valerie will be in charge of the support role. Setsuna is impressed with Sid's formation because he is taking into consideration everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Setsuna admits that he respects Sid a lot, and this is coming from him, who has met a bunch of captains. The draw came out, and their first opponent turned out to be Diaz's squad. Mifune is part of Diaz's squad, and he admits that it is pretty bad luck to have faced Setsuna's squad in the first match. Setsuna then returns the gesture, telling Mifune that they also need to watch out for his teleportation magic. Setsuna believes that it is the perfect power for surprise attacks in a team battle. The two continue their chat until Mifune's team leader screams at him to stop talking. He believes that Mifune has nothing to contribute to the team because he will be staying in the support role, while the 3 long-range mages in the team take care of the opponents. Apparently, the last dude on their team is a summoning mage. Sid immediately figures out that they are going to use the summoned beasts from the summoner for their defense, while suppressing them with long-range spells. Without even thinking twice, Sid has already figured out their strategy. Diaz laughs at Sid, believing that his team is doomed for having a close combat mage there. Setsuna believes that Diaz is just jealous of Sid for becoming a commander at such a young age. Setsuna partially admits that his formation is quite good, but he can't believe that he is pushing Mifune to the side just because he is a formation mage. With this alone, Setsuna can see that Diaz has no eye for talent. Diaz gins at Setsuna, telling him to prepare himself to be dealt with. Sid notices that they are locked in on Setsuna, and Setsuna assures Sid that he is going to correct the popular belief that long-range mages are the stars of the battlefield. Momentarily, the battle begins, and just as predicted, Diaz's squad uses long-range attacks while defending with a summoned scorpion. Setsuna dashes toward the team while Sid tells his team members to intercept the long-range attacks. While the long-range mages are dealing with each other, Setsuna has reached the summoned beast. He tries to cut down the scorpion, but he ultimately fails. Setsuna pushes back a bit, and when Diaz sees this, he is confident that there is no rookie who can cut the scorpion because its hardness surpasses that of a golem. Momentarily, Diaz's team starts getting frustrated because they can't break through Sid's formation even though he is engaging them with just 2 long-range mages. Diaz encourages his team, telling them not to give up because Zappa will be the first to run out of mana. Diaz is confident that his team will come out on top, but suddenly, an attack comes flying at him from nowhere. He is bound to be struck down by the attack, but fortunately for him, Mifune steps in and uses his teleportation magic to get him out of the way. Diaz is shocked to see this, but Han, on the other hand, is pissed that Mifune ruined his plan. Basically, Mifune has what it takes to pinpoint Han's location thanks to the fact that he can sense his mana. Because of the stunt that Mifune pulled, Diaz starts celebrating, saying victory belongs to his squad. Mifune knows who he is up against, and he is not foolish enough to say they have automatically won. Setsuna, on the other hand, is still battling it out with the scorpion. While he is doing so, Han is watching him and monitoring his movements and techniques. Diaz continues laughing at Setsuna, saying there is nothing a close combat mage like himself can do. Unknown to them, Setsuna has been cooking his charge bullet skill while creating a diversion with his mana blades. Once the skill is ready, he aims straight at the scorpion's head and he delivers a powerful blow that shatters the scorpion with no stress. This ultimately destroys the defense that Diaz was relying on, leaving him stunned. Diaz doesn't want to believe that he just witnessed a beast get shattered by mere fists. Since their defense is broken, he screams out to his team to regroup, but this is too late because Setsuna has broken through their ranks. Setsuna is so fast that he knocks down one of the long-range mages before he even realizes it. While Setsuna is dealing with the others, Han aims for Diaz himself, but Diaz senses his attack this time around. Diaz launches his own attack to try and block Han's, but to his surprise, the hit suddenly employs a curve movement, making his defensive gesture useless. The attack hits Diaz so hard that it tears apart his clothes before sending him some meters across the arena. Once Mifune and the last dude on his team realize that the team leader has been taken out, they raise their hands to surrender. The healing magic in the arena then kicks into play as it starts to heal Diaz, and the winner of the match is ultimately decided. Meanwhile, the spectators have started taking note of Setsuna's participation in the team. They are impressed by how he is able to confidently shatter the enemy's front line by himself. They figure out that Zappa is a beast, but Setsuna is on another level. Setsuna then walks up to Han, asking him what sort of attack he used because he has never heard of a long-range spell that is capable of changing its trajectory. Han denies this, saying Setsuna is probably overthinking things. Setsuna also demands to know why Han put on his robe before he used the last attack, since he isn't in a situation where he needs to conceal his location. Han then replies that he did so to prevent a counter, claiming that he is a cautious dude. The tension between the two rises, but Zappa steps in, telling them that they can't be arguing or fighting after they have won. Han, on the other hand, figures out that Setsuna is onto him already, and he decides to step away for what he is about to do next. Just then, Drago shows up, telling Setsuna that he will be fighting his squad next, but his unit captain, Cha-Cha, is a good dude who recognizes the power of a close combat mage. Drago assures Setsuna that he is going to pay him back for what happened at the academy, since he has no intentions of losing. Since the winner of the next round gets to choose the mission that they want, Setsuna is ready to give it his all to win and get to choose the Rhodes Island mission. Moments later, Drago's team enters the arena, and Setsuna finally sees Captain Cha-Cha, who appears to be a cute little girl. Just as the game is about to begin, Cha-Cha sets her formation, with Drago being the heart of it. Drago takes off his chest and unleashes the secret technique of his family, which ultimately turns him into the Red Hulk. Even Setsuna becomes cautious because he can sense the immense aura coming from Drago's body. Setsuna wonders if Drago is controlling a burden that the human body could never withstand with his steel-like physique. Since he is unaware of his secret technique, Setsuna becomes more interested in the fight, and with this, their legendary fight goes down. Drago charges at Setsuna and aims his punch at his head, but he dodges it. However, the pressure from the fist alone leaves Setsuna's skin bruised. Setsuna figures out that taking a direct hit from Drago's punch might automatically knock him out. Realizing this, Setsuna applies a physical boost to his arms and feet and grabs Drago like a pro wrestler. He wants to push Drago to the ground, but to his utmost surprise, Drago is unmovable. Drago grins, while telling him that his techniques won't work against his Hercules skill. The moment Setsuna realizes that he is being overpowered, he changes tactics and runs to Drago's back to try and cut him down. However, this also fails woefully, leaving Setsuna stunned, while Drago just smiles at him. Han then decides to attack Drago while he is distracted with Setsuna, but to everyone's surprise, Drago pulls out a rock boulder to block the incoming attack. Setsuna figures out that the Hercules skill is one that enhances physical strength, and since Drago's body has been trained since he was a kid, it basically makes it a cheat code. Setsuna can see that Drago is displaying a power that surpasses magic just by using pure physical enhancement. Setsuna is impressed because he never expected to be pushed so hard in a short-range combat. Because of the challenge, Setsuna is more obliged to win the match. Zappa releases a massive firepower at Drago, but he easily blocks this with his palm. Zappa is pissed about this and he immediately follows through with another attack. This time around, the attack hits, but it still fails to burn Drago. Drago confidently reveals that his body is armor, and nothing that they throw at him can overcome his powerful muscles. Zappa figures out that Drago is protected by enchantment magic, and in addition, his mana guard is so overpowered that everything he does will only tickle Drago. To make things worse, Drago is getting buffs from his teammates, making him seemingly invincible. Zappa is left to wonder just how many buffs Drago is operating on. Sid, on the other hand, figures out that Drago is using an ancient warriors formation. Apparently, there was a class in the old times that was called warrior, and they fought monsters with only their bodies and martial arts. Back then, magic wasn't properly developed, and mages were nothing but a support class for warriors. However, as time passes, warriors find it difficult to handle the rapid increase in monster activities, since they are mortals after all. Not long after, magic also developed, which essentially made the technique totally obsolete. However, Drago is able to pull off the technique because he is an exceptional close-range mage. Sid is also impressed that Cha-Cha is betting everything on a trainee, and a close combat mage at that. Sid figures out that if things continue the way they are, his squad formation will automatically be broken down. Sid concludes that he has no choice but to play his hand and bet everything on Setsuna too. Meanwhile, Setsuna is still chasing Drago all around the arena. Setsuna figures out that he doesn't have the time to use the charge bullet skill because Drago's team is essentially backing him up with everything. However, Setsuna is hoping for Zappa, as he knows that he won't allow the team to crash down without a proper fight. Just when he thought about this, Zappa decided to increase the intensity of his firepower. Zappa releases more firepower than he was already letting off, making life very difficult for the opponents. They start feeling the heat, and one of them mentions that things are getting worse because they can't compete with just one long-range mage. Things become progressively worse for them when Han takes out their support from behind. After this, he aims his attack at Drago, but Drago dodges it, shocking him, since it was supposed to be a surprise attack. Setsuna is also increasing his interest in the fight because he has to prove to himself why he was once the captain of the Magus Battalion. At the same time, Drago is hell-bent on not losing to Setsuna of all people. They continue trading blow after blow until Setsuna finds an opening, and he smashes Drago to the ground. Sestun then stands above him with a mana sword, telling him that the match has already been decided. Drago cannot believe that he just lost to a one-motion throw. Even Cha-Cha cannot believe that the person they are relying on has been taken out. To avoid further conflict, she raises her hand to surrender. With this, Sid's unit wins the battle yet again. Setsuna once again impresses those who are watching, since he changes the entirety of how mages are supposed to fight. Setsuna then tells Drago that his skill was excellent, but he only managed to decipher its weakness. Drago is impressed by this, and he shakes Setsuna before telling him that their next battle will not end the way it just did. After this, they conclude the mock battles, and Sid gets the choice to pick a mission that he wants. Zappa runs over to Sid, asking him what mission he plans to choose. Sid reveals that he will be submitting their choice the next day after analyzing the way the battle went. Setsuna knows that Sid might choose another mission entirely, and he figures out that he needs to talk to Sid and convince him to choose the Rhodes Island mission. On his way to Sid's office, he figures out that this is the first time he will be having a proper conversation with the man. Setsuna figures out that he didn't know Sid in his past life, most likely because he died on Rhodes Island. In addition to convincing him about the mission, he wants to talk to him about Han and Valerie. Setsuna enters the captain's office to meet with something mind-blowing. Inside the office are 3 Sids, leaving Setsuna ultimately blown away and confused. Setsuna initially assumes that Sid is a triplet, but he trashes the thought since he hasn't heard of something like that in the past. He also wonders if Sid is trying to test him with some sort of illusion magic. Setsuna is still trying to figure out what he is looking at when Sid speaks out, telling him that he would have preferred to offer him a drink, but they are all busy. Setsuna quickly tells the man that he doesn't have to worry about him. Sid then mentions that fighting is not the only job he has, since he is the battalion commander. In fact, he believes that another clone of himself will come in handy. The moment he mentions the clone, Setsuna becomes curious and he calls him back on it. Sid confirms what he said, revealing that what Setsuna is looking at is a special type of magic called cloning magic. Setsuna reveals his utmost surprise, since he believed Sid was a long-range magic user. Sid then explains that his magic is called copy gear, and this allows him to use the spells of those who allow him to. Basically, he is currently borrowing the cloning magic from another member of the team, and the same goes for the long-range magic that he used in their mock battle. Setsuna is blown away because this is his first time seeing such magic that doesn't fit into any of the existing systems. Sid mentions that it is actually a good spell, but he can only save up to 3 types of magic, and in addition to that, the retention period is not more than a day. Because his mana tank is not that large, he has limits to how he can use it. Even with these, he is tasked with a lot just because he has a spell that can branch into others. Because of the amount of work that he is required to do, he gulps down a lot of energy drinks. Setsuna finally realizes that the commander is having a really tough one. Sid then asks Setsuna if he has come to see him because of the special mission, and Setsuna replies that he would like to go to the Rhodes Island mission. Sid is surprised because he was expecting Setsuna to suggest that they take on the royal family escort detail. Sid is quite aware that his grades and results give him the chance to form a good bond with the royal family if need be. To Setsuna, Sid is right to some point because in his past life he actually chose the royal escort, and he secured his promotion in the army. However, in this current life, he now has something that he needs to prioritize over promotions. Just then, one of Sid's clones passed him accumulated data on Setsuna. They have gathered info on his background and his early ambitions too. In the note, Sid reads that Setsuna actually chose the worst magic path even though he had the chance to pick the others, which are considered to be the best. Sid is conflicted because what his background data and ambitions says are completely different from what Setsuna now says he wants. Sid wants to know more, but Setsuna hesitates. Sid then tells him that he has no reason to be cautious around him because he also wants to know more about him. After thinking about what the evil god did to him, Setsuna finally reveals that his motives are driven by anger. Setsuna explains that there is someone who is trying to take what is his, and to punch the said person in the face, he had to pick the close combat magic. When Sid hears his story, he asks him if he thinks his said enemy has some business on Rhodes Island. Sid admits that Rhodes Island is one that is shrouded in mystery, and when compared to the other missions, its danger level is unknown. However, without Setsuna coming to see him, he was already thinking of assigning his unit to the mission. Setsuna smiles when he hears this, believing that everything is already on the verge of being great. Just then, Daniel and Iris run into the room, and Daniel asks Sid if he shared the heart-shaped chocolate made for him by Chacha. Sid says yes because he doesn't want to be the only one to eat the nice chocolate. The two finally confirm that their boss is a hopeless man. The two then reveal that Chacha's team will be escorting them to the Rhodes Island investigation mission. They ask him why he thinks this is, and he says he believes that Chacha and her team are worried that they should not go alone. The two immediately hold their heads in frustration because Sid is totally hopeless. Setsuna knows about Iris and Daniel and the fact that they are pretty skilled. However, they were also wiped out before the main catastrophe, just like the headmaster. Since he knows how special the two are, Setsuna is prepared to defend them this time around. Since Setsuna is done talking with the commander, he bows his head, telling him that he is taking his leave. Sid wants to talk to Setsuna about Zappa, but Setsuna lets the man know that he is aware of Zappa's soft side. Later on, Zappa scolds Valerie for being a bum, and since they are going on a mission with an unknown danger level, Zappa angrily discharges her from the unit. Valerie is shocked to hear this, and Zappa tells her that he is going to break her bones, so she doesn't have the strength to fight. That is, if she wants to follow the team. Just then, Valerie unleashes a scary aura from her body, and she appears to be a totally different person. She gets on her feet with so much aura, and tells Zappa that she has a duty to her family, and there is nothing that can stop her. Still in rage mode, she mentions that she initially lost her confidence, but it was brought back by a certain someone. Zappa is shocked to see that Valerie is ready to fight him without holding anything back. Zappa decides to indulge her, and he unleashes firepower, hoping to disarm Valerie once and for all. However, Setsuna jumps in before the attack hits Valerie to break it and cut it down. Setsuna then tells Zappa to back off while assuring him that Setsuna is definitely going to produce results. Setsuna urges Zappa to trust Valerie even if it is for once because he can sense the determination on Valerie's face. Zappa is forced to back off. but he lets Setsuna know that he will be the one to be punished if Valerie doesn't perform up to expectations on the island. Soon afterward, it is time to leave for the island, and just as expected, Cha-Cha and his team arrive at the dock. Together, they all step into the boats as they set sail for the island. Daniel mentions that the island is a peaceful island, and he just hopes that things are the same by the time they get there. Unknown to them, a man-eating monster that can also talk is already ravaging the island. Meanwhile, Leo is on Morgana's trail, and he has already figured out that she is not dead yet. In fact, her entire house has moved, leaving Leo disappointed. Pooker, who is behind him, then mentions that the Magus battalion is on its way to investigate Rhodes Island. Since the Evil Legion is there, Pooker wonders if the Magus battalion will be wiped out. Suddenly, it dawns on Leo that Setsuna went for the training, and there is the possibility that he joined the investigative mission. Out of nowhere, Pooker throws his ninja knife at Leo. Leo barely dodges the knife, which hits the ground, shattering it. Leo is shocked, wondering why Pooker attacked him, and Pooker tells him to stop playing dumb because he is probably the one who leaked the information to Setsuna. Pooker tells Leo that he is a traitor and that he has to atone for his sins with his life. Leo is surprised that Pooker has come to a conclusion already, but he doesn't mind fighting Pooker. In fact, he is hyped to fight Pooker, since it is going to be the first in history. Pooker, with his Joker face, also grins brightly as he gets ready to fight Leo. Back to the Sid and Cha-Cha unit, they finally see the island in range after traveling for just a little over an hour. Sid notices big birds flying in the air, and he says it is unusual because there are no big birds on the island. This basically confirms that there is something wrong on the island. Apparently, the island is home to fewer than 500 people, but because of its hot springs, it tends to attract loads of tourists. Sid adds that the volcano, which is present in the middle of the island, has also been dormant for a long time. However, with the way things are, they can feel the eerie presence in the air. Sid then tells them that their mission is to find survivors, protect them, and investigate whatever horrific things are happening on the island. However, there is going to be a possibility that they will have to engage in combat, and he urges the team to stay sharp. Setsuna remembers that in his past life, Sid's unit was wiped out, and even the only survivor, Zappa, had mumbled memories. Zappa returned and could only remember that he was attacked by monsters of unknown origins. Since the monsters later appeared when the evil god showed up, Setsuna is confident that the apostles are involved. Sid then tells them that the missions are always difficult, which is why 30% of trainees drop out every year. Sid then urges them to put themselves first in case of danger. Sid adds that they should not be blinded by the officer's recommendation, which will end up costing them their lives. Zappa wastes no time turning to Valerie, telling her not to drag the team down. Just then, Daniel calls the team's attention to the weird feeling that he is getting. Setsuna immediately figures out that the wind is gone, but after careful observation, they realize that the ship is not moving. Suddenly, a large sea serpent emerges from the water, scaring the hell out of them. Apparently, the serpent is a 3-star monster, and Zappa wonders why something as dangerous as it is looking for in a peaceful sea. Valerie immediately steps up, saying she is going to handle the serpent. Using her magic, she creates a barrier that prevents the monster from reaching the ship. Sid then screams out orders, telling his unit that the monster's weakness is lightning. Sid hits the monster with a powerful lightning attack, which gets amplified by the fact that it is in water. The monster screams in pain before losing consciousness, and it slowly sinks into the water. However, the serpent shocks them when it emerges again, but this time, it hits the ship with a tentacle. Iris is shocked because a sea serpent has no business having tentacles. Setsuna starts to understand what they are up against, but suddenly, a tentacle comes flying into the ship. Before it can do any serious damage, Setsuna cuts it down with his bare fists. Just then, several monster heads appear from under the water, ultimately surrounding the ship. Zappa finally figures out why the ship was unable to move from where it is. Even though the monsters are scary, the team stays together to launch several attacks at the monsters. Suddenly, the ship gets so rocked that Daniel almost falls off, but Sid saves him. Since he is the summoner, Sid tells him to summon the divine bird so that they can escape from the already doomed ship. Daniel is worried about Cha-Cha and her team because they have their hands full too, but Sid urges him to trust the other team to make it out. Sid reminds Daniel that they won't be able to form a rescue plan if they all fall into the abyss. While Daniel is summoning the bird, Valerie uses her barrier magic to protect the team. The bird manages to get them out just in time before the ship is ultimately crushed by the monster. The team is still catching their breath from the near-death escape that they had when flying, ugly-looking monsters with human faces appeared above them. Before they know it, they realize that they have been surrounded, and Sid suggests that they descend to the island, while Setsuna intercepts the monsters. Zappa and Han engage the monsters, helping the divine bird to safely land on the island. Sid immediately realizes that escaping the island will be very difficult since the ship is gone. Without a doubt, he realizes that they were lured to the island. Iris is worried about Chacha's team, but Sid tells her that she has nothing to worry about because Chacha's team is stacked with enchantment-type mages. Zappa believes that they should be able to make it to shore, but the only hope is that they get to regroup with them later on. Sid then tells the team that the only choice they have is to proceed on foot. He can't believe that the once peaceful island is now crawling with creepy and ugly monsters. Iris notices that Valerie is trembling with fear, and she urges her to stay strong because things are not as bad as they seem. Iris walks up to a flower bud to try and make Valerie better, but the moment she gets very close, the flower bud transforms into a monster with loads of serrated teeth. With no way to move, the monster grabs Iris with its scary mouth while the team members scream out her name. Just before the monster can fully take Iris away, Setsuna is the first to make a move, and he cuts down the monster's neck, causing it to spill Iris out. Iris is badly injured, but it wasn't much thanks to her shield that she activated at the right time. Setsuna asks her if she is fine, and she assures Setsuna that she is okay. Iris says things would have been bad for her if she hadn't activated her shield just in time. Iris mentions her determination to stay alive, since she is the team's healer after all. Valerie is relieved that Iris is still alive and with them. Daniel then mentions that the monsters on the island are basically vicious and are more diverse than they anticipated. Sid agrees with him, saying all the creatures on the island seemingly have the first instincts to hurt humans. Daniel then suggests that they fall back and regroup with Chacha's team because the island is very dangerous to be on. Sid says it is a nice idea, but the question is, can they? Suddenly, a wounded human appears from the woods, begging for help. Before he can say anything else, he passes out in front of them. They rush over to attend to him, and Iris uses her healing magic on him while asking him how he got injured. The dude then reveals that he is looking for his little sister. Sid asks him what his name is, and he reveals that it is Janelle. He mentions that his village was attacked by monsters that they had never seen before, and the adults made sure that they got the kids to safety. However, he got separated from his sister, Sapine. With despair written all over him, Janelle begs the mages to find his sister. He says the village is swarming with monsters, but the only person he has left in his life is his sister. Just then, Setsuna pats him on the head, telling him that he has nothing to worry about. Setsuna then turns to Sid, pointing out that their plan to retreat has automatically been botched. Sid then makes another order, telling the team that they have no choice but to rescue every last survivor on the island. Without argument, the entire team agrees with their boss. Once Jonel has enough strength, he starts leading them to his village, which is about half a day away from where they are. Iris then tells the kid not to push himself too hard because her healing magic can only close his wounds, not restore his stamina. Janelle acknowledges the advice, and they continue traveling through the forest path. Momentarily, they hear a rustling coming from the bush beside them. They start guessing what it might be, but when it finally surfaces, it turns out to be a cute rabbit. Valerie is curious when she realizes that it is just a rabbit, but Zappa screams at her, telling her not to let her guard down. Sid then puts on his glasses to assess the rabbit, and he tells the team that it is not an ordinary rabbit. Apparently, it is a one-star monster, judging from the magic signature that it is given off. The rabbit finally shows hostile intentions toward them, and the team prepares to engage it. To make it worse, there are loads of them in the area. Before they know it, they are surrounded, and the rabbit monsters start leaping toward them. The team stands back to back to make sure that there is no opening for the monsters to exploit. Zappa unleashes his powerful flame magic, telling his colleagues that they have nothing to worry about because the monsters are pretty weak. Daniel also summons his giant wolf to take on the annoying rabbits. However, he still got bitten by some of the rabbits because there are just too many to deal with. Daniel starts losing mobility, and this is when they realize that the rabbits have paralytic poisons. Setsuna knows that the poison is only going to build up the more one gets bitten, and since they are up against a horde, they have a huge problem on their hands. Once Daniel crashes to his knees, Sid figures out that he is going to use his skill to copy Iris's recovery magic. He then tells his teammates to make sure that the monsters don't get close while he is working on Daniel. The team takes this seriously as they unleash a barrage of attacks on the monsters to try and get them away. Momentarily, they clear out a bunch of them, giving the team some breathing space. Setsuna believes that everything is over, and while he is walking back to the team, he fails to notice a surviving rabbit monster that is walking behind him. Han sees the monster, but decides that he is not going to intervene. Just when the monster is about to bite Setsuna, Valerie spots it and she kicks into action, uses her magic to quickly disable the monster, saving Setsuna in the process. Han is pissed that his plan was ruined by the overzealous Valerie. After the battle, Janelle reveals how impressed he is with how strong the team is. Daniel also mentions that he is feeling better thanks to the team. Setsuna, on the other hand, is more concerned about Sid's glasses. He asks him about the glass, and Sid reveals that it is a magic tool that can measure a creature's approximate threat level based on its magical power, movements, and appearance. He brought it just in case he needed it, and it turns out that he actually did need it. Sid proceeds to further show more examples by staring at the flying birds with the glasses. He decodes their danger level and reveals that they are 3 stars. The 4-legged beast, on the other hand, is 2 stars, while the man-eating flower that attacked Iris was 1 star. Since Valerie is on support duty, Sid hands her the spare pair of glasses. Since it is getting late, Sid tells them that they are going to set up camp soon. Sid urges them to rest as much as they can because they are going to need their strength the next day while going through the forest. Setsuna then taps Jonelle on the shoulder, telling him that he is free to stay by his side just in case he is scared. Jonelle thanks Setsuna, and just like he said, he clung to Setsuna. While they are gathering firewood, Jonelle tells Setsuna that he is getting some weird vibes from Han. Setsuna then tells the boy that he has nothing to worry about when it comes to Han. Setsuna is convinced that Han was aware of the monster behind him, but he intentionally didn't make a move. Jonelle curls up, talking about how scared his sister will be and the need to find her as soon as they can. Setsuna commends the kid, telling him that he is a good big brother. Han then asks Jonelle if there is a way for them to identify his sister, and he reveals that his sister wears a red pendant around her neck, which was a birthday present that he gave her. Setsuna then assures Jonelle that they are going to find her sister, and he even swears in the process. Meanwhile, his sister is stuck in a cave, and it appears that she is turning into a scary monster. Daniel also assures the kid, telling him that they are going to find his sister once they reach their village. Before they go to sleep, Sid informs the team that they are going to take turns watching the camp. Apparently, Valerie is the first person on duty, and she is excited to take on the night guard post. Later on, Han approaches Valerie, telling her to mind her business if she doesn't want to get exposed as a woman. Apparently, he is still pissed that Valerie saved Setsuna from getting bitten by the monster. Valerie tells Han that she has been cooperating with everything he wanted, and in addition to that, she has better things to do. Han laughs, saying the monsters on the island are trashed compared to his power. Han then tells Valerie that she has nothing to worry about because he plans to make her his wife. Valerie is shocked to hear this, but Han just tells her to shut her mouth because she should be scared and honored to be his wife. He believes that by marrying her, she gets to save her family from the impending doom. Valerie slaps Han's hands off, telling him that she is not interested in his game. Before things can escalate, Setsuna shows up, telling Han to back off. Both Valerie and Han are surprised to see Setsuna appear on the scene. Setsuna then mentions that he already had his suspicion that there is some sort of blackmail involved in the whole thing. Setsuna believes that Han is acting irrationally because of the nature of his magic. Han is surprised when Setsuna says this, and he assumes that Setsuna is playing some sort of psychological trick on him. Setsuna then tells him to be careful because he is biting more than he can chew. Han refuses to take Setsuna's advice, claiming that he has better things to do instead. As Han walks away, he is left to start wondering just how much information Setsuna has. Han makes up his mind that he will make sure that Setsuna dies on the island. Setsuna then asks Valerie what happened since he couldn't hear the entire thing that they were talking about. Valerie wants to confide in Setsuna as she is scared that her life is over if she does. Valerie then tells Setsuna that she can't talk about the issue at the moment. She also begs him to keep the issue away from the rest of the squad because she doesn't want any trouble that will interfere with the mission. Setsuna assures Valerie that he is not going to pursue the issue because of her, not because of the mission. However, he assures her that if anything happens, he will be there to help. The next morning, the team prepares to continue their journey. Since they have no idea what sort of monsters they are going to encounter, Iris suggests that they proceed with caution. As they walk through the forest path, Daniel notices the tense mood in the air, and he tells his teammates to just focus on the mission so that they can finish fast and put it all behind them. Setsuna agrees with Daniel, but he reveals that the forest is just too quiet. Suddenly, a horde of flying monsters approaches their position, but just as they are about to prepare for battle, the monsters fly past them, leaving the team to wonder where the monsters are heading. Zappa is confident that the monsters are not running from them since they are 3-star monsters. Suddenly, they feel a strange sensation in the air, and Sid orders his team to get into formation. Just then, a terrifying chimera monster with a lion head, a goat head, a gorilla head, and a snake tail appears right in front of them. Valerie scans the monster, and fear grips her when she realizes that it is a 4-star monster. It finally dawns on the team why the bird monsters flew away. Sid is surprised that they could run into a 4-star monster inside the forest. Sid then orders his team to take down the monster as fast as they can. The chimera comes charging at them, but Daniel unleashes his summoned beast to engage the monster. The summoned beast tries tackling the chimera to the ground, but it ends up getting slammed to the ground instead. Daniel is shocked by the incredible power that the chimera boasts of, and Setsuna charges toward the monster ready to cut it down. However, the monster suddenly turns around to run away, leaving Setsuna confused. Out of nowhere, an ominous presence fills the air, and a giant foot steps on the chimera, crushing it effortlessly. The whole team is gripped with fear and disbelief at what they are looking at. Valerie almost crashes out when she scans the danger level of the monster that just appeared right in front of them. The monster is a freaking 6-star danger beast that stands towering above them. It is a monster that they have never seen before, and it defies all biological law. Just by staring at the monster, Setsuna figures out that it was the monster that caused the annihilation of the Mage Corps in his past life. The monster then grabs the chimera and munches it on like it's some random fly. The monster then throws what is left of the chimera at the team, forcing them to immediately scatter to avoid getting crushed by a flying chimera. However, Daniel is too slow to get out of the way, and the chimera hits him, crushing him to the ground. Daniel screams out as blood spills everywhere, leaving a very horrific scene. Janelle turns around to see Daniel getting crushed, and he calls out his name in horror. Setsuna, on the other hand, wastes no time taking the fight to the monster. He tries cutting off its leg, but his sword bounces off, proving his suspicion that the monster's skin is pretty tough. In addition to its toughness, it boasts immense strength. Sid then screams at Iris, telling her to take care of Daniel, while telling the rest of the team that they have a chance to defeat the beast if they all attack it at the same time. Iris acknowledges the order and runs toward Daniel. But just as she is about to reach him, another of the giant monsters appears in front of her. This further piles on their mystery, because one of the monsters is enough work already, but now they have to deal with two, or possibly more. Just as predicted, more of the giant monsters show up, numbering at least 6, and they surround the team, leaving no escape route. Apparently, Setsuna knows the monster as Gorfont, and this is thanks to his knowledge from his past life. Basically, it was a monster that wiped out the battalion, even though it was filled with long-range mages. The monsters try to overrun the team, but they manage to stand their ground. Valerie in particular holds the team together with her barrier magic, but holding too long starts taking a toll on her as blood drips out of her nose. Suddenly, Janelle screams and points to a monster in the distance that turns out to be his sister. Janelle cannot hold back as he tries running toward his sister. Sid doesn't want them to break formation, since it is going to make things harder for them. Just then, Zappa tells the team to go on ahead while he holds down the monsters. Valerie refuses, saying she wants to stay back and fight with Zappa until the end. Zappa scolds her for being naive, and he reminds her that she has a family to rebuild. Zappa smiles at her, telling her that it would be unwise of her to throw her life away on the island. Setsuna is not surprised by this, since he knows that Zappa has a soft spot for his comrades even though he pretends he doesn't. Setsuna reveals that Zappa is the kindest but most awkward person. Zappa smiles, saying he considers the monsters a challenge for him, since he is a strong dude. Sid finally decides to give the order, and he tells everyone to break off so that they can chase after Janelle, while Zappa covers them from behind. Before anything else, Setsuna runs at great speed to get Daniel from where he is. Setsuna then follows the rest of the team, while Zappa stays behind, unleashing insane flames at the monsters. Since there is no one in the area for him to worry about, and he also has his pride to maintain, Zappa finally decides to let it all out. He releases scorching flames that burn the Gorfants, making things hard for them. The team finally catches up to Janelle on a cliff, and when they ask him where his sister is, he points to the forest, saying she has vanished into it. They are debating the possibility of this when the cliff suddenly breaks off, causing them to all fall to the water below. They wonder if the cliff broke off as part of the battle's aftershock. Meanwhile, the dude, who created the monsters, is on the island, and he is watching the team struggle. He wants to see just how strong they are by toying with them. Later on, Setsuna washes up on shore, and he realizes that he has been separated from the rest of the team. He is thinking of regrouping with his teammates when he is surrounded by chimeras. Elsewhere, Iris and Han find themselves trapped together. Iris is talking about how they need to work together when she suddenly realizes that Han has vanished, leaving her to deal with the monsters. Han is running away without a care in the world, since he knows that he can take care of himself. Valerie, on the other hand, is being chased down by monsters. Sid is engaging a group of monsters when he hears Valerie's voice. Sid calls for Valerie, demanding to know her position. Valerie hears the captain's voice coming from inside a cave, even though it is not the captain's, and she is being lured in without even realizing it. Just as she reaches the entrance of the cave, she realizes that she has been duped because she is being called by a group of monsters that are mimicking the commander's voice. Sid notices that Valerie is in trouble, and he turns around to look at where her voice is coming from. This causes him to lose concentration, and before he knows it, a Gorfant appears from behind. He almost gets crushed to death, but he barely leaps away, and the monster ends up shattering the ground instead. Sid tries to make a stand against the monster, but he gets slammed so hard into a tree, leaving him open to the monster. Sid admits that the monster is crazily strong, which makes their efforts and tricks totally useless. Sid figures out that only the powerful mages like Zappa have a chance against the Gorfant. However, Sid is proud to be a commander in the Magus battalion, and he is not about to go off easily. He snaps his fingers and activates his copy gear skill, ultimately putting all of his units into overdrive. Sid finally gets back on his feet, but the monster doesn't waste time before coming after him again. Sid combines a healing spell with a formation spell and a long-range spell, which is infused with all of his power to properly face the Gorfant. All of these merge into one big spell, the Lightning Spear, and Sid throws it at the Gorfant. This cuts through the Gorfant, ultimately defeating it, leaving Sid with a proud moment. He might have been able to defeat the Gorfant, but at the same time, he is at a disadvantage because he will not be able to use magic for a while. As if he had the worst fate of all, 2 Gorfants appear behind him. One of them punches him, and with no magic support, Sid takes the hit, ultimately crashing to the ground. Sid is about to become spaghetti when Setsuna rushes in to block the hit with his fist. The force from Setsuna's mana-imbued punch causes the monster severe pain that it had to hold its arm. It turns out that Setsuna had saved Valerie before heading toward the commander. He apologizes for coming late, and Blazer is already excited that they are about to have some fun dealing with the Gorfants. Setsuna is in no mood to hold Blazer back, and he agrees with his suggestion that they go all out. His hair turns red as usual and his body starts to emit scorching flames. Setsuna leaps toward one of the monsters and tears its head off with just a single punch. While dealing with the Gorfants, the flying monsters show up, telling Setsuna not to bother because all of his efforts are nothing but trash. Setsuna is already pissed at the fact that they lure in their prey by mimicking humans, and he angrily cuts them down with his fiery sword. One of the Gorfants tries to grab him, but Setsuna relieves it of its arm to put it in its place. Setsuna goes after the Gorfant, decapitating it. Before he does, he tells the Gorfants that they are about to feel the despair he felt before his regression. Without care, he burns down the Gorfant from the head to the bottom. Setsuna basically turns the entire area into a slaughterhouse for the monsters, and he lets them know that they have picked the wrong opponent to mess with. Setsuna then checks Sid's pulse, and he heaves a sigh of relief when he realizes that Sid is no danger whatsoever. He prepares a warm place and then places the 2 on the warm rafts. Valerie is the first to wake up, and Setsuna rushes over to check on her, asking if her wounds hurt. Cautious to hide her identity, Valerie tells Setsuna not to worry because she can handle everything by herself. Not long after this, Sid also wakes up from his slumber. Sid thanks Setsuna for saving his life, but he is curious as to how Setsuna was able to take down the Gorfants. Setsuna hesitates to answer, and Sid decides not to pursue further because he already understands that he doesn't want to share. Sid mentions that they need to regroup with the others, and he is still saying this when a bloodied Zappa shows up with Han behind him. The trio is shocked to see Zappa, and Valerie cannot believe that Zappa was able to defeat the monsters. Zappa smiles, saying the monsters were a warm-up for him. Han then mentions that they used an invisibility cloak to avoid monsters on their way, but lies that they lost contact with Iris. Sid then takes into account that Iris's location is unknown, and he mentions that they need to find a way to regroup with Chacha's team. Han then tells the team that he saw a village when he was coming, and Sid figures out that it is Jonel's village. Since there is the possibility that there are going to be survivors there, Han suggests that he and Setsuna go. After all, they are the only ones who can still move. Valerie says it is too dangerous, and because of this, she offers to follow them too. Han soon leads them to a cliff, and he says the village is beyond the forest. Setsuna is surprised that there is a village beyond the forest, but while he is not looking, Han prepares to attack him from behind. Valerie sees this and comes rushing over. She jumps between Setsuna and the attack, and she gets hit instead. Han is pissed that Valerie is ruining his plan, and he berates her, but Valerie lets him know that she has no intention of abandoning her benefactor. Unfortunately for Valerie, Han's attack tears off Valerie's shirt, revealing her identity as a woman. Valerie apologizes for not telling Setsuna sooner, saying she failed the Magic Academy but had to take her brother's place. Setsuna is not pissed about Valerie hiding her identity because he believes that everyone has what they are hiding. Setsuna assures Valerie that he is going to keep her secret safe, and in addition to that, he won't allow Han to further threaten her. Setsuna whips out his mana sword, but Han puts on his cloak, automatically going invisible. Valerie is worried, but Setsuna tells her not to move. Setsuna concentrates all of his senses, and he is able to pinpoint Han's attack. Before the attack can hit, he repels it and grabs the core of the attack. Setsuna finally figures out the true nature of his magic, which is a golem created with enchantment magic. Valerie is surprised that Han is not a long-range mage. Setsuna says Han has been imbuing the invisible golem with mana and then made it fly to deceive people that he is a long-range mage. The only reason he was able to control the trajectory of the attack is because he was giving the golem orders. Setsuna then says he normally wouldn't get the range or attack power of long-range magic without some kind of special help. Setsuna tracks Han's location and throws the golem at him, taking off his cape and ultimately revealing his presence. It also reveals the special assistance that he has been getting, and Blazer is blown away. He knew something was off about the dude, and this is because he is getting assistance from Zephylion, which is a spirit magic. Han is surprised that Setsuna knows this, and even though he is curious as to how he knows, he believes killing him is much better. He rushes towards Setsuna, unleashing his attack at him, but Setsuna is already a master when it comes to spirit magic, and he easily exploits the flaw in Han's attacks. Setsuna continues repelling Han's attacks, and Han soon reveals that the spirit magic he is using is the one that ran rampant during the Great Magic War. Valerie cannot believe that all of Han's golems are cloaked in blades of wind, which makes it very dangerous. Valerie is terrified, and she believes that Han's type of magic shouldn't be allowed to exist. Han unleashes another wave of attack, but Setsuna cuts it down yet again. However, Han changes the trajectory, and it ends up hitting Valerie, pushing her off the cliff. Setsuna is now left in a dilemma. If he turns around to help Valerie, Han gets the easy access to kill him, and if he decides to face Han, Valerie will fall to her death. However, Setsuna doesn't think twice before going after Valerie to save her, shocking Han. Han mocks Setsuna for not valuing his own life. Setsuna manages to grab Valerie, and he pushes his sword into the rocky side to try and stop his descent. However, Han is not about to let him return to the surface very easily. He shoots another attack at the point where Setsuna is holding onto, shattering the cliff, causing him to fall off. Han believes that he has won, and he starts making fun of Setsuna for being useless. Suddenly, he spots a finger at the end of the cliff, shocking him. Han walks over to check, and he is stunned to see that Setsuna is holding with just one finger, while still holding Valerie close to him. Han takes a closer look and realizes that Setsuna's finger is glowing red, which means he has somehow copied Drago's Hercules skill. Han is shocked when he sees this, leaving him to ask with curiosity just what sort of absurd magic talent Setsuna has. Setsuna then manages to get back on the cliff, telling Han that he is about to taste dust. Setsuna gives Valerie his cape and tells her to regroup with Zappa and the others. Since she is already injured, Valerie knows she is going to be a burden, and she agrees to leave. As she is running away, Han decides to attack her, but Setsuna cuts down the attack, creating a safe passage for Valerie. Han is pissed about just how annoying Setsuna is. Enraged, he unleashes a barrage of golems at Setsuna, but Setsuna, boasting of years of experience, easily takes down the golems. Setsuna then tells Han that he only has a large reserve of mana, but he is trash since he doesn't know how to effectively use it. Setsuna says he was so fixated on long-range magic that he didn't get the chance to polish his enchantment skills. Han is pissed when he hears this, and Setsuna tells him to come at him so he can show him how power is properly used. Han is pissed, and this time he unleashes a bigger golem, but Setsuna closes his eyes like the golem doesn't pose any threat to him. He uses his mana suppression skill, ultimately becoming invisible to the raging golems. Han starts to panic when he can't see Setsuna. To protect himself, he unleashes more golems, but the spirit in control refuses to give Han more of his mana. Han is pissed, and he screams at the spirit, telling him to give him more mana, but the spirit reminds him that the deal they made was that he would always give him just half of his mana. Han is frustrated, and he suddenly hears Setsuna's voice beside him, making fun of him for not properly bonding with his spirit. Han is left shaking in fear as he wonders where Setsuna is. Just then, Setsuna appears behind him, and Han immediately unleashes an attack behind him. He laughs hysterically, thinking he has killed Setsuna, but when he turns around, what he sees is a flame-infused Setsuna staring down at him. Setsuna then reminds him that he already told him he would show him how to properly use a spirit's power. Setsuna dashes toward Han, punching him straight in the chest. Fire engulfs his chest as he is sent across the area. Setsuna tells Han that he is not a person who is worthy of being in Sid's squad. In fact, Setsuna doesn't think he should be in the Mage Corps at all. Han crawls in pain as fire burns him. Realizing that he has lost, Han crawls off the cliff and falls into the water below. Setsuna knows that he is going to survive since he has a spirit magic backing him. Blazer wants them to chase Han down, but Setsuna says no. He wants them to return to Zappa and the others in the meantime. Later on, Han manages to make it out of the water, and he walks around weakly in the forest. He blames Zephylion for not giving him more power, and the spirit asks him if he is ready to undergo the trial again. Han is pissed at the little amount of mana that he is getting because he considers himself a great person. Apparently, his family was a branch of a noble house, which means they were lower-class nobles. Because they needed the protection of the higher nobles, they were forced to serve them. Since he has little mana, he was taught since he was a kid that an incompetent man can only ever be a tool. He was forced to die or make a contribution for the family's benefit. His father ended up dying a trash death because he was weak. Because he is not ready to be like his father, Han decided that he was going to walk a different path. With this, he was able to obtain a relic left behind by a shadow chanter. Han spoke with Zephylion, overcame his trial, and then formed a contract. With Zeph's power, he was able to achieve great things at Sei Magic Academy. Now that he has been beaten by Setsuna, Han is burning to get back at him. Momentarily, Han arrives at a cave, and when he enters, he finds monsters in capsules. He is shocked and confused, but standing in the room is a strange person. This person welcomes him and reveals that he is in his workshop. It turns out that the strange person is Legion, and he is an apostle. He then asks Han one simple question, and this is, "Do you desire power?"